Chapter 111. Is that so? We have developed to the year 2026 AD. Minister Song replied. She looked at Admiral Peng with a thoughtful look. I wonder why you ask about the year? Is it important for you to judge whether we have the same roots? At this time, everyone was sitting on the office chairs brought from China by Shigua. The pure wooden tables and chairs were placed on the empty land of Wuyun Star. To be honest, it looked quite strange. But no one cared about it. Instead, they all wanted to communicate first. Unlike the other worlds led to by the previous two time-space gates, this third gate seems to be really good at the moment. There is no language barrier, and the overall quality and understanding of the world are more advanced. The work of the Gate of Miracles project team is much less. Next, Peng Xinghong slowly told some things recorded in history books. If it weren't for the chaotic magnetic field of Wuyun Star, she could actually play the video directly. Now she could only use the simplest way. In the year 2030 of the ancient blue star, scientists at that time discovered that a large unknown nebula was approaching the solar system at a relatively fast speed. According to calculations, these nebulae will completely enter the solar system within 80 years. With the technical capabilities at that time, it was certainly impossible to observe the properties of this nebula from such a long distance. But the reason why the nebula is called a nebula is that its volume is very large. In the eyes of the ancient blue star people at that time, a nebula was defined as an interstellar cloud of dust, hydrogen, helium and other ionized gases. Such a large nebula would definitely cause a devastating blow to the small solar system. No matter how optimistic scientists are, they cannot deny how great a challenge this is to the survival of mankind. Therefore, the year 2030 is definitely an important node in the history of Yunxia Star Country. Admiral Peng said seriously, since your country has not reached 2030 yet, I cannot confirm it through this matter. Further exploration may be needed. Hearing her say this, Minister Song and others certainly took it very seriously. There is no particularly direct evidence to prove that Yunxia Star Country is the future of Shi Country. After all, since the appearance of the space-time gate, history is destined to change. If such a serious disaster really happened in the solar system, where the blue star of Shi Country is located, Shi Country would most likely not choose to abandon the planet and escape by spaceship. Instead, it would be the best choice to hide in other connected planets directly through the space-time gate. Even a little bit of butterfly effect will lead to completely different development of things, just like two streams separated by a big river. However, if something really happened in the solar system, the choices they could make would actually be very limited. If the blue star turned into a world of magma and sea of fire, then they chose to hide on one side of the space-time gate. It would most likely be a one-way ticket, unable to return to the blue star, and unable to go to another alien world. At that time, more troublesome and serious things will definitely happen. Fortunately, we are not at the end of our rope yet. Peng Xinghong said, Minister Song, the appearance of the time-space gate now gives both of us an opportunity. I will report the situation to the higher authorities next. The current Yunxia Star Country has entered the space age. Even if there is a corrosive nebula approaching, it is not impossible to solve it in advance. She exhaled. The past of their Yunxia Star Country was undoubtedly difficult. But no matter how hard it was before, it is better now. If you encounter a country that is suspected to be yours in the past, you must help if you can. Moreover, although the ancients were technologically backward, the civilization that had not been lost was extremely rich. She initially revealed some information about her side, and then began to ask them about the question they were most concerned about before coming here. It's like this. We came here because many people received a message called Spacetime Source Control System, which revealed the existence of the Spacetime Gate. I wonder if your country knows anything about this system. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Xiai felt that the system sitting next to him inexplicably stopped breathing. Zhang Xiai, when did you change your name? System. This is because my original name, Overlord System, doesn't sound very reliable. I'm afraid to cause you trouble. Host. Zhang Xiai glanced at him, neither believing nor disbelieving. Oh, is that so? I thought your real name was this. System. Dare not speak JPG. When the two communicated through brain waves, Minister Song also gave his own reply. Is that so? We are not sure about this. As for the space-time gate, we are also crossing the river by feeling the stones. However, we do have more experience in space-time gates than your country. She smiled reliably and gently. Because we have seen two other space-time gates before, each space-time gate leads to another world. She said bluntly, maybe we can cooperate in these areas in the future. Unexpectedly, Shigwa did not only see the space-time gate, this was something that no one in Yangtze had expected. Admiral Peng nodded. Okay. I will report to my superiors immediately. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Zhang Xiai watched the people from Yunxia Star Country turn around and leave, and took the smoothline plane back to the starship. After that, some people would stay on Wuyun Star to protect and conduct preliminary exploration of the time-space gate, and the other part would drive the starship away to a place with good signal to report. The people brought by Peng Xinghong this time were all armed personnel, and only 2 or 3 had certain scientific research talents. Now the time-space gate of Wuyun Star undoubtedly needs various scientific researchers and historical research scholars, and even important leaders of their Yunxia Star Country. After all, this is the border between 2 countries. All of this takes time. You know, although the transportation of people in the interstellar space is extremely fast, they usually need to travel a very long distance in light years. It takes a week to get here from the central star at the fastest speed. This is also thanks to the fact that the entire galaxy belongs to Yunxia Star Country, and the route can be reviewed at the fastest speed. If it is a country that shares a galaxy with other star countries, many of its territories are interspersed, and interstellar travel requires passing through other people's borders, which will only take more time. At Admiral Peng's place, they learned that Yunxia Star Country is currently a member of the Interstellar Alliance, and the scope of the Interstellar Alliance is very large. 70% of the star countries in the entire supercluster, including the Yunxia Galaxy, have joined the Interstellar Alliance. The Interstellar Alliance supercluster includes many small galaxy clusters. In short, there are more than tens of thousands of star countries in the Interstellar Alliance. In short, this third time-space gate is definitely a unique and huge challenge and opportunity for Shi country. But, even if we speak the same language, they are very peaceful and friendly, and we can't reveal all our cards. At this time, Zhang Xiai had returned to the north of Tingyang City. Her real direct leader, Minister Lin of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, told her with a smile, Xiao Zhang, you can rest assured that the country will protect you no matter what. Apart from the real situation that only confidential personnel know, more people's impression of Zhang Xiai is just a member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She can only be the emperor in the 2 planes of Yudai Star and Daling Dynasty because of her suitable image and strong ability. But most of the time, Zhang Xiai still does translation work. At least on the surface. The Gate of Miracles project team does a great job of keeping secrets. Things that they don't want to say will not be known even if they use all means. Zhang Xiai and her system are top secrets. Zhang Xiai nodded, and did not express any opinions on these things. These are all important matters, and she will follow the arrangements. Minister Lin said, you don't have to go to Wuyun Star in the next few days, and work in the research group. Wuyun Star is a different world behind the door after all, and no one can guarantee complete safety. Zhang Xi's mission 14 has not been completed yet. Zhang Xiai then went to the research group with Zhang Xiaobai and several security personnel. Yes, Zhang Xi's mission of survival was highly valued. In order to prevent her from having an accident in these 72 hours, not only was a full-body examination arranged, but also security personnel, who were specifically responsible for protecting her, were directly added. They followed her wherever she went, fearing that she would die accidentally. There are still 8 hours left before 72 hours, and Zhang Xiai is still a key protected person. There seemed to be no distinction between day and night and 4 seasons on Wuyun Star, and the temperature was also quite suitable. Neither cold nor hot. But when he returned to Tingyang City, he instantly felt the heat. Zhang Xiai took a few quick steps and sat in the car, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. The system followed silently, and the mimic shell it made was basically the same as a normal person, except that it would not age. At this moment, it was sweating all over its forehead. Everyone came to the research group without saying a word. But in fact Zhang Xiai had already worked overtime to repeat the 2 rewards he had received before to the research group. And now there was nothing to do here. Zhang Xiai sat on the chair, took a sip of boiled water, and poured a cup for the system. She had always had short hair, which made her look neat and tidy. She ran around every day, and did not do any decoration except basic skin care. Now she was barefaced. She blinked her eyes. Drink some water. You sweat so much. Zhang Xiaobai. Zhang Xiaobai picked up the cup and drank it all. Host, don't you have anything to ask me? Since Admiral Peng just mentioned the space-time source control system, Zhang Xiai has not communicated with him again. Nor did she ask questions like before. Nor did she rack her brains to get questions. Zhang Xiai held her chin with her hand. No, if you can. You will tell me. Right? Whether it is the Yunxia Star country that seems to be the future of Blue Star, or the name that seems to be more in line with the system's capabilities, she has some guesses. Not only Zhang Xiai has guesses, but in fact, everyone in Xi country is not stupid. Zhang Xiai, Yunxia Star country. Forget it, anyway. They will definitely send people to check here later. If there is really a nebula approaching the solar system, everything can be verified naturally. Zhang Xiaobai, well, actually not. Zhang Xiai was a little surprised. You said it's not? Yunxia Star country is not our future? Zhang Xiaobai poured himself another glass of water. The blue star where the host is very special, and the Xi country where the host is also very special. He said, you should know that there is no magic that can travel back to the past. Zhang Xiai thought, well, so you said before that you are not from the future Xi kingdom. You are from a place similar to Yunxia Star kingdom? Zhang Xiaobai turned his head and looked at her. His black and white eyes were very serious. Host, you will know a lot of things later. What I can tell you now is that it is the best situation now. Your world will be stronger than Yunxia Star kingdom. And it will also be stronger than the place I came from. Well, then, can you give me a good word? She didn't ask much. She always had a hunch that the answer to all these mysteries would soon be revealed. Space-time source power control system? She thought. This name is much more reliable than Long Outyan's dominant system. 8 hours later, Zhang Xi's task 14 was finally completed. And she got her reward and new task. The reward is Space-time source power energy conversion principle. The task is, host, please bring to narrow the gap in the economic, ideological, and technological levels of the worlds connected by the space-time gate. This task is a long-term task. And the task rewards will be issued in stages every 6 months. These things did not surprise Zhang Xiai. What surprised Zhang Xiai the most was that her system was actually renamed directly on the latest virtual screen. Hello. Host, you have completed the task of dominating greater than or equal to 2 worlds. In response to the call of the times, this system will be transformed into a space-time source control system to protect your future life. Zhang Xiai. Alien dog. Zhang Xiai, I say, do you think I'm a fool? Alien dog, host, these notifications are all initial settings, I can't control them. Zhang Xiai suddenly remembered something. So, is there any main system? You always said you were incompetent before, and put the blame on the main system? Alien dog actually. There isn't. Zhang Xiai, haha, that expression. Chapter 112. Space-time source force is a highly unstable, and not yet fully understood cosmic energy form, which is hidden deep in the structure of the universe, beyond the direct jurisdiction of traditional physical laws. The flow and release of space-time source force are extremely random and unpredictable, and its fluctuation pattern is complex and changeable, making it difficult to accurately measure or simulate by conventional means. Space-time source force can directly intervene in the space-time structure, create or destroy space-time connection points, and allow matter and energy to be transmitted across dimensions. The energy level contained far exceeds any known natural or artificial energy, enough to change the spatial state of a large area in an instant. Under certain conditions, the space-time source force may self-proliferate, increasing its instability. Under other conditions, it may gradually decay until it disappears. This is a partial definition and introduction of the space-time source force in the book Principles of Space-Time Source Force Analysis. Obviously, the space-time source force is a very chaotic energy. Normally, the 3 space-time gates that are now all located in the north of Tingyang City cannot be so stable. Since the concept of space-time source force appeared, many things seem to have vague answers. There is no need for the system to say anything more. The Space-Time Gate project team immediately established the Space-Time Source Force Research Group, bringing together top experts from multiple fields to form an interdisciplinary research and response team. For example, physicists who are responsible for studying the physical properties of space-time source force, the laws of motion and its relationship with space-time structure, astronomy and cosmology experts who have in-depth research on the large-scale structure and evolution of the universe, and can provide background knowledge about the distribution of cosmic energy and space-time curvature, which helps to understand the origin and manifestation of space-time source force in the universe. Geologists and geographers who can provide corresponding monitoring and early warning plans for potential geological disaster risks, plus engineers and technicians, ecologists, environmental protection experts, etc. In short, This is definitely a big team. Of course, many people in this team were already in the research group and have been responsible for the research related to the spacetime gate. Now they are just reorganized and join the spacetime source power research group. Now the system has directly taken off its disguise. So in addition to taking care of the affairs of the spacetime gate, the spacetime source power should also be highly valued. Zhang Ci has also temporarily taken on another position and joined it. But the third spacetime gate has just been opened. Although Shigua and Yangxiak Xingguo have the same language, it seems that Zhang Ci is no longer needed as a translator. But there are always some things that are beyond the plan. For example, the prisoners of Beichik Xingguo who are guarded by both countries, and the escaped Beichik Xingguo starship. Baichi Star 11 is a planet located at the border of Yunxia Star Country and Baichi Star Country. In fact, it is not taken seriously by Baichi Star Country. However, no matter how little attention is paid to it, the officer who was captured with more than 200 soldiers was also a garrison officer of Baichi Star Country. The faster and more advanced the civilization and technology develop, the more attention is paid to the concept of human rights. For all star countries, human life is very important. Please note that the concept of human does not only refer to humanoid creatures. Even if there is only one soldier detained on other planets, Baichi Star Country will definitely find a way to rescue him. The starship that escaped alone immediately reported the incident. The Baichi Star Country officials took it very seriously. Or they had to take it seriously. If this kind of thing were to spread, not to mention the pressure from Yunxia Star Country, there would be considerable turmoil within the Baichi Star Country alone. In recent years, Yunxia Star Country has become increasingly powerful. In the early years, they could still compete with Yunxia Star Country with their own patented technologies and leading economy. In recent years, Yunxia Star Country has gradually surpassed them in military development, even surpassing the 66 star cluster to which they belong. No matter what era, as long as they are ahead in military, they are basically invincible. For example, in the past, when the Baichi Star Country went to Wuyun Star, Yunxia Star Country would directly issue a condemnation statement, listing all kinds of evidence that Wuyun Star belonged to Yunxia Star Country. Now, if they are found, they will be driven away directly, and they will even destroy several warships if they are not careful. The Baichi Star Country watched the video automatically recorded on the warship, and the spacetime gate that appeared on Wuyun Star looked very strange. Both the chariot and the small robot looked like antiques. But they lost. Speaking of which, the protective clothing worn by those who fired at them was also very old, even very bulky, and they didn't look like people of the same era as them, and they looked rustic. But they lost. Thinking about it again, the trajectory of the shells they fired was completely different from the popular light cannons in the interstellar world. They actually had physical shells. They didn't use such bulky weapons 80 years ago, but they lost. And so many soldiers were captured. Finally, the government officials of Baichi held several meetings, discussed the issue. And finally, based on the facial features of the people sitting in the chariot, they believed that they should be related to Yunxia. However, what they didn't expect was that as soon as their analysis results came out, Yunxia sent a very impolite communication letter, which stated that they knew that Baichi's soldiers illegally entered Yunxia's planet and even fought on the planet, causing economic and mental losses. Yunxia condemned this and reported it to the Interstellar Alliance, insisting that Baichi pay the price and accept punishment. In this world, the Interstellar Alliance is an organization with great law enforcement power and ability. It is not coerced by any country and acts in accordance with the law. After all, there are too many countries in the entire galaxy. Many strong countries and many weak countries. Everyone knows that only absolute fairness can last long. Therefore, all star countries are supervisory countries of the Interstellar Alliance and are not allowed to favor one side. Now, according to the rules, the Baichi Star government needs to make a public apology, compensate Yunxia Star for all losses, and never commit the same mistake again. Of course, never committing this crime again will be discussed later. After all, the interstellar space is not as simple as a small planet. After dividing the national border on the planet, it can even be fully monitored. Space is too big. The border between two star countries cannot be monitored in great detail. Therefore, Baichi Star Country always has the opportunity to sneak over and do something untrustworthy. It doesn't matter if it is scolded. The key point is still the compensation issue this time. It should be noted that the country that suffered the most losses this time was not Yunxia Star Country, but Shi Country. Although the existence of Shi Country is unknown now, Yunxia Star Country will not stand in front and take some benefits. This is not the style of Yunxia Star Country. Thinking of the fact that She Country made so many preparations in advance for this war, and used so many precious submachine guns in the battle, Division Commander Tian made a huge request. After consulting Admiral Peng and others, he made a huge request and proposed 5 billion star coins as compensation to Baichi Star Country. This amount has a very strong purchasing power in the interstellar space. A little conversion will also show that it can definitely make up for the shells fired and the damaged tanks and robots. More importantly, this money can allow Shigua to conduct some preliminary exploration in the interstellar world. This world has extremely advanced technology and abundant resources. If Shigua was unable to completely copy the weapons given by the system before because of insufficient resources and technical barriers, now they have a chance. The first step is the funding issue. The time-space gate has only been open for less than a few days. Shigua has no interstellar currency, which makes it inconvenient to do anything. If only half of the 5 billion star coins can be received, the big problem will be solved. If they need money again, they can trade with Yunxia Star Country. Now they are just considering the first step. Peng Xinghong agrees with the amount proposed by Master Tian, and asks the Interstellar Alliance to submit a compensation request in the name of Yunxia Star Country. Although various agreements have not been signed yet, everyone has assumed that the two countries will be close partners in the future. So Yunxia Star Country directly asked She Country to propose the conditions for compensation. And they can also arrange for several She Country members to listen in during the negotiations. At this time, the scientific researchers and important leaders from the central star of Yunxia Star Country had not arrived yet. The soldiers of the 11th Military District were still guarding Wuyun Star. Therefore, the location of the negotiations between the two countries was arranged on the large space carrier that was urgently rushed from the 11th Military District. There were interstellar real-time translators provided by Yunxia Star Country. These equipments allowed the Shi people to understand what the representatives of the Interstellar Alliance and Baichi Star Country said. Perhaps because of the different times, there seemed to be no bargaining habit of cutting in half when meeting in the Interstellar. The 5 billion star coins compensation proposed by Yunxia Star Country was not so difficult to accept in Baichi Star Country. After all, they had more than 200 soldiers in the hands of Yunxia Star Country. In order to exchange these hostages, they just bargained and wanted to pay only 4 billion. After being rejected, they simply agreed. It can only be said that this amount is still within the bottom line of Baichi Star Country. When the negotiation team came back with an interstellar bank card number with 4 billion star coins deposited, Zhang Xiai had come again. This time, She Country had recorded the negotiation. Zhang Xiai came to listen to the recording to see if there was anything to pay attention to, and also to see if there were any omissions in the translation equipment provided by Yunxia Star Country. After all, Yunxia Star Country is not the future She Country. What if there is a real difference in language? Fortunately, this translator is still quite useful. The meaning that Zhang Xiai heard was almost the same as the translation by the translator. With this real-time translation device, there is no need to worry about language problems in the interstellar world. It is said that as long as the basic grammar and vocabulary of a certain language are input into the optical brain, the built-in advanced artificial intelligence will automatically expand the translation library, which is very advanced. Zhang Xiai suddenly had an idea and said, I wonder if this real-time translator can be taken to other places for use. After all, there are still many people who cannot understand the Rock Empire language and the Daling Dynasty language. Minister Song also smiled and said, so I will trouble you to take it to the language research group to set it up later, and then go to the two worlds to try it out separately. This translator looks like a bone conduction wireless headset hanging on the side of the ear, all white, and after hanging it up, it will automatically translate all languages other than the native language set by the user. Although there are many translators in Rock Empire and Daling Dynasty, Zhang Xiai is definitely the most professional when it comes to the translator, who can understand everyone's words most freely. After all, she is a hacker. Minister Lin said, if this translator can be used normally on other planets, then our staff can enter the two planets in large numbers and quickly. And the time for language training classes can be saved. The two poor worlds will enter a stage of rapid development. Chapter 113. Zhang Xiai was busy with a new task. But for now, on the 7th day after the spacetime gate appeared, the delegation from Yunxia Star finally arrived. At this time, some simple buildings had appeared on Wuyun Star, and the scientific research team of She Country was observing the planet day and night, and the nebula surrounding Wuyun Star. Scattered scientific research robots were walking on the rough ground, and not far away there was a nest of rabbits, which were enclosed in a fenced circle of moderate size, and were running around lively. A little further away is a small building made of color steel plates, which provide shelter for the precious instruments. After all, Wuyun Star belongs to the territory of Yunxia Star Country. Xi Country cannot conduct large-scale exploration without discretion. It is only conducting scientific observations on the nebula and other nearby planets. Of course, all the details can only be carried out after the two countries have a formal conversation. If there is anything more troublesome about this third spacetime gate, it is naturally the territorial issue. Unlike the cession of territory by the Rock Empire at that time and the direct legal ascension of the Daeling dynasty. In this interstellar world, although Wuyun Star, where the spacetime gate is located, is an uninhabited planet, it will not relax its vigilance on territorial issues just because no one lives there. Xi Country itself also has such awareness. But if Xi Country wants to enter the interstellar world, the time-space gate is here, and it can only settle here. Then borrowing Wuyun Star, or borrowing part of the land of Wuyun Star, has become the initial focus of Xi Country's interstellar development. This time, the second leader of Yunxia Star Country brought the entire negotiation and scientific research team here. One warship after another landed on the other side of Wuyun Star. Although the magnetic field of the entire Wuyun Star is chaotic due to the nebula, and many things on the starship cannot be used normally, it must be said that Wuyun Star is indeed very beautiful at this time. In this dazzling beauty, the two sides began their first formal contact. The second leader of Yunxia Star Country was named Bai Xingqi, a middle-aged man with gray hair, a smile on his lips, and looked very elegant. Minister Song thought that this leader had the usual temperament of Premier Xia Jin, and all his sharpness seemed to be covered under a gentle appearance. For Yunxia Star Country, the person sitting opposite them might be their ancestor. Although it is now the interstellar age, they also belong to, similar to, the source of Chinese civilization. There is no need to say more about their curiosity about history and ancestors. Therefore, at this time, the representatives of Yunxia Star Country all looked at the Xi people with shining eyes. Xi people? Although hundreds of years have passed, Yunxia Star Country's etiquette in formal occasions is still shaking hands. Both sides shook hands and greeted each other naturally. The common language made the process very smooth. Then it was business. Minister Lin wore a formal dress with Xi Country's characteristic cloud pattern today. She smiled and said, "Friends of Yunxia Star Country, hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Qing. I am the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Xi Country's Alien Affairs Processing Project Team. This is Comrade Song Jichuan, the General Manager of the project team. I am very happy to see a country so similar to us behind the even magical Miracle Gate." Minister Lin raised his head slightly and said in a neither humble nor arrogant tone, "Xi Country is a country with a long history, peace-loving, proactive and enterprising. We also have absolute goodwill towards Yunxia Star Country. We hope that our two countries can achieve complementary advantages and mutual benefit and win-win results, and create a good future." The attitude of Shigua is undoubtedly generous. It is true that Yangxiak Xingguo is much stronger than Shigua. Or in other words, it is impossible to compare Blue Star with him. However, Shigua will never do this. If the other party is strong, of course, we can show an attitude of learning, but we cannot be weak. This is the dignity of a country. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Shigua initially proposed to Yangxiak Xingguo to lease part of the land of Wayangxing. The two sides also signed a relatively flexible business agreement. In principle, both sides implement free trade, but each commodity needs to pass a special review, and the trade quantity is also subject to certain restrictions. This point was of course raised by Shigua. After all, many mechanical products in Yangxiak Xingguo do not require manual labor and are fully automatic. Although these things can make people's daily lives more convenient, the price is not expensive. However, technology that is too far ahead of its time in Shigua will only cause many people to suddenly lose their jobs and functions, causing social unrest. In addition, Shigua's productivity is limited. Even if the productivity of the entire Blue Star is included, it is still limited. While Yangxiak Xingguo has the purchasing power of an entire galaxy, unrestricted trade will only drag down Shigua, and both raw materials and production space will be on the verge of collapse. In short, everything can only be done slowly. Shigua's physical goods are destined to be limited in purchase. Yunxia Star Country readily agreed. The appearance of the spacetime gate actually made Shigua and Untitled Star Country form a natural alliance. The space-time gate that can connect two parallel universes is not only for Shigwa, but also for the Interstellar Alliance. This kind of power is extremely powerful, and it is an invisible energy. If this matter is not handled well, Untitled Star Country itself will be in great trouble. Not to mention the delicate partnership between the two sides. Therefore, Untitled Star Country's current research is still more focused on the space-time gate itself, rather than entering another world through the space-time gate for cosmic exploration. Both sides maintain a good sense of proportion. Moreover, She Country has advantageous products that Untitled Star Country absolutely cannot refuse. It is a hot summer day, but the temperature of Untitled Star is far lower than that of Blue Star. Even so, Blue Star is a very desirable place for many people. At this time, Lena followed Village Chief Chu through the magical gate. It has been more than a year since the time-space gate first appeared in the Black Dragon Valley. This period of time has truly brought about earth-shaking changes to the entire Rock Empire. For Lena, the biggest change is that their village no longer belongs to this place. This is simply a blessing from God. Oh no, there is no God in the world. It should be the blessing of the ancestors, and the reason why Lena had the opportunity to enter the She Kingdom that she had heard of countless times, this time was because she was the first local villager who could pass the graduation exam in the village elementary school, and got a chance to study in the summer. After all, Shigwa has limited local manpower. For such a long time, Village Chief Chu has led the villagers to set up various village-level factories, teaching everyone how to get rich. Now the whole village has moved into new houses, there is sufficient water and electricity, convenient transportation, and every household has surplus food and surplus money. But the development of a region cannot rely on the efforts of such a small group of people. Although Lena only has a primary school diploma now, she has her own goal for such a long time, which is to help Village Chief Chu develop the village better and better. There are many people like Lena. Special cases are treated specially, different from the educational requirements of Shigwa. People in Rock Empire and Daling Dynasty can choose whether to pursue further vocational training after graduating from elementary school. Originally, this measure was still in the plan, but the emergence of the translator made everything much simpler. At least there was no need to worry about the language. She took the transparent earphone-shaped translator issued to her, activated it according to the staff's instructions, and entered her native language. Soon, the messy Shigwa language spoken by the people around her, even with a dialect accent, was all converted into the rock language she was most familiar with. Lena's eyes suddenly lit up. This was the first time she encountered such a magical thing. This was simply a miracle. Village Chief Chu, who had been wearing it, was also quite satisfied with the translator. In fact, Village Chief Chu had already received his own translator 2 days ago. After using it for a few days, he was also amazed. As long as everyone carries a translator, the language problem will be solved directly. Everyone just needs to speak the language they are best at. Now Lena has personally experienced this convenience and excitedly asked the village chief, then, can everyone in our village be equipped with one in the future? In fact, they don't need translators much now, because all Shigwa's staff working on Untitled Star have received language training, and generally there will be no communication barriers. But now the times have changed, Lena thought. The reason why she wanted to go out for further study this time was because there was a rare opportunity now, which allowed Lena to go to another planet to communicate with Shigwa. On that planet, there was a group of people who were as poor as them. No, perhaps even poorer than them. Now Hope City basically allows Untitled Star and Little Blue Star to have mutual business exchanges. Lena has the opportunity to enter the Great Ling Dynasty for inspection. But the language barrier is troublesome after all. Fortunately, there is a translator now, which not only allows her to go to Shigwa for further study, but also does not have to worry about inspections and visits. That's great, Lena said. Our country is so powerful. Village Chief Chu smiled heartily. It is indeed powerful. Shigwa has obtained a large number of translators, which are enough for Shigwa's staff to travel back and forth between 3 planets. The interstellar world is not used for the time being. The language training class at the Chungbei base has also been temporarily suspended. People who are interested in some languages can choose to learn by themselves. Most people directly take translators to their respective positions. Compared with the interstellar world, which requires cautious contact, Daling Dynasty and Yudexing New District, which have experienced a period of stable development, have ushered in a rapid development. Of course, these translators were bought by the business department of the Miracle Gate project team. because in just a dozen days, She Country already had a best-selling product in Yunxia Star Country. Currently, hundreds of millions of copies have been sold, and the sales volume is still rising rapidly. There is no need to worry about the production of this kind of product, nor the raw materials, because this kind of product that is very popular in the interstellar is a virtual product. At this time on Wuyun Star Xiaofu, a little soldier of Yunxia Star Country, excitedly pulled Dali, a staff member of She Country. This music can really soothe the spirit. I feel much better after listening to it. Chapter 114. For Yunxia Star Country, there is now a difficult problem that is difficult to solve nationwide, and even in the entire galaxy, 963 radiation sickness. With the development of science and technology to this stage, all kinds of physical diseases, except for some difficult and complicated genetic diseases and irreversible injuries, or sudden death that can't even last for a few seconds, other diseases can be treated. According to the current conditions of Yunxia Star Country, every citizen has his own home treatment device, and can have a physical examination at any time as long as he wants. Without queuing up in the hospital, some common minor illnesses can be easily solved by the treatment device, and slightly more serious diseases that require surgery can be treated in the hospital, and it basically doesn't take too long. But 963 radiation sickness is not aimed at physical damage, but mental damage. The current interstellar world has not developed the mental power that can destroy the world as described in many science fiction novels. And the mecha is not operated with mental power. But the existence of mental power has been vaguely felt. The brain of intelligent creatures is originally very mysterious. It is only a matter of time for everyone to discover the power of the mind. However, this research has not been very smooth, because there is a mysterious ray in the universe where the Interstellar Alliance is located. This ray is the 963rd cosmic ray observed. So the mental disorder and disease caused by this ray to humans, referring to all intelligent creatures in the interstellar world, is named 963 radiation sickness. This disease cannot be cured. After all, radiation is always present. Even if the mind returns to normal, it will soon be irradiated and sick again. The only way is to keep everyone normal through long-term daily comfort, so that they will not fall into pain due to radiation sickness. There are different ways to comfort. If you can avoid taking medicine, everyone chooses not to take medicine. The most effective is naturally some soothing music, books, picture albums, literary works, commonly known as relaxation. If we use the She people as an example, some people can comfort themselves by listening to music and watching movies. Some may want to pet dogs and cats. Some may want to read novels that suit their taste. And some may want to watch videos of donkey hoofs and carpets. In short, this kind of thing varies from person to person. But everyone's state is also different. Therefore, after a long period of observation and statistics, everyone has also found the most effective way to comfort. Music. Music is the common language of the world, enough to guide people into the secret realm of the soul. Because of the diversity of music, everyone can find their own preferences in the world of music, and the time and money costs are low. It is the most popular mental soothing agent. After learning about this, Shigua asked several soldiers from Yongxiak Xingguo to help test several classic pure music that Yongxiak Xingguo had lost but Shigua still had, such as 3 variations on Plum Blossoms, Fisherman's Song at Dusk, the modern adaptation of Butterfly Lovers, Spring River Moon Night were also taken out. The effect is very good. This kind of music with profound historical background and national characteristics makes people close their eyes and appreciate it. The emotions and charm expressed by the instruments can soothe the spirit. Moreover, after the second time-space gate was opened, Shigua immediately began to protect and study the various cultures of the Daling dynasty. Music is of course an important part of it. Shigua musicians, performers, historians and masters of music in the Daling dynasty sorted out all the classic music scores about music that have survived from ancient times to the present in the Daling dynasty, and created many new works on this basis. So, when it comes to music, Shigua is now richer than before. It took only 2 days for Shigua's 10 carefully selected pure music to be available on several major music copyright software in Yongxiak Xingguo. In the interstellar world, copyright works are well protected, and piracy has no way out. Whether it is literary works, film and television works or music, the classification system conscientiously protects audiences that are not suitable for this age group. The people are of high quality, and naturally they are willing to spend money on copyright works. Most of the newly released pure music have very simple and poetic names. The name of the company that released it is simply Shihua Studio. However, such a simple and unadvertised way of release has achieved a very high purchase volume in a few hours. The population of Yunxia Star Country is as high as 20 billion. For such a large scale, the attention of 1/10 millionth of the attention is a very large market. After more than 10 days, the number of star coins earned by Shi Country has exceeded the compensation given by Baichi Star Country. Moreover, it has received hundreds of millions of favorable comments and numerous Amway posts in the star network of Yunxia Star Country, which indicates that the route of virtual goods has great potential. More importantly, after more than 10 days of shallow research, the Shigua Commercial Department has figured out some of Yunxia Star Country's preferences in literary works, and has also cooperated with Yunxia Star Country to complete a large part of the infrastructure construction of Weiyun Star. The two sides communicated more details afterwards. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. For both countries, it is actually more important to form a professional and efficient cooperation model. For example, today the first batch of Yunxia Star Country products that will be fully popularized was shipped to Shi Country. Of course, this is also the product that Shi Country is most determined to buy. Except for the year-worn light energy translator. This is a batch of medical equipment and medicines. With these things, more difficult and complicated diseases that were considered untreatable on Blue Star will become treatable. This is the light of hope for countless patients and their families. And it is very important that these instruments are not expensive. At least the money earned by Shi Country now can afford to buy a number of top 3 hospitals across the country. And this is just the beginning. There will be more to come. This is the most desired goal of Shigua and Yongxiaxingguo in trade. Of course, Shigua is famous for its strong ability to act. Then they started a new action. The Ling Dynasty, the Imperial Palace. Su Xian adjusted the light blue dress she was wearing. This dress was made of gauze. Both arms were exposed, and she was wearing a pair of open-toed sandals. She would never dare to wear such clothes before, but the noble ladies would wear them occasionally. But it would not be a big deal if the noble ladies wore them, but if she wore them, she would really be. Because she was a zither player. Su Xian learned to play the guqin and pipa since she was a child. She was once famous in the capital, and even played the guqin for the emperor. But later, a senior official said that the guqin was a gentleman's instrument. And how could a little musician like her become famous with it? From then on, she focused on playing the pipa. After the empress ascended the throne, she banned all the brothels and the music streets. The musicians who did not belong to the court music hall were all taken into the newly renamed literary and art department. As a yesterday's flower whose blooming period had passed, she became the leader of the string and pipa group because of her superb pipa skills. Although the empress established this arts department and asked them to study music scores and exquisite skills every day, she never asked them to perform at any banquets. They just often had to cooperate in recording some music videos. They usually didn't understand what it meant, but they always felt a little uneasy in such a relaxing life. Today she was called out, saying that there was an important matter to discuss with her. At the suggestion of their string group instructor Jiang, she put on this new dress. At this time, instructor Jiang was standing beside her, holding her hand and walking inside. Don't be nervous, Sushin. Sushin nodded. She knew right from wrong. She was living such a good life now. All thanks to His Majesty. Now she was willing to do anything he asked her to do. The two of them entered a house, with a sign of the Ministry of Literature and Art from the side door of the palace. This place had been renovated, and was much more solid than before. After a while, everyone would move out of the palace and move to the newly built office building. So Sushin also caught up. After entering the palace, there was a small gatehouse, and through it was a long corridor. Walking through this corridor, they soon arrived at a palace courtyard, where Sushin met the minister of their Ministry of Literature and Art, Minister Rong Mingxi. Because most of the literary and artistic workers in the Daling dynasty were of low status before, and suffered a lot of persecution, women were considered more when arranging managers. It can be said that except for a few departments, the literature and art department is mostly composed of women. Minister Rong smiled and said, as soon as he saw the two of them, Xiao Jiang is here. This is Su Xian. Right? Come and do it. Su Xian sat down stiffly, holding her pipa in her hand, and her palms were full of sweat. Minister Rong poured a glass of water for each of them. I called you here this time, because there is something important. She looked at Su Xian. Su Xian, are you willing to go somewhere else to perform the pipa? Su Xian's face froze. She thought she was going to perform at a banquet for the rich and powerful. But she heard Minister Rong continue, Don't get me wrong. It's not a private performance, but a formal concert. It's going to another place, quite far away, with our elite band of the art department, to promote our Daling culture. Su Xian's expression changed again. She raised her head, and there seemed to be something in her eyes. At this point, Minister Rong paused for a moment, although this is a good thing. I have heard that the environment in that place is not very good. If you stay there for a long time, you may suffer from mental fatigue, and serious cases may cause insomnia and dreaminess. Yes, the best way to let a country, or even the world, know about something is to have a few live performances. The tour itself will be very popular. Therefore, in order to bring goods to virtual products and form a healthy output as soon as possible, Shigua decided to form a propaganda team and follow the diplomatic inspection team formed by the country to go to Yangtze for inspection and performance exchanges. It's just, the Shi people are also human beings. They didn't have this disease when they lived on the Blue Star before. But when they came to the interstellar world, they would of course be exposed to that kind of radiation. It's okay for a short time, but it will be a problem if it lasts a little longer. But after all, the Shi people can return to the Blue Star at any time, so it won't be as difficult to recover as the interstellar people. But even so, Minister Song and his team said directly, when they issued the notice, that all the performers should decide for themselves whether to perform. Su Xian carefully asked about what the concert would be like, whether she was actually going there on behalf of the Daling dynasty, and other questions, and her eyes became brighter and brighter. She does have low self-esteem, but that is because of her status, her past, and the things that were once regarded as playthings. She is very confident in her Pipa's skills. Pipa was Su Xian's hard childhood, and it has also been her companion for so many years. She loves Pipa very much. Su Xian is willing to go. It is regarded as a word. Chapter 115. Again, no one can resist the charm of Shigua's traditional music. The stories and surging emotions contained in it are told by the instruments in a subtle or explicit way. There is no human voice, but it is like a song in tears, interpreting a magnificent chapter that makes people's hearts surge. The recorded version alone is so touching, and the live version will be even more shocking. Therefore, when Shigua formed an inspection team to Yangtze, it decided to join a traditional music band of Shigua. This band was formed by the cooperation of Shigua and Daling dynasty. Those who can join the band are definitely the most skilled ones. Shigua has made reservations with Yangtze in advance for several large theaters in the Central Star, and will directly hold live concerts at that time. Su Xian and others are the representatives of the musicians of the Daling dynasty. However, everything is still in the preparation stage. For Shigua, the most important thing now is to welcome the Space Nebula Research Team of Yangtze. The domination system, oh no, it should be called the Spacetime Source Power Control System now, referred to as the Spacetime System, or just call it by its name. Zhang Xiaobai has revealed that Shigua is not the ancestor of Yangtze. The two are not different time periods of the same spacetime. But this does not mean that the solar system where Shigua is located is not threatened by the corrosive nebula. It is known that Shigua and Yangtze are two extremely similar parallel spacetimes. Who can be completely sure of the variables of the two spacetimes? The spacetime source power is a threat, and the corrosive nebula is also. The system put the threat of the spacetime source power on the table and told Shigua, which is completely different from the history of Yangtze. But what if Shigua is unlucky, and both of them are involved? Who can we complain to? Therefore, Shigua agreed to Yangtze proposal, and let their scientists enter first, using technology far beyond the Blue Star to explore. If it is true, they will start to solve it. If it is false, everyone will be happy. The leader of the Space Nebula Survey Team is a young scholar who looks young. Although this expert named Zhang is in his 20s or 30s. He is actually 48 years old. He is also a well-known interstellar expert in Yangtze. After he and other staff moved into the Chongbei base, he immediately started to build the equipment. The specific process is as follows. They will first observe some initial data at the Chongbei base, and then borrow the Shigua Aerospace Launch Center to launch more professional equipment into space for detailed observations. This way, they can more accurately see whether there is really a nebula approaching the solar system. In addition to the equipment they are using now, they also brought with them the probe flying into space. A disassembled version. After all, the probe is quite large and cannot be transported through the spacetime gate. It can only be disassembled here and reassembled. In fact, this is quite troublesome. Fortunately, Yongxiak Xingguo has professional assembly robots that can assemble accurately and quickly. Even so, it would take at least a month to complete this survey task. And all aspects need to be coordinated and arranged. It would be better if the space-time gate could be bigger. Everyone sighed in a low voice with regret. Minister Song, who was mainly responsible for arranging this matter, was very open-minded. If the gate wants to be bigger, it depends on Xiao Zhang. The current tasks are settled every 6 months. It is definitely impossible to do it in a short time. Since it can't be done, there is no need to worry about it. She was so busy that she had no time to rest. The work of the 3 space-time gates was definitely not something that ordinary people could easily figure out. Fortunately, the research and affairs of the space-time gates are not only the responsibility of Minister Song. All departments of Xigua have sent some staff to be responsible for it. After all, strictly speaking, the workload of various affairs in the alien world has now caught up with that of Xigua. At this time, near a farmland only 50 miles from Tingyang City, several electric tricycles passed by the roadside and drove to a small village not far away. There were many flower discs on the sunflower field on the roadside. These flower discs were neatly dried on the cleared open space. The sunflower seeds on the flower discs became more prominent after being exposed to the sun. The sunshine conditions have been very good in the past few days. It is estimated that they can be knocked off the flower discs after a few more days of drying. Originally, these sunflower seeds could be taken to the open space at home to dry, but this year the villagers planted more for oil extraction, and they could not be dried at home and could only be dried directly in the field. Fortunately, there has been no rain in recent days, which is also quite convenient. In those days, supplies were relatively abundant, and no one stole or robbed the flower trays drying here. The villagers all went home because it was too hot, and no one was watching. However, I don't know if it was because the weather was too hot, but in the direction far away from the village, a piece of land suddenly rippled with hazy light waves. Just like the stagnant feeling when snowflakes are about to appear but haven't appeared when sitting at home watching TV. Or the evaporation feeling above the road when the weather is too hot. In short, the air there was inexplicably distorted. With this twist, something wrong happened. The 4 or 5 sunflower discs placed at the edge disappeared inexplicably, and what replaced them was a small patch of weeds and a gray rabbit sleeping in the weeds. The rabbit suddenly came to a hot place and was suddenly awakened by the sun. It suddenly turned over, turned its head around, sniffed around, and then ran away quickly. There was no one here, and there was no surveillance or anything like that. This little change seemed to be unnoticed by anyone, leaving only a small patch of ground covered with foxtail grass. Zhang Xiai is staying in the research group. When the concept of spacetime source power came out, everyone realized the dual nature of the spacetime gate. At present, the preliminary research team has been formed. Zhang Xiai is leading the system in the hope of digging out more knowledge. Of course, the reason why Zhang Xiai can do this is that the system cooperates with it, although it still does not reveal where it came from, and whether its purpose is really just to help Xigua control the spacetime source power. But it is obvious that since the system appeared, it has not told any other lies except to fool itself that it is a bullshit system. I always feel that you hope that Xigua will immediately develop a more advanced spacetime source control system than yours. Zhang Xiai said. I think you are already very advanced. Zhang Xiaobai glanced at her. Host, I have told you many times that I am a relatively basic system. I cannot solve many things. Otherwise, why don't I fix the spacetime gates together, so that you don't have to toss like this? He stretched out his hand and looked at it like a human. Host, I am not a god. Zhang Xiai exhaled. I am just expressing my feelings. You see, you are doing very well now. The 3 spacetime gates are all very stable. The system wanted to say something, but suddenly stopped, and his eyes widened suddenly. No, host, something went wrong. Zhang Xiai, ah? The system stood up suddenly. He was used to this human body now. He had changed from a master of dressing to a more comfortable one. At least, he would not suddenly make Zhang Xiai and himself stand out. But his surprise was a little exaggerated at this moment, as if something impossible had happened. Zhang Xiai looked at him in confusion. What happened to you? The system lowered its head and looked at her. I thought it would happen a long time later, but it happened now. Zhang Xiai asked. What happened? The system held her wrist and walked out, the disorder of the source of time and space. As they spoke, the two rushed out of the room. Chapter 116. Julin Village, an ordinary village in Xigua, belongs to Dongzhou Town. Diyu County. Tingyang City, with more than 200 households and a population of more than 900 people. There are many such villages in Shigua, nothing special. People who need to farm, work, and some run online stores for agricultural and sideline products in the village, selling the village's plums, apples, dried sweet potatoes, dried bamboo shoots, and bamboo products. The main feature is the original handmade products, which are quite popular and have good business. Therefore, although it is not outstanding, Julin village is also a well-developed village. However, no matter how good it is, it cannot change the nature of the grandparents in the village who like to watch the excitement. Or in fact, a large part of the Shi people like to watch the excitement. So someone told everyone that several people came from outside the village, looking for the owner of the sunflower field outside the village. The sunflower field is not very large, but because it used to be everyone's private land, the sunflower field belongs to 4 families. Several villagers thought something had happened, and hurriedly followed the person who reported the news to the outside of the village. As a result, after running here, I didn't find anything unusual here. The number of flower discs drying here was about the same, and there was no damage. There were about 10 strangers standing on the side of the road. Most of them were very young, and 2 or 3 were already middle-aged. They were all looking at the flower discs with serious faces. On the other side, some villagers shouted, "Hey, the village chief is here." As the village chief, Wang Xiangqiang felt something was wrong when he saw this scene. He hurriedly walked forward a few steps and found that these people were all staring at the same place. That place looked very abrupt among the crops that had already been harvested, because there seemed to be a pit dug here, and the soil underneath was dark and moist. Wang Xiangqiang frowned. "Huh? What is this?" His question was not answered by anyone, but a young man who looked too young in the crowd came over. Judging from his face, he was only in his teens, but he was very tall. "Hello. I want to ask, was there anyone guarding this place an hour and a half ago? The current time is 4 p.m., and an hour and a half ago was 2:30 p.m. in this hot summer. Even farmers who face the luz and back to the sky have to work at different times. Especially the high temperature these days is really unbearable. At least everyone will start working after 4 p.m. However, Village Chief Wang turned around and asked other people in the village, especially the old people who often risked their lives for a little harvest, to see if anyone had been here more than an hour ago. However, the answers he got were all negative. No one was here more than an hour ago, he replied. This seemed to be good news. He found that several people around him secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But they said nothing, as if they came here for a walk, and left not long after. Not only Wang Xiangqiang, but other villagers also felt puzzled. The owners of the sunflowers hurried over to check the flower discs. One of them muttered, "It seems that a few are missing." But because there were so many flower discs drying, he was not sure whether they were really missing. So he just underestimated it, and did not mention it again. Wang Xiangqiang glanced at everyone and reminded them, "If these flower discs can be dried at the doorstep, move them home to dry." The villagers agreed happily, treating the incident as an unclear excitement. Some people also discussed whether some big boss had taken a fancy to the land outside their village and wanted to requisition it. In short, no one thought much about it. On the road far away from the village, Zhang Xiai was sitting in the explosion-proof car, looking at the densely packed weeds that had been put into a big box. "So did you see anything? And we only dug this little bit of soil. In fact, a large part of this land belongs to the Rock Empire." "Right?" Zhang Xiaobai glanced at her. "This land was dug because the weeds here are very harmful to crops. Not because this is from another world." He looked serious. "Host, the trouble caused by the disorder of the space-time source force is not just that humans are frightened. Swapping the 2 pieces of land without alarming anyone is already the mildest. If a beast is teleported next time, the villagers may be injured or killed without prior preparation. Or if you accidentally teleport a nest of harmful insects, it will be a big trouble." Zhang Xiai immediately thought of the example given in the book on the principle of space-time source force analysis, such as moving a house into the sea, or moving a person into a primeval forest. This is simply a nightmare. This time, the person who accompanied them to deal with the emergency was Professor Tang Jinghua of the Space-Time Source Force Research Group, who immediately asked, "Xiaobai, can you sense what has been teleported?" Zhang Xiaobai said, "What I can sense is not that something has been teleported. I can't explain the details, but I have my own judgment method, and I can roughly guess what has been teleported. The closer I get to the place where I am being teleported, the more accurate my judgment will be. To be honest, he was a little surprised when he suddenly sensed the disorder of the spacetime source force. Because according to the current practice of Shigua, this problem should not occur at this stage. But his judgment was obviously wrong. The system looked at the weed box in front of it and said, "Host. Next. We may be a little busy." Zhang Xiai leaned back in the chair. "Well, I know. How can the disorder of the spacetime source force be ended in one go?" The system had told them before that if they wanted the spacetime source force to be stable, they needed to make all the worlds connected by the spacetime gate develop more and more closely. Shigua is now working hard for this. And now things suddenly did not develop as the system expected. Zhang Xiai looked out the window, and the only reason she could think of was this third spacetime gate. To be honest, the events connected after the first two time-space gates are still relatively backward. But in terms of the development process of Blue Star, the three industrial revolutions took only more than 200 years in total. But the gap between Yunxia Star Country and Shi Country alone is more than 500 years. If the other two planets are added, the overall gap is too big. If the way to maintain the stability of the system is to keep the average value of a certain level of development between several worlds at a relatively medium level, then the addition of Yunxia Star Country makes this point unattainable. These days, Zhang Xiai has been thinking about these things when she has nothing to do. She certainly knows that the development of the world cannot be rushed. Forcing things to grow will only make people's thinking unable to keep up with the times, and eventually collapse. But what else can be done? Unless the entire Blue Star joins this self-rescue action. But this is really difficult. Zhang Xiai believes that the motherland will find a way. So before that, she will try her best to do everything she can. Tingyang City North Base. Minister Song looked at Prime Minister Xia on the other side of the video, with an unprecedented sternness on his face. At present, the source of time and space has entered a chaotic stage. If we want to solve it, we must increase the speed of our development as soon as possible. We must lead the entire Blue Star. But now Blue Star is still independent. And it is a mess. The conflicts between countries and ethnic groups are very difficult to reconcile, including Shigua itself. Premier Xia was silent for a few seconds, and then said, "Unite all forces that can be united." Minister Song, "What do you mean?" Premier Xia said, "Comrade Jichuan, think about what we have been doing. Facing poor countries, we help, protect, and support. But for countries stronger than us, we can learn, communicate, and use them. Especially when everyone's interests are the same. That's not called use." Minister Song's eyes lit up. That's overcoming difficulties together. There are two ways to solve the chaos on Blue Star. One solution is for Shigua to become completely powerful, and use absolute strength to encourage everyone to coexist peacefully and develop together. But unfortunately, Shigua cannot do this now, and is not completely sure. Another way is to lure them with benefits, let everyone temporarily put aside their differences, and make everyone give in with absolute benefits, which requires proposing a condition that no one can refuse. It just so happens that this second way, Shigua has a way to do it. To be honest, compared to the old rival Philippines, which always opposes itself and makes some new moves from time to time, Shigua actually has a better impression of Yangtze Xingwo, which has just established diplomatic relations. Now everyone is on the same boat again, compared to the confused Yinhua, which may drag everyone to death together. Yangtze Xingwo is obviously rational and friendly. After Minister Song hung up the video, he immediately called Minister Lin of the Diplomatic Reception Department. The negotiation team of Yunxia Star Country is still here to conduct comprehensive sampling and research on the spacetime gate, while the number 2 leader of Yunxia Star Country is touring Tingyang City under the leadership of Minister Lin. Today they are visiting the Tingyang City Museum. Prime Minister Bai can hardly contain his excitement, but on the surface, he is still very calm. He records these unprecedented cultural relics as much as possible within the scope allowed, even if it is not certain whether Shi Country is the past of Yunxia Star Country. It seems that the ancient history of the two countries is the same, and the order of each feudal dynasty is the same. Therefore, although these cultural relics have long been lost in Yangtze Country, they are indeed the things of their ancestors. Those ancient cultural relics, antiques, paintings, and decorations are so fascinating. Even a city museum has so many cultural relics. You are really good at protecting cultural relics. After hearing this, Minister Lin smiled politely at first. We are indeed very careful to protect them. After all, They have been ruthlessly plundered. To be honest, there are more than 15 million such cultural relics in other countries. Prime Minister Bai. Seeing his shocked look, Minister Lin smiled helplessly. So far, we have only recovered a small part of the cultural relics looted during the war. If Chinese people want to see them, they have to spend money to go abroad. Prime Minister Bai recalled the invasion war that Shigua had encountered in history books. It was written that the cultural relics were looted, but there was no specific number. In the end, the entire Blue Star turned into a sea of fire, not to mention any cultural relics. I didn't expect there would be so many, Minister Lin added, but we are also working hard to get or buy back our cultural relics. Prime Minister Bai nodded. He could imagine how difficult it was and felt the same way. In fact, Yunxia Star Country now has archives of most things except for some old cultural relics and books that are not suitable for escaping with them. Therefore, even in the interstellar era, the civilization gap is not very serious. But this does not mean that he will not feel distressed. Therefore, Prime Minister Bai, including several other officials beside Prime Minister Bai, solemnly stated that if Xi country needs Yunxia Star Country's help in this regard, everyone will definitely do their best. Yunxia Star Country can provide assistance in both military and economic aspects. He said so. Minister Lin smiled politely. But she didn't say anything else. After all, she was taking people on a tour, so there was no need to talk about overly heavy topics. However, a few minutes later, Minister Lin received a call. Everyone had to end the museum tour early and return to the North City base. At this time, Minister Song was already waiting in the conference room. Prime Minister Bai. I'm very sorry to call you back early. Minister Song sighed. But our two worlds have reached a time of life and death, and I have to quickly explain something to you. She said solemnly. The space-time gate has become disordered. Or in other words, the power that caused the space-time gate to appear has become disordered. Chapter 117. Philippine President Silas has been a little upset recently. As one of the most powerful countries in the entire Blue Star, Philippines has been under increasing pressure recently. The national strength of Shigua is visibly getting stronger and stronger. And things that are invisible to the naked eye, referring to the time-space gate leading to another world, are even more terrifying. Silas is getting older, and the election will start again in a year. Whether he can keep his position as president is now a critical moment. If he cannot make some achievements in this era of great contention, the Shigua will catch up and surpass the national strength of the Philippines. Although Shigua has agreed to allow some expert teams from the Philippines to enter the other world, the various conditions are set to be harsh. The items to be carried and the scope of activities after arriving in the other world are regulated. It is impossible to tamper with them. Silas was worried, so worried that his forehead became bald. However, it was useless to worry. Xi country was now unyielding. It was indifferent to economic wars, and was not afraid of energy wars at all, not to mention food and territory. Just a space-time gate had already freed Xi country from all the constraints imposed by other countries on Blue Star. Not only was it showing off its military power, but other means were also ineffective. In short, it was so uncomfortable. Silas sighed, and listened to his secretary telling him what news was worth his attention from yesterday to today. Normally, if it is a very important news event, he will know it immediately. Now what he heard is not so important, or he still has time to slowly figure out how to deal with it. However, the secretary just read that Xiongwa and Shigua will hold a general meeting of the Jade Brick National Alliance in a month and a half, at which time the newly expanded member countries will be announced. Silas had two more wrinkles on his face. He felt that Xiongwa and Shigua were plotting against the Philippines by setting up this so-called cooperative alliance. It was really not good. But before he could think about anything else, the phone on the table suddenly rang. The secretary stepped forward to answer the phone. Mr. President, it's Mr. Caleb, the Minister of Defense. Silas nodded and took the phone himself. Mr. Caleb. However, Caleb, who always said a few polite words to him, spoke very directly this time. President Silas, something happened. This is definitely the worst situation. Silas frowned, thinking that Caleb had become more and more impetuous recently. Last time, his fighter jet was disrupted by Shigua and recorded a video, which made the Philippines lose face and was ridiculed and questioned. Before he said anything at that time, Caleb immediately made a fuss and said it was a bad situation. It hasn't been long since then. And there is another worse situation? Caleb, calm down. Blue Star is not going to explode yet. You even have time to calm down and have a cup of coffee," Silas said humorously. However, this did not calm Caleb down at all. "No, President Silas. You don't know what happened. I suspect that the blue planet is really going to explode." Silas' mouth was stiff. "What?" Caleb almost made a sharp explosion. "Just 2 minutes ago, our garrison stationed on the island country saw with their own eyes a huge UFO rising from the territory of She country. This flying object was extremely fast, and has now left the territory of She country, and is heading for the Philippines. In fact, the garrison said something even more exaggerated, such as the Deus Ex Machina of aliens, the divine punishment sent by God, and some even said that this was a world-destroying artifact that the She people had found through magic. Silas couldn't believe what he heard. You know, the territory of She is very large. He really couldn't imagine any means of transportation that could leave She's territory within 2 minutes. What speed would it take to do that? Oh God. Silas was a little incoherent, subconsciously denying. "Caleb, today is not April Fool's Day. Caleb, who is almost 50 years old this year, knows that he should keep his emotions calm, otherwise he is prone to high blood pressure. But every time he encounters such an idiot, he can't help but want to run away. Especially Silas. This guy is not only stupid, but also disrespectful to him. He has been fed up with it for a long time. Oh no. Silas, you should stand in a room with a window now. I think within 10 minutes, that huge UFO that looks like a Shiva teapot will fly over your head," Caleb shouted angrily. Silas? He was still in shock, and had no time to react to why Caleb suddenly got angry. Silas's hands grasped the armrests of his chair, and he quickly stood up and walked to the window. He lived in the Wu Palace, a landmark building in the Philippines. His office room also had large windows, which had good light transmittance. The president walked to the window and looked up at the sky. The secretary behind him had already taken out his personal mobile phone and quickly found clues in the headlines of breaking news in various countries. "Mr. President, look!" The phone that the secretary handed over showed a picture with a little blur. The picture showed a small flat and round purple clay teapot that looked very much like the one made in Shigua that he had seen before. The shape was so special that it should be made of some metal and was flying steadily in the air. "Silas, what is this?" He simply couldn't believe it, until a black dot gradually appeared in the sky far away from him outside the window. And the black dot slowly expanded and became like the picture. The alarm bells of the entire Wu Palace rang, and some automatically set attack weapons shot at the black and slightly golden teapot in the sky at a very fast speed. Then he found that these weapons were useless, and they didn't even leave any traces on the surface of the thing. Instead, the teapot was directly transformed and reorganized in the air, like a transformer, from a teapot to a very cool ship shape. A skyship that was completely black, and only the edges were golden. The speed of this thing's transformation was also very fast. There were still many people who saw this scene. After all, it had been a while since the teapot left Shigua. Reporters in the capital of the Philippines heard the news and ran out one after another. Everyone seemed to be watching a big movie with special effects. Instantly, all kinds of complex and terrifying situations came to mind. With the current capabilities of Shigua, it is definitely impossible to do such a thing. This is too advanced. The only possibility is that Shigua has contacted aliens and reached some agreement with them, letting the aliens take the lead, wanting to destroy the Philippines instantly. Various weapons were fired faster, screams were heard from all over the place, and Silas was escorted by the bodyguards, who rushed in and left the window, running to the basement. However, they were wrong again. The transformed warship was bombarded by various shells for nearly half a minute, but remained unscathed. Everyone just watched the teapot-turned starship fly away, flying very fast, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Silas couldn't see much from his angle, but he could almost see the appearance of the flying object. It was indeed unheard of and unseen. At this time, he received a call on his mobile phone. Silas pressed the answer button tremblingly. Caleb's voice came from the phone again. "Silas, are you still alive? Silas, you are not pretending anymore?" Surprise! A big teapot set off from She country, and circled the entire blue star in less than 20 minutes, visited the capitals of all countries, and finally returned to She country. Everyone witnessed this strange-shaped flying object, and after this flying object passed the capital of the Philippines, it directly transformed into the shape of an aircraft carrier. The video of its transformation was quickly posted online by a Filipino reporter who was trying to get the news. Shocking the world. Today, September 4th, 2026, has become a temporary synonym for this incident, known as the September 4th incident. Yes, that's how serious it is. In the real September 4th incident, all countries sent letters of inquiry to Shigwa, including some regions and private islands. Everyone is worried that Shigwa will start to unify the world and make it a reality that there is only one Shigwa in the world. Among them, the inquiry letter sent by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Philippines was relatively early. After all, although the Philippines is far away from Shigwa, their soldiers are spread across most of the blue planet. In addition to the fleet that is constantly cruising on the high seas, the Philippines can be said to be the first country to know about this. As for the wording of the inquiry letter, the Philippines also discussed it and finally issued a relatively polite inquiry letter, which was not as aggressive as before, probably because Shigwa now really has the capital to be aggressive. But what made everyone feel uneasy was that this time, the inquiry letters from all countries were not responded to immediately, but were temporarily shelved. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Shigwa only updated a notice on its official website at 10 a.m. that day, half an hour after the teapot incident. Announcement of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Shi State. Date, September 4th, 2026. No, XXXX. The Shi State government officially announced that my country has successfully established direct contact with Untitled Star country in the interstellar world through the space-time gate, and has launched friendly exchanges. This achievement marks a major progress made by Shi State in the field of space exploration, and also opens a new chapter for mutual understanding and friendship between different civilizations. The Shi State government will continue to be committed to maintaining and developing cooperative relations with Untitled Star country and other friendly countries, and jointly promote the progress and peaceful development of human civilization. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Shi country. September 4th, 2026. This announcement is incredible, like throwing a candy bar at the door of an ant nest, and a bunch of people are blown out instantly. Shi country discovered the interstellar world. Shi country has friendly exchanges with the interstellar world. UFOs are actually interstellar products. Shi country teapot deforms. Space starship. A man came out to watch the fun while taking a bath, and was called to the police. Let's not talk about how many netizens imagine and discuss it for now. Just the governments of various countries were shocked by this news, and couldn't sit still. In recent years, Shigwa has been vigorously developing the space industry. Not only has it pursued and achieved great success in manned space flight and the International Space Station, but it has also made amazing achievements in the lunar exploration project and even the exploration of Mars. Now when people mention space, they don't think of the old power Philippines, but Shigwa. And now Shigwa's own research results are not counted. And now it has even contacted the interstellar world through that lucky space-time gate. Silas felt that this was simply a huge bad news, and he quickly held a meeting to discuss the matter. The world that the space-time gate led to before was a backward world. They just coveted the resources inside. But now, I can't imagine what would happen if they missed this opportunity. Blue Star might not be called Blue Star anymore. It would be called Shi Star. Just as Silas was speaking with a heavy face, Brianna, the deputy minister on duty at the Philippine Ministry of Foreign Affairs, walked in hurriedly. "Good morning, Mr. President." The middle-aged lady with long brown hair spoke steadily, stating the purpose of her visit. "Mr. President, just now, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Shi country contacted me. Chairman Han, the leader of Shi country, hopes to have an online video conference with you and the leaders of several other countries at 7 o'clock this evening." She took a piece of paper out of her bag and handed it to Silas. "This is the topic that Chairman Han hopes to discuss with everyone in the meeting." Silas took the paper with trembling hands, and saw that it was simply written, "The leaders of Untitled Star country hope that the leaders of the countries on Blue Star will hold a preliminary online meeting and strive to reach a preliminary consensus on cooperation." Silas looked at the paper and murmured, "Is Shigwa so kind? Is it true?" Chapter 118. Shi country has always been like this. No matter what, we are all part of Blue Star. Prime Minister Sias smiled. Although some countries, led by the Philippines and Shi country's neighbors, have never been easy to deal with, we cannot drive them out of Blue Star, nor can we destroy their country. In this case, we can only pull everyone along. Minister Song sighed as he sat next to him. Now our staff has gone to every place where the space-time source force is disordered for emergency maintenance. Before the old-fashioned transformable starship that looked like a teapot was transported to She Country, Minister Song informed Yunxia Star Country of the existence of the space-time source force, but out of protection for Zhang Xiai, he still did not reveal anything about the system. Especially at this critical moment, when the system is busy solving other time-space disordered places. As for the time-space source power, and the small monitoring scanner they have now imitated, they are temporarily said to be the results of independent research by experts. Fortunately, Yunxia Star Country did not ask about the system, but was very curious about the energy of time-space source power, and proposed a joint research by both parties, and She Country also agreed, sharing all the information the system has produced so far. So now the two countries are facing a common problem. The more the economic and technological levels of the four connected planes are different, the more crises will appear, especially now that Yunxia Star Country has been added. If anyone is thrown into space, won't he die? Even Yunxia Star Country has many important places. For example, they have installed very advanced planet transformation machines on some planets that are not suitable for human survival. This transformation machine can only maintain the atmosphere and climate of the entire planet if it keeps running, so that people living on the planet can live normally. What if the space-time source force transfers the planet transformation machine? Once this happens, it will be the biggest disaster. Compared to this, mulberry fields turning into seas in an instant, and deserts turning into swamps in an instant are not a big deal. This logic can make sense to Shigua and Yangtze. Both sides have the same goal. But based on Shigua's understanding of some countries on Blue Star, if they are notified of this matter by conventional means, there will definitely be all kinds of troubles, and the argument can last for 3 years. Many countries on Blue Star are best at dragging everyone to death together. While otherwise, Shigua would not have become the only country in the world that has all the industrial categories listed in the United Nations Industrial Classification. It is not yet. Therefore, under this premise, Shigua is not willing to waste time doing too many troublesome things. Water has no constant shape, and soldiers have no constant situation. Shigua has already decided to take them to progress together, fly together, let everyone start to act first, and then tell them the reason. It will be too late to regret it at that time. So Peng Xinghong asked people to go to the warehouse of the 11th Military Region to find a patrol ship they used 80 years ago. This patrol ship has low attack power, and a relatively useless transformation function. You must know that they don't actually need too many fancy functions when patrolling. The change from a teapot appearance to a starship appearance has no effect except for the change in appearance. In addition, it is relatively inferior in terms of attack power. The hull is very small, and can't accommodate many people. Therefore, it has been eliminated and put into the warehouse. But this starship also has a great advantage. That is, it is extremely fast. This technology is not only used by the military, but also for civilian use. The logistics industry and the transportation industry rely on it. It is small, and can pass through the space-time gate directly. It is fast and easy to display. It also has a transformation function that is relatively useless, but suitable for fooling ancient people who have never seen the world. This patrol ship named Xia 9087 finally has a second spring, and it has taken on important responsibilities. It has traveled around the entire blue planet, and became the fuse of the September 4th incident. Now, Prime Minister of Yangtze Country has experienced the ancient train, which is very ancient to him. He came to the capital of Shigua, and not only met Chairman Han, whose name once appeared in history books, but also had an ancient state banquet with him. Speaking of the food of this era, the only word to describe it is amazing. Speaking of plant seeds, when they left Blue Star hundreds of years ago, they certainly brought many backups. And even various recipes have been well preserved until now. But after they left Blue Star, they went to another extremely cold planet, and finally came to the current galaxy. There is no need to say how many helpless choices they experienced during this period. It seems that in the current She Kingdom, the country and the times are developing. Even though they know that some old skills are important, they still watch many skills gradually disappear. They know that they should protect animals and plants, but they still watch species become extinct one by one. From the ancient Blue Star to the ancient Blue Star, and then to the current Yunxia Galaxy. Yunxia Star Kingdom has paid a lot, and lost a lot. Therefore, even if the recipes are complete, but the skills are lost and the plants are extinct, many dishes cannot be replicated after all. It can be said that the most important goal of the communication between Yunxia Star Country and She Country is to find their roots. Even though Xi country is very likely not their past. Their civilization is basically the same. They are just two tributaries of the same river. And their roots are the same. It is just that in the later period, the former Xi country merged with other countries and other races on Blue Star. Just like our ancestors, the Chinese civilization assimilated and tolerated many past differences. Together, they became the pioneers of Yunxia Star country. Today, Yunxia Star country has become a big country with nearly 200 ethnic groups that can sing and dance well. Everyone is equal. Premier Bai told everyone about the historical process over the years. And the two sides had a pleasant conversation. But the relaxing time is always short. Due to the uncontrollable factor of space-time source force. They must now discuss a charter, as soon as possible to deal with the severe challenges that will arise in the future. Now our country still has many projects to study national history. The most important requirement we put forward is to collect all the animal and plant genes on the blue planet. In addition, there are also many cultural relics and books that have been lost. Premier Bai said, Yunxia Star country's requirements for Blue Star are basically about spiritual civilization. They want to get back everything they lost. As for the resources on Blue Star, to be honest, Yunxia Star country really doesn't want them. Now the Yunxia Star system has been completely divided into the territory of Yunxia Star country. There are still many planets like Wuyun Star that have not been mined and developed. There are also some that are stronger than Blue Star. Chairman Han nodded. Well, I understand. This requirement is a no-cost business for all countries. Prime Minister Bai added, the remaining requirements will be decided by Shigua. We can cooperate with whatever you ask for. He hinted. Chairman Han, Prime Minister Xia, Minister Song, Minister Lin smiled slightly. Was this document sent directly to us by Shigua? That's right. Which countries will attend the meeting? The 5 major member states of the United Nations. And some leaders of the United Nations. Silas looked at the paper in front of him and took a deep breath. Shigua directly notified the meeting time, seemingly without considering that they might have other schedules, and was unusually tough. This was very different from Shigua's previous attitude. In the past, Shigua's diplomatic activities were almost always arranged half a month in advance, except for some sudden emergencies, which had never happened before. Shigua is really getting more and more arrogant. Whether Shigua is arrogant or not is up to each country to decide. Anyway, after receiving the meeting notice and the outline of the main topics of the meeting, no matter whether there were other arrangements for the meeting time that day, they made time to come. It was not possible to be empty. Now every move made by Shigua was unpredictable to them. There was no way to prepare in advance. The big teapot was like a meteorite from the sky. It gave them a great shock. The news sent by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs made them even more uneasy. There is an idiom in Shigua called startling, with a single move. Now they were really shocked. After finally and painfully waiting until the meeting time, at 7 a.m. Shigua time, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Shigua sent out a video conference room that was carefully encrypted. After clicking in, the camera and microphone permissions of each computer would be automatically enabled. It was a very overbearing clause. The moment he clicked in, the leaders and dignitaries of various countries appeared on the screen. Shigua had 2 cameras connected directly. In addition to the Shigua chairman occupying one camera, the other camera showed 2 people who looked like Shigua sitting side by side, a man and a woman, and no one at the scene knew them. If you look closely, you will find that they look more like Oriental people, but the clothes they wear are slightly different from those on Blue Star now, not the suits that everyone is very familiar with. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to them. Chairman Han was calm and composed. Dear leaders of various countries, colleagues from Blue Star, hello everyone. I believe everyone has read the outline of the meeting agenda sent by our country before. Today, Shigua held this online meeting. The main topic was to inform everyone that our Shigua was connected to a new world through the space-time gate. A world that has entered the interstellar era. In this world, we contacted Yangtze Xingwo, a powerful country that has a friendly attitude towards Blue Star. We had a very friendly and pleasant exchange. Now, they are willing to help Blue Star with their own strength and help us develop better. As Chairman Han spoke, the camera showing 2 strangers was placed in the middle of the entire screen. Now in the center of the screen is the Prime Minister of Yunxia Star Country, Comrade Bai Xingqi, and the commander of a certain military region, Comrade Peng Xinghong. They will have a preliminary exchange with us as representatives of Yunxia Star Country. Chairman Han's words were transmitted to everyone's ears by the simultaneous interpreter. Everyone in front of the camera had different thoughts, But it did not stop them from applauding, and Chairman Han's wording also attracted the attention of many people. Comrades, you should know that She country is absolutely impeccable in diplomatic etiquette, even to the point of being harsh and rigorous. I have never seen Shigwa call people who are not from the same country as them comrades. And as long as they call them that, it means the interstellar country that Shigwa is connected to is actually of the same national nature as Shigwa, at least in terms of concept. It is enough for Chairman Han to call them comrades, and these two people seem to have no objection to this title, and they agree with it. How could this be? Silas felt uncomfortable instantly. Chapter 119. In the Interstellar Alliance, the name of Yunxia Star Country is translated into a foreign language, which roughly means the country on the other side of the cloud that has Huaxia as its root. On Blue Star, Shigwa directly transliterates it. After this brief introduction, the speaker became Prime Minister Bai. After the emergence of real-time intelligent translators, the profession of translation has basically withdrawn from the stage of history, which can be regarded as the pain of the times. In Yunxia Star Country, the common language is Chinese, and some ethnic groups will also learn their own ethnic languages for cultural inheritance. As for others, if you are interested in other languages out of personal interest, you can naturally learn them. In short, Prime Minister Bai spoke fluent Chinese. Dear UN officials, deputies from various countries on Blue Star, hello everyone. I am Bai Xingqi, Prime Minister of Yunxia Star Country. I am very honored to be able to cross the boundaries of the stars, at this special moment, meet with all the outstanding representatives on Blue Star in the cloud, together discuss the possibility of future cooperation and development. First, please allow me to briefly introduce Yunxia Star Country. We are a country that occupies an entire galaxy, with a vast territory of more than 200 planets and more than 20 billion residents. In the field of science and technology, our interstellar navigation technology is mature, and can easily cross the distance between galaxies and explore the unknown depths of the universe. At the same time, we are also in a leading position in many fields such as information technology, artificial intelligence, life sciences, clean energy and environmental protection technology. The speech prepared by Premier Bai in advance was generally brief, but everyone listened very carefully and believed in what he introduced. After all, they had seen their big teapot aircraft. Therefore, when they heard that they actually owned an entire galaxy as their territory, they all widened their eyes. To be honest, it was not impossible for them to imagine such a thing. After all, it was the interstellar age, and space could be traveled in a short time. It was natural to occupy a few more planets as territory. Not to mention anything else, these countries on Blue Star were also thinking about claiming the moon as their own, but an entire galaxy, more than 200 planets. For a moment, everyone had different expressions, while Prime Minister Bai was still continuing his speech. The exchanges with She country have made us deeply feel the deep friendship and common pursuits among socialist countries. We are willing to extend this spirit of cooperation to Blue Star, and work hand in hand with other countries to jointly promote scientific and technological progress, economic development, and cultural prosperity. Everyone. After a period of silence, the countries were very smart not to ask anything immediately. Those who can participate in this meeting are leaders of major countries. It is normal to be a little ostentatious at ordinary times. But as long as you are not a fool, you will not behave rudely to an interstellar power that is several times the size of your own country. Even if the other party is on good terms with She country, they can't split it with just one or two words. Until Prime Minister Bai finished speaking, everyone expressed their absolute willingness to cooperate with Yunxia Star Country. XX country is an absolutely friendly country, etc. And She country sent everyone a picture, which shows the medical equipment and medicine list that She country has imported from Yunxia Star Country, and the price can be said to be very attractive. Not everyone understands medicine, especially the leaders of some countries are not as educated as imagined, and their eyes are spinning when they see this list. But it is undoubtedly a good thing. It can cure cancer, even gallbladder cancer, which is known as the king of cancer. Everyone was even happier at once. They looked at the people of Yunxia as if they were looking at a treasure. Their tone was greedy rather than eager. Then they heard Prime Minister Bai smile and say, Yunxia will send a business and scientific research team. In addition, we also hope to make genetic backups of various animals and plants on the blue planet. And we are very interested in the civilizations of various countries. The participating countries immediately stood up. They couldn't help you for nothing. Right? Prime Minister Bai said, when communicating with the comrades of Shigwa. We heard that many of their cultural relics were not in the country. This is really a pity for the civilization of Shigwa. Everyone. The truth is revealed. Or they didn't want to hide it. Prime Minister Bai and Chairman Han, who were sitting in the same conference room, smiled at each other. This is just the beginning. On September 5, 2026, Shigwa, Philippines, Xiongwa, Islamic, and Song was simultaneously announced the establishment of preliminary diplomatic relations with the interstellar country Yongxiexingwu. At the same time, Shigwa also stated that if other countries also want to contact it, they can contact Shigwa's Ministry of Foreign Affairs to convey it. In other words, no matter which country wants to trade with Yongxiexingwu, it must go through Shigwa, and when trading, because it has to pass through Shigwa's territory, it must also pay a tariff. What is even more surprising is that, except for Shi country, several other countries also announced that they would return all the cultural relics that originally belonged to Shi country, and were not voluntarily lost by Shi country, as soon as possible in the future. This also revealed a signal. It seems that if you want to communicate with Yunxia Star country, you have to return the cultural relics first. At this time, Zhang Xiai didn't know what happened on Blue Star. She was watching several agile warriors catching deer by a small river 30 miles away from Suiwu Mountain. Yes, this little deer that has been extinct on Blue Star for many years is called Xiong's deer. It has 2 large horns on its head. The power division is very complicated. The length of the horns is almost as long as its height. This Xiong's deer was teleported here from Udai Star after the second disorder of the spacetime source force. The result of this disorder was a land exchange of about 1 square meter. Overall, the area was about the same as last time. But this time, there were also relatively large creatures from Udai Star teleported here. Fortunately, the little blue star did not teleport anything to Udai Star, just a piece of land. The system could not determine what the creatures were, and Shattered Wushan was also a very important place. If any harmful creatures were brought in, it would be very troublesome, so everyone came here quickly. These 2 disturbances happened so close together. Is there no way to control it? After finally putting the deer into the cart, Zhang Xiai sighed. She didn't dislike the hard work, but she was afraid that someone would really get hurt next time. Zhang Xiaobai sat next to her. There is no way for the time being. The host should try hard to complete the task. The current long-term task is the only way to solve this problem. Zhang Xiai sighed. She looked at the reddish-brown fawn with gorgeous antlers. It was so beautiful. If this deer was announced on Blue Star, there would definitely be a large number of zoologists ecstatic. Several people left the river together. After all, this place is very close to Suiwu Mountain. A relatively small agricultural and sideline products industrial zone has been formed near Suiwu Mountain. Many nearby villagers work in this industrial zone, and some collective industries also purchase goods from here to sell. Seeing them here may attract unnecessary attention. Now Yudexing New District and Daling Dynasty still adhere to the collective system. Private ownership is not allowed. But a village or a town can still carry out commercial activities. With Shigwa's previous experience, the promotion of this system is relatively smooth. For many poor villagers, compared with the past, this life is like heaven and earth. However, it is precisely because the foundation was too low before that even though the Great Ling Dynasty has undergone such a significant change, the spacetime source is still disordered. The only way now is to make Blue Star develop as soon as possible. The rapid development of Blue Star can narrow the gap with Yunxia Star country. The 2 returned to Shattered Wushan Mountain. It has changed a lot now. The entire mountain of Shattered Wushan Mountain has not changed much. But the road has been repaired. During the road repair process, some steep slopes on the way down the mountain were repaired to be gentle, and vehicles entering and exiting are not as difficult as before. When Zhang Xiai and his team passed the entrance, several buses of the same standard drove in front of them. Zhang Xiai knew that the people in these buses were all the people who were responsible for translation work in Daling Dynasty. Now with the intelligent translation machine that Xingji asked others to bring, the translation work is not so necessary. However, these language talents, who have been trained for a long time, and not only understand the languages of both sides, but also know a lot of words cannot be left alone. Therefore, the Miracle Gate project team arranged for everyone to come to the North City base for training, learn cultural courses, and then return to the Ling Dynasty division to arrange them to primary schools across the country to fill the gap in grassroots teachers. Zhang Xiai knew one of the people sitting on the bus. At the time when the public trial of the brothel owners was held in Luan City, a brave woman came on stage and told about their persecution of her. Her performance at that time left a deep impression on Zhang Xiai. Later, she asked Captain Yu, who was in charge of the order in Luan City, about it. Captain Yu told Zhang Xiai that, after being rescued, this girl named Chunyu brought her family to Luan City, and she also actively learned the language. Within 2 months, she could actually do simple translation. And then she was arranged to other cities to assist local grassroots staff. She was hardworking and had strong working ability. Chunyu was not the only girl rescued in the entire Daling dynasty. After the Shigua army entered the Daling dynasty, all brothels in various places were banned. In modern terms, it is called anti-pornography. But in ancient times it can only be said to be a trial of evil forces. There were even some courtesans who were kept in the backyards of aristocratic bureaucrats. Concubines who were forcibly married into the backyards. Many girls aged from a few years to teenagers did not even understand that they were persecuted when they were rescued. And they just took everything in front of them for granted. Among them, there were more than 1,000 girls rescued from the gates of death. And 80% of them were infected with diseases. At that time, the pediatric gynecologists at the Chungbei base were busy every day. More than half a year has passed. And the girls have been discharged from the hospital one after another. They have been assigned jobs, and have earned their future with their own hands. Of course, Chunyu is one of the most outstanding ones. She is in a relatively good mental state. After being rescued, she quickly got out of the shadow. Now she has cut her long hair that hangs down to her calves short. She looks energetic. Zhang Xiai almost didn't recognize her when he saw her just now. After returning to Tingyang, Zhang Xiai sent the deer to the research team. The zoologists there will conduct a physical examination on the deer to see if the organisms transported by the spacetime source force will be adversely affected. Zhang Xiai went to the office building where Commander Tian was with the members of the temporary action team. Minister Song was busy in the capital these 2 days, and the members of their action team were arranged by Commander Tian. Zhang Xiai walked into the lobby of the office building and saw Commander Tian standing in the lobby with a happy smile. His mind and eyes were full of a very tall car parked in the middle of the lobby. She raised her eyebrows. "Hey, Commander Tian. What is this?" The car was still very beautiful. The overall color was bright silver. The wheels were not too big. The front bumper was very large. And there was a large trunk at the back. What was rare was that although the car was not small, it was streamlined. "Teacher Tian, you are back? Is the problem solved?" Zhang Xiai nodded. "We caught an extinct deer and sent it to the research team." Teacher Tian nodded and breathed a sigh of relief and answered Zhang Xi's question. "This car is the work car arranged for you by our project team. It is a flying car just shipped from Yangtze Xingwo." Zhang Xiai was surprised. "Ah, flying car? Can this car fly?" Teacher Tian smiled and touched the car body with satisfaction. "Not only can it fly, it can run on land, and it can also go into the sea. High safety factor. Suitable for you to use. Wow. This is an all-round car that can be used on land, water and air." Zhang Xiai also showed a smile on his face that was exactly the same as that of Master Hitian. Now only the system can sense the disorder of time and space. So Zhang Xi's business trips are inevitable for a period of time in the future. So fast and safe means of transportation are necessary. If the third time and space door had not been opened, a helicopter might have been dispatched directly. But now Shigua has informed Xinhua about the matter of the time and space source force. Due to the common crisis, Yunxia Xinhua provided some faster means of transportation. In addition, Yunxia Star Country has also formed an action team. If anything dangerous is transmitted to the territory of Yunxia Star Country in the future, they can handle it themselves. Zhang Xiai nodded. Zhang Xiaobai had said before that the space-time disorder currently only affects a relatively small area. That is, near the space-time gate, followed by Blue Star, Jade Belt Star, Little Blue Star, Dark Cloud Star, and the surrounding areas of these planets. However, no one can tell whether it will become larger and more serious in the future, so it is better to prepare in advance. For example, Commander Tian has a team of 400 people ready at any time to prevent accidents. Zhang Xiai just hopes that this chaos will not cause too serious consequences. However, some things are beyond human control. 8 hours after the flying car was obtained as the latest means of transportation, a flower bed in a staff dormitory in the North City base was found to be missing a piece, and it was replaced by a child wearing complicated Western aristocratic clothes. At first, the staff thought that this was a child from a noble family in the Rock Empire. and immediately notified the action team, and comforted him in the Rock Empire language. However, unexpectedly, the child could not understand Rock Empire language at all. The staff felt something was wrong at the time, and coaxed the child to say a few words, only to find that the child was speaking Ikaria. You know, Ikaria is a country on the blue planet. When Zhang Xiai and others hurried over, Zhang Xiaobai confirmed that the child came from Little Blue Planet. Then the question came, where did the child come from on Little Blue Planet? Chapter 120. I majored in Icarian in college. This kid doesn't speak modern Icarian, he speaks ancient Icarian. After such a long time, Zhang Xiai finally had a little use for her skills. Although she is not a linguistic expert, she can still correctly distinguish whether it is Icarian. The country of Ikaria is usually referred to as Ikaria, and Icarian is also a language used by the entire Blue Star. It has been used as the official common language for a long time in the past. Zhang Xiai has a good talent for languages since she was a child. She even scored nearly full marks in Icarian in the college entrance examination. After comprehensive consideration, she chose to study languages in college. I also took an elective course in ancient Ikaria for a while. This child should be speaking Old English, which is very different from modern English, she said firmly. Zhang Xiai tried to recall it, and said to the child in her not-so-fluent Old Ikaria, don't worry. We will take you home. She took the elective course in ancient Ikaria for credits. She barely passed the exam. She understood the grammatical rules, but it was impossible to say that she was proficient in it. Fortunately, they now have an intelligent translator. Zhang Xiai put the small earphones on the aristocratic child, who looked no more than 6 or 7 years old, and they also put them on, so that everyone would not have to worry about language barriers. I am the third prince of the Macaria kingdom. Albers. Who are you? Where is this? Where are my servants? The little prince named Albers tried to keep a straight face, but his tightly clenched hands still showed his nervousness. Zhang Xiai looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect that he was not a noble of the Ikaria Empire, but he did speak ancient Ikaria. But it doesn't matter. The key now is to send this little prince, Albers, to the research department for a physical examination. The kingdom of Macaria was one of the 7 kingdoms before the founding of the Ikaria Empire. This country was destroyed in the 6th century. They do speak ancient Icarian, but they are not ancient Icarians. After arriving at the research department, the professor of the language research group told Zhang Xiai that these people should be from the same period as the Great Ling Dynasty. But they live to the west of the Great Ling Dynasty. The Shi Kingdom is currently busy improving the quality of life in the Ling Dynasty. Although some experts and scholars have explored along the Silk Road, it has only been more than half a year since the second time-space gate was opened, and there is no time to contact Western countries. But the appearance of this little prince did give Zhang Xiai and his team an important reminder. That is, they should hurry up to explore other areas of Jade Belt Star and Little Blue Star. Before, they were not in a hurry because they could develop and contact slowly. But now the space-time source power is disordered, and it is not just the areas currently controlled by Shi country that are affected. So they must speed up. After testing, we found that there is indeed a certain amount of space-time source power left in the Xiong's deer and the little prince, Professor Tang said. But this tiny residue should dissipate soon. Zhang Xiaowai also nodded and said, at this stage, the probability of multiple chaos in the same place is still very low. Teacher Tian said, then send the child back. Now we know which kingdom he is the prince of, and send him back in the name of Lingqiao Division. Zhang Xiai had no objection. Well, I will go with Xiaobai later. Kingdom of Macaria, Royal City. King Eld was furious. It was already late at night, but his third prince, Albers, who was only 7 years old, was missing. The little prince disappeared while playing in the garden. The servant who followed him said that it was just a blink of an eye, and the little prince disappeared. Only a few bricks were left at the scene. The servant was trembling with fear, and quickly called the palace knights, saying that the little prince was turned into stone by the demon, and then knelt down and cried bitterly. The king soon learned about this. The edges of the bricks were as neat as if they were cut by a knife, and were carefully moved to the king's palace by the knights. The king quickly called the kingdom's high priest, and a group of people surrounded the flowerbed cultural stones, and studied them, and still couldn't believe that the little prince would turn into these stones. Especially since no one had ever approached the little prince. Could it really be the gods who did it? Eld simply couldn't believe it. At this moment, there was no particularly systematic religion in the Macaria kingdom. Everyone believed in natural gods and gods in some mythological stories. When these gods appeared in their lives, most of them were marked by natural weather. No god had ever been heard of turning people into stone, so the king had the servant arrested, and on the other hand, he had people looking for the little prince everywhere. After all, he was his son. How could he just give up, especially since his queen was looking at him in agony? And in this situation, the night sky suddenly emitted a dazzling light, which came from far away, and quickly rushed to the top of the palace. All the people living in the palace ran out in surprise, and prostrated themselves before the light, and couldn't get up from their knees. The king walked out of the house in surprise, his eyes wide open. When Zhang Xiai and his companions arrived here in a flying car, they saw this scene, a bunch of trembling, short foreigners kneeling and kowtowing. They looked like servants. And there were also royal guards dressed in gorgeous clothes, who were trying hard not to kneel down. Well, what impressed Zhang Xiai the most was indeed the height. But height is related to many factors. Zhang Xiai quickly shifted his gaze, and watched several members of the action team, and 2 experts, who were proficient in ancient Ikaria, get off the car, and send the little prince back. Zhang Xiai did not get out of the car. After all, she was still the empress of the Great Ling dynasty. It was not appropriate for her to show up at this time. If she had the opportunity to contact them as the empress in the future, wouldn't it be troublesome? She and Zhang Xiaobai sat in the car, and they watched the king outside without surprise, thinking that the team members and experts were gods. Ah, the messenger of the gods. The king had just made a pre-swing and was interrupted. The expert in charge of communicating with him said with a smile, "We are not the messengers of the gods. We are the messengers of the Ling dynasty of Shigua in the Far East. The little prince of your country was sent to our country because of some mysterious power." The king took his son's hand in confusion. He had heard that there was a powerful country in the Far East. He heard that there was beautiful and smooth silk in that country. And there were also knowledgeable wise men. However, it was difficult for the goods of that powerful country to come here. There were thousands of mountains and rivers in between, and even the bravest warriors could hardly come here. However, such a country that existed in legends now came so easily, their cars could fly in the sky. The king and queen of the Macaria kingdom, as well as the slaves and servants, were all shocked, and they were fascinated by that distant country. But for the Shi Kingdom's special operations team, conducting diplomatic activities with this country was not their purpose this time. The Miracle Gate project team would arrange another delegation to come to the west to communicate with them. This time, they came just to send the child here, and by the way, take the completely cut flower bed back. In the past, Zhang Xiai always felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction when facing such scenes. A little bit of modern technology could make ancient people bow down in admiration. This feeling of crushing can easily make people feel proud. However, now she knows that the several planets connected by the time-space gate are actually in the same crisis. Their backwardness is also a danger to Shigua. When 2 planets with unequal development are connected, there is no need for a sense of superiority. It can also be regarded as another kind of equality. When everyone drove back to the North City base, it was actually only more than 2 hours since they set out. The speed of this flying car is naturally not as fast as that of the Teapot Starship, but it is faster than all the planes on Blue Star, reducing the journey of more than 10 hours to 1 hour, and only 2 hours round trip. Minister Song, who rushed back from the capital, said that the entire Blue Star will cooperate with Yunxia Star Country in the future to improve the traffic environment. Although gravity and other aspects still need to be calculated, everyone will basically not have to worry too much about the hardship on the road when going out in the future. Minister Song smiled and said, "In addition, most of our country's cultural relics that have been lost overseas will be returned soon." Zhang Xiai was stunned. "Hey, I remember that our country's cultural relics were not taken away by the neighboring island country, right? All other countries combined did not have as many as they did." Minister Song smiled even more happily. "They also returned them, and they are rushing to return them. After all, the top countries are now rushing to complete this prerequisite for cooperation with Yangxiaxing country. Whoever is slow will lag behind the whole world, especially behind Yushi country. What's going on? It's because my old creditors are developing at a very fast pace, and they hold military exercises at their doorstep from time to time. And now the prerequisite for their development is to pay off their debts." Zhang Xiai laughed out loud. "And this time, I really have to thank Yunxia Xinghua. I chatted with Minister Song and exchanged some recent good news." Everyone finally started to talk about business. Of course, the business was the disorder of the space-time source force. All departments were present. And in addition to the Special Operations Team, other departments had to join in. The action team doesn't need to worry about economic and technological development here. I just want to know one thing now, which is also something that everyone cares about. Minister Song looked at the system. Can you guarantee Xiaoshang's safety? Her expression was absolutely calm. The disorder of the source of time and space is too dangerous. The time and location of transmission are uncertain. To be honest, none of us is safe. But Zhang Xiai is the most important. She is closely related to the space-time gate. Can you guarantee her safety? Zhang Xiai looked at the system like everyone else. And he shook his head slowly. I can't guarantee that the host will not be teleported by the source of time and space. He looked at Zhang Xiai, but I will protect the host from being injured. Even if she falls into the sea or space, she can live well. Everyone was silent. The system had said before that it would give Zhang Xiai a layer of protection. This was not particularly surprising. What was surprising was that even Zhang Xiai was not immune. The system seemed to have more information to reveal. You should give up some unnecessary fantasies. It is already a lucky thing to have a spacetime gate to consume most of the spacetime source power. The other fragmented spacetime source power will not show mercy to anyone, unless you can maintain the balance of each planet, or develop a control system that is more powerful than mine. Chapter 121. Ding Running stood in a long line, looking through the latest historical discoveries on his phone. His eyes lit up as he read. The Shigua Historical Research Institute published the full text of 10 ancient books, history books, medical books, mathematics, geography, etc. This lost skill was thousands of years ahead of the world. It turns out that the dyes of the terracotta warriors were made like this. These cultural relics returned by Japan are the most eye-catching, beautiful. Since the country announced that it had established diplomatic relations with the interstellar Yangtze Xingguo half a year ago, other countries, in order not to fall behind, after much struggle, have returned the Shigua cultural relics in their hands. Of course, this is only if the ownership belongs to the state, and many of those privately owned are still lost. Despite this, more than 8 million cultural relics have been sent back to Shigua. According to statistics, there are still more than 2 million cultural relics that have not been returned. Many of these cultural relics were not known to Shigua itself, and many surprises that should have come a long time ago were obtained. As a history enthusiast, Ding Running has been paying attention recently, and was also surprised to learn a lot of history that Shigua had not had time to study before. Today, she came to receive the emergency survival supplies package issued by the country, and she kept refreshing, hoping that there would be new news. However, after refreshing for a long time, all of them were yesterday's things. There was no news today. At this moment, a message suddenly popped up on her phone. Mom, have you received it? Me. Not yet. But it should be my turn soon. Mom, buy a box of nutrient solution on the way back. Me. Okay. After replying to the message, Ding Running stood on tiptoe and looked ahead. There were about a dozen people left before her turn. This distribution outlet was still very fast. The line was very long just now. 5 months ago, the country announced a not-so-good news. The energy contained in the spacetime gate was disordered, and some dangerous situations occurred. A piece of the blue planet was randomly teleported to other planets. The location of the teleportation was uncertain, and the size of the teleportation area was uncertain. Humans were not immune. Now the time-space gate connects 3 worlds. In addition to the planet named Yudai Star and Wuyun Star of Yunxia Star Country, which they already know, there is also an ancient Chinese world that is in a development stage similar to that of the Tang Dynasty. Needless to say, this incident caused a sensation. More people are concerned about their own safety. What if they are suddenly teleported? Therefore, the country has started to distribute emergency survival kits a few months ago. The kits contain some basic props, such as sharp knives, tough ropes, special craft lighters, compressed self-heating blankets, automatically inflatable swimming rings, portable oxygen tanks, and other things. As for drinking water, food, medical kits, etc., you have to prepare them yourself. The country requires that everyone should carry this survival kit with them, so as not to be unable to survive in a place where the living conditions are not so good in case of an accident. Especially the elderly or disabled people with inconvenient legs and feet are the focus of attention. But to be honest, even if this thing is distributed, it cannot eliminate the fear of the people. There are too many vulnerable groups in this world. Normal people certainly know how to save themselves when they encounter danger. However, seriously ill patients who are unable to move or unconscious in bed, children who can't even walk steadily and can't be with their parents all the time, various patients who are unconscious and can't communicate at all. Once these people are sent to a dangerous place, the survival rate can be said to be extremely low, especially those who have to rely on some equipment to survive. Therefore, panic has been existing in the past 6 months. Various survival training classes and swimming classes are very popular. Although young people today usually shout that they don't want to live, but when it comes to such a critical moment, everyone still cherishes their lives. In the past few months, the survival kits issued by the state have been updated twice. Today, Ding running came to the gate of the community to receive the latest survival kit. This time, the survival equipment in the survival kit has better functions and can automatically turn on the protection mode according to the surrounding environment. Even residents with weak constitutions and slow movements can survive the initial danger. More importantly, there has only been one case of a human being teleported away on Blue Star so far. The person who was teleported away was a high school boy who was taking a physical education class. He was doing warm-up exercises with his teacher on the playground 1 second ago, and the next second he disappeared. What stayed in his place was a strange bird with 2 small horns on its head. It looked like an eagle, but its cry sounded like a baby crying. The students were startled, watching the bird fly away screaming, and the physical education teacher immediately called the police. The final result was of course a false alarm. The student was sent back in less than 2 hours, and only 3 classes were delayed that day. However, the big bird that looked like the Gudyu in the classic of mountains and seas was discussed for a long time. Later, some artificially bred birds were brought from another world and placed in the major zoos of Shi country for people to watch. As for the wild ones, of course they would not move them around. There was only one such teleportation incident in the past 6 months. Most people are still living their normal lives, and the panic has naturally decreased a lot. After all, everyone may encounter various crises in their daily lives. Typhoons and earthquakes are not impossible. People always have various ways to comfort themselves and live a good life. Ding Running quickly collected the family's survival pack with her household registration book, turned around and left, went to a nearby supermarket to buy a box of nutrient solution, and carried it home together. Fortunately, she has been working out recently. Otherwise she couldn't carry it. This nutrient solution is a formula produced by Shigwa Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Drinking a bottle can replenish a day's worth of nutrients. But even after drinking the nutrient solution, you will still feel hungry with an empty stomach. There is no nutrient solution that will not make you feel hungry all day after drinking it. However, this nutrient solution is still popular because it is affordable and nutritious. It is very beneficial for people who want to lose weight and those who suffer from some gastrointestinal diseases or other diseases to drink it daily. Ding Running's family just drank it as a beverage, although the nutrient solution tasted like boiled water. She returned home with her things and saw her grandfather, who was already 78 years old this year, doing Tai Chi while watching TV. The TV was playing the performance of the Shigwa National Folk Orchestra. The noise certainly could not be called noisy, but it definitely had nothing to do with Tai Chi, and it was very mixed. Grandpa, why do you listen to this? Don't you listen to the music of high mountains and flowing water? Grandpa Ding said, this sounds good. I heard that aliens also like it. Ding Ring changed into home shoes and practiced with them. What aliens? Isn't it that many people say that this is the future Shigwa? Grandpa Ding didn't say anything. After finishing Tai Chi bit by bit, he asked, when will your results come out? Ding Running participated in the latest alien civil servant examination in Zhejiang province more than half a month ago. If she passes the exam, she will become the latest batch of alien staff. I don't know. The results will be out tomorrow. At the beginning of this year, the country announced that the development and assistance for the ancient world would become point-to-point assistance for each province and city. For example, their Zhejiang province is responsible for assisting Gansu province in the other world. By April, the first batch of staff and materials will be sent there. Because this assistance is participated by the whole country, it also adds jobs for many people, and the unemployment rate drops rapidly. Especially, each province seems to be holding back a lot of energy to help the corresponding provinces in the ancient world get rich quickly. Thinking of this, Ding Running's expression was strange for a moment. Zhejiang province has been making a lot of noise about this recently. There are related news on TV every day. She began to wonder how the neighboring province arranged it, so she searched it after practicing Tai Chi. Well, They are indeed divided into many teams. The city-level support teams are each doing their own activities, and there are also county-level, town-level, and even village-level teams. Ding running, wow. She is looking forward to it for some reason. I really hope she can pass the exam, and want to go to the other world to have a look. There is a wave of support from the other world across the country. Many people have passed the assessment and entered the support group. Various private enterprises are also applying to enter the other world. It is a scene of great enthusiasm. It seems that the entire Xi country has not been affected too much by the disaster of the space-time source force. Zhang Xi was sleeping on the system shoulder at this time. Too tired, really too tired, the power of the space-time source force has been running wild recently. Except for the relatively stable blue star, in fact. The other 3 planets may be too backward or too advanced. The number of teleports doubled again and again, leaving Zhang Xi and his team no rest at all. Now they are heading to the small blue planet Phasio. Of course, in this era, that place is not called Phasio at all, because the country of the Philippines does not exist yet. The people living on this continent are some brown-skinned people. In the history of Blue Star, the people on this continent would be almost completely slaughtered by a group of outsiders in a few hundred years, which would become a brutal genocide. But now, the people here have reached a friendly cooperative relationship with Xi country. There are some modern buildings here. There are pure yellow people active here. No one can slaughter anyone here anymore. When Zhang Xi was woken up by Xiaobai, they had already reached the southeast side of the continent. Here was a large plain, and there were a few scattered aboriginals farming on this plain. Flying further south, they saw a man in the aristocratic clothes of the Rock Empire breaking down and crying in the vast wilderness. Zhang Xi Xiaobai. To be honest, this is not the first time that someone has been teleported, but it is the first time that he has cried so miserably. The slow landing of the flying car attracted the attention of the suffering man, and he quickly got up from the ground and ran over here, with tears streaming down his face. Several team members got off the car first, and Zhang Xi followed behind. She looked at the very familiar noble in front of her, and said with a complicated expression, "Marquis Victor, don't cry." That's right, the unlucky person who was teleported this time was the Marquis Victor who had asked his 3 sons to give gifts to Zhang Xi, and later led the violent actions against the workers, which just failed. Now looking at his embarrassed state, Zhang Xi really didn't know what to say. Don't cry. I will take you back. It's not decent for a grown-up to cry like this. Marquis Victor sobbed and said, Your Majesty, thank you for your tolerance. Don't worry. I will never dare to go against you again. I will give you treasures when I go back, and pick some handsome and sensible boys to serve you. Zhang Xi smiled. No need. Xiaobai said unhappily beside him, Let's go. You are dirty. Sit in the trunk. Chapter 122. So why was Marquis Victor so broken by being teleported? We have to talk about the current problems within the Rock Empire. Since Marquis Victor failed to fight against the workers last time, he was not the only one affected. After the incident, Shigua immediately sought Queen Ivra for negotiation. Finally, it was confirmed that the Rock Empire would never have any impact on Shigua's factory production. Therefore, Queen Ivra sent many supervisors to cities with factories for supervision. Originally, the nobles in each region of the Rock Empire were equivalent to local emperors. They could have their own army and ministers, and their degree of freedom was very high. However, now because of the workers' affairs, the queen has a reason to supervise them. Not only that, because the Shigua factory continued to expand, more and more Rock Empire civilians entered the factory to work, and more farmers became food suppliers for the factory. In short, there are more and more people related to the factory, and they are natural allies, jointly maintaining the Shigua factory and resisting the nobles. Coupled with the secret protection of Shigua and the direct use of Queen Ivra, the overall power of the Rock Empire has now been divided into 4 waves: the queen, the nobles, the church, and the workers plus farmers. The Dragon Knights, who used to occupy a part of the power, have now become low-key, and most of them have even passed through the magic door to develop in other worlds. If the Dragon Knights had not left, they would not have been so uncomfortable. The change of power in a country often represents the division of interests. And now it is obviously their nobles who suffer the most. The fuse of this incident is of course the armed confrontation between Marquis Victor and the workers. So Marquis Victor has indeed been targeted a lot these days. Although his title has not been stripped, his status has declined a lot. His city has also welcomed the Queen's largest number of supervisors, and the large-scale expansion of Shigua's factory. In short, this series of blows has made him feel bad. As a result, he suddenly changed his place when he closed his eyes and came to a desolate wilderness. Now seeing the Queen of Shigua who came to pick him up in person, he is really terrified. Shigua is really an unfathomable country. And he was teleported here now. It should be Shigua's doing. This is a warning to him. Zhang Xiai didn't know what this middle-aged grandfather was thinking now. She has been running around every day recently, and didn't care much about the affairs of the Rock Empire. Otherwise, Zhang Xiai would definitely roll her eyes, and say that you think too much. Shigua is now just trying to help Rock Empire enter a high-speed development stage as soon as possible. It really has no time to target anyone in particular. Of course, the overall target is the big landlords and nobles. There is no doubt about that. When the range of random transmission expanded to the entire planet, where the space-time gate is located, Shigua explored the Jade Belt Star, and the Little Blue Star at a very fast speed. Needless to say, the Little Blue Star is the same as the Blue Star. In addition to the Augustus continent that has been explored, the Jade Belt Star has 3 other continents. These continents are also scattered with some countries or tribes. There is currently no civilization similar to Shigua on this planet, nor is there a country larger than the Rock Empire. Most of them are tribal. This is actually good news. There are fewer people to communicate with, and the so-called world balance is much simpler. And helping the Rock Empire develop rapidly is already an established fact. If we want to make progress as a whole, we can't just focus on the nobles. And Shigua can't just focus on the nobles. This kind of growing pains can only be borne more by the rulers and nobles. Driving the noble marquis back to his own castle, I admired the factory industrial areas that are being expanded around the city. These industrial areas provide a large number of jobs for the Rock Empire. Although it is impossible to change the backward system of this country now, it has been proved that advanced systems and sufficiently fierce economic shocks are enough to loosen the backward system of a country. In short, no matter what the Rock Empire's power thinks, no matter whether they are willing or not, the entire Rock Empire has begun a vigorous transformation because of the deeply rooted Shigua factory. It is impossible not to make progress. After all, there are so many people in the Rock Empire. If they don't make progress, Zhang Xi's current workload will only double and double. Zhang Xiaobai agrees with the host's idea. He is now accustomed to the human mimicry shell and the way humans express emotions. Although he does not have human emotions, so he only expresses his emotions to his host. And he has a poker face or a polite smile to others. The young man wearing a pair of plain glasses without any degree smiled politely. The problem of Rock Empire is not very big. Zhang Xiai looked at this face that completely met her aesthetic taste, and smiled with satisfaction. Let's go. I'm sleepy. Recently, Zhang Xiai has a new hobby. She can't stand the dog system wearing a sport suit all day and not caring about his appearance. Knowing that he can control his appearance, she simply lets him change his style every day to satisfy her eyes. Well, today Zhang Xiaobai is playing the role of a gentle and domineering CEO in a novel that Zhang Xiai has read recently. He looks really handsome. In addition to busy work, he can also appreciate male beauty. This is also Zhang Xi's only comfort. She moved her eyes back from the car window, thinking about the changes in the space-time source force in recent times. At the beginning, the space-time area where the space-time source force was transferred was only about 1 square meter, and then it gradually increased. Now it has reached 2 square meters, and the frequency of transmission has almost never stopped all day. But even at this level, it is still controllable in the system's mouth, and the situation is not serious. But now, except for Blue Star, the panic in the other 3 worlds is actually very serious. Fortunately, Shigua is not short of money and various resources, so it can have the strength to distribute some survival props to everyone. But will the situation really continue to deteriorate? Yunxiao Planet 33. Is the country of Podolin fun? On the screen in front of him, the friend asked with interest. Lin Yu stretched out his hand and rubbed his temple. It's okay. After all, they are the country of orcs. Many of them have animal ears and tails. They look pretty cute. The tourist attractions of various star countries in the interstellar are very unique. Lin Yu has been to several countries, but this country with various orcs as the main citizens is really, well, very good. This trip took nearly a year, and it is still cost-effective. After hanging up the video, Lin Yu lay down in the smart massage chair, put on headphones, and prepared to comfort her body and mind. She had been irritable and insomniac recently, It should be that the radiation sickness had become more serious. Today, she wanted to try the popular ancient Shigua music to see if it could improve her current situation. However, not long after she closed her eyes, she suddenly felt the wind blowing on her. What happened? She was clearly indoors. Lin Yu opened her eyes and found that she and her massage chair had teleported to a strange street. A man in ancient Shigua police uniform was standing 3 steps away from her, staring at her with wide eyes. Chapter 123. Shigua Jingshi. On one of the busiest streets in Jingshi, a woman appeared sitting on a strange chair. There was even a piece of floor made of a very special material under her chair. She suddenly appeared on the street. The young traffic police standing on the side of the road to maintain traffic order were stunned. Although the country had long told everyone that it was very likely to be teleported, or see someone being teleported, this was the first time that someone appeared directly and carelessly on a busy urban street. It was a very fresh scene for everyone. Hello? May I ask where you are from? After a few seconds, the traffic policeman asked cautiously in Chinese, and then he repeated the question in the very unfamiliar language of the Great Ling Dynasty. After all, the people of the Rock Empire all look like foreigners, and the people of Yunxia Star Country can understand Chinese. Lin Yu has been traveling abroad for the past year. Although he knows that there have been a lot of music, paintings, songs and dances, architectures in the style of the ancient Shi Kingdom recently, but because the situation in the interstellar world is more complicated than in other worlds, and the current transmission range is limited to Wuyun Star, then in fact, Yunxia Star Country has not announced the existence of the spacetime gate to all citizens. Only some people know about it. Therefore, Lin Yu's first reaction now was, "Oh my god! I traveled through time. Is this ancient times?" She quickly sat up from the chair. After saying just one word, the traffic police on the opposite side suddenly realized, "Are you a friend of Yunxia Star Country?" Lin Yu was surprised. "Do you know Yunxia Star Country?" The traffic police answered her. And the crowd that had been attracted by this scene, "I know." Lin Yu slowly typed A. When Zhang Xi learned that there was a planet very far away from Wuyun Star that was also affected by the source of time and space, causing a person to be teleported to the main road. He had just returned from Daling Dynasty, and also learned that other team members had gone to the capital to pick up people. She entered the conference room without stopping. Although there are people living on Wuyun Star for a long time, they are almost all professionally trained warriors from Yunxia Star Country, and Shi Country with strong survival ability. Even the scientific researchers are fully armed. Therefore, even though Wuyun Star has been teleported many times recently, everyone is not very nervous. But now this teleportation has spread to other planets in Yunxia Star Country. Now we have to figure out whether this situation is only expanding in the Yunxia Star Country plane, or in other planes as well. Other planes are not clear for the time being. But once we teleport creatures into space, even if everyone is equipped with convenient space suits and oxygen, the probability of survival is still very low. Our current aerospace technology allows free flight near the blue star, but it will be very troublesome if it is farther away. The problem is that the solar system is too dangerous. Even with space suits, it can't last that long. Once sent to the sun, everyone talked about the terrible consequences of the current situation, especially now that in addition to the solar system, there is also the galaxy where the Jade Belt star is located, and the small solar system, where the small blue star is located. Such a short time is not enough for Shigua to fully control such a large area. The size of the spacetime gate is limited. Aerospace equipment must be reassembled after the accessories and parts are transported there. After assembly, it can be put into use after various debugging and testing. Therefore, if someone is unlucky enough to be sent to a place where the blue star is, Shigua will go out to rescue them as soon as possible. Even if they are sent to the space outside the blue star, with the current strength of Shigua, it is not impossible to rescue them. But if they are thrown to the sun star, or any planet, they are likely to be hit by GG instantly. If they are lucky enough to reach Mars, they may be able to hold on for a while. Shigua is not confident that they can guarantee to rescue people. In short, because of the teleportation of an ordinary citizen of Yunxiaxing country, it seems that some crises that cannot be perfectly resolved have appeared. But no matter how worried you are, you still have to arrange the next work according to the changes in the current situation. Zhang Xi watched everyone put away their worries and anxiety immediately and discussed it seriously. The current situation is actually very simple. The system can sense which two worlds suddenly teleported to each other at the first time. It can also quickly locate the specific location of the exchange bit by bit. So far, The action team has relied on the system's early warning positioning to act. Zhang Xiai is the host of the system. The system cannot move freely without Zhang Xiai. She can only follow it and help it with her own ability. Xiaobai. I suddenly remembered a sentence you said to yourself before. Zhang Xiai was not sure whether she was more depressed or more worried. At this moment, she suddenly remembered something. Zhang Xiaobai wore an ancient Chinese costume today and looked very handsome. Ling Chao, what? Zhang Xiai, you said? I don't know if it's too late. What's the matter? Others were seriously discussing the next work. But the two people sitting on the side looked at each other inexplicably. They can be said to have been inseparable for 2 years. And they stayed together all the time. Zhang Xiai knew what the little black dog meant when it wagged its tail. Similarly, Zhang Xiai could understand Zhang Xiaobai's eyes. He seemed to be struggling with something. But after a while he said, it is a. Maybe it will happen soon. Zhang Xiai, what? Zhang Xiaobai, it may take a long time to happen. Zhang Xiai. The two stared at each other for a long time. And finally Zhang Xiai looked away. In fact, with the relationship between Zhang Xiai and the system deeply bound to this extent, although the system is really just a virtual intelligent instrument, its intelligence is enough for Zhang Xiai to treat him as a person. When two people are in contact for a long time, they will also develop feelings. After she looked away, she felt her wrist being pulled. Zhang Xiaobai, who was dressed like an ancient nobleman, looked pitiful. Host, I didn't expect things to progress so quickly. Zhang Xiai nodded. I know. You can't say it now. I don't blame you. She didn't shake his hand off. Mainly because they stayed together all day. And one of the system's camouflage shells even slept with her. So the sense of distance was really minimal. Naturally, no one else could hear the conversation between the two people in their consciousness, because the situation was still uncertain. So the solution they discussed could only be to take one step at a time and see if the situation would be better after several worlds slowly developed. During this period, the system also issued rewards for long-term tasks. As expected, it was some research data on the source of space and time. After the joint research of Yangtze country and Xi country, the control of the space and time gate was further improved. But the chaos of the source of space and time could not be controlled. And a smart and useful system like Zhang Xiaobai could not be made. All we can say is that the revolution has not yet succeeded. And comrades still need to work hard. The final result of this meeting was to speed up the production of portable spacesuits. Shigua had already exchanged this technology from Yangtze Xingwu. The cost was relatively high. If Shigua was not so rich now, it would be impossible to afford it. When everyone walked out of the meeting room, Minister Song was at the back, raised his eyebrows and looked at the two people holding hands, and finally couldn't help but said, Xiaozi, you stay for a while. Zhang Xiai stopped and turned around in confusion. Okay. It's like this. Xiaozi, our project team recently imported the most advanced interstellar scanner from Yangtze Xingwu. We may need you to conduct a comprehensive inspection in the afternoon, Minister Song said. Zhang Xiai looked at the system. The other party was sitting next to him with a blank expression. In fact, this kind of inspection has been done many times. The purpose is to find clues of the system. But it has never been successful. Even if it is the craziest idea, there is absolutely no possible way to allow such an intelligent system with powerful control to arrive here from another time and space, and to create so many mimic shells out of thin air. More importantly, it is obvious that they cannot get the core data belonging to Zhang Xiaobai from here. They can only put forward this idea that there must be a way to succeed, and start research from scratch. Zhang Xiaobai knew about this. And so did Zhang Xiai. She nodded immediately and said, I will cooperate. Minister Song looked at Zhang Xiaobai again. I have another question. Xiaobai, is the current situation of the space-time source power under your control? In fact, she wanted to ask whether it was within his expectations. But after thinking about it, she used a more euphemistic word. Zhang Xiaobai nodded. Now, it's not serious. Minister Song, does it mean it will get worse? Zhang Xiaobai used an ambiguous word to answer this question. I originally thought it wouldn't happen. And now I don't know if it will happen. Zhang Xiai asked, is it inconvenient to say? The system with a tall mimic shell looked back at her and said, I can tell you too some confidential things. But I hope that what I tell you today will not affect all the current decisions and situations. Zhang Xiai and Minister Song looked at each other. And then Minister Song nodded. Since you said so, I can promise you that our decisions will be the most rational. Zhang Xiai was still holding his hand, and she felt that this guy's hand suddenly exerted a little force, but then loosened a little, just holding it lightly, and it felt very warm. But what this guy said next made Zhang Xiai unconsciously use strength. I came to this world with the source of space-time. If this space-time doesn't have the source of space-time, then there won't be a control system for the source of space-time. The world I came from also has this power, and that world is already on the verge of collapse. Zhang Xiaobai used a word with a strong sense of crisis. Collapse. He continued, because the existence of parallel time and space is very strange. The past, present and future of the same world cannot affect each other. So when I followed the power of the source of time and space to pursue the source of chaos, I could only come to another time and space. And then I came here. Minister Song asked with some doubts. The source of chaos? The system nodded. I, or my creators, originally thought that the place I was going to was a lifeless and painful place. But it is not here. There is even only this little bit of time and space source power that I am pursuing. Although this power is expanding rapidly, everything has just begun. Imagine that when you heard that a huge earthquake had occurred somewhere, you followed the shock wave to the earthquake zone, but found that the epicenter was calm. This is something worth pondering. The system said, my analysis system told me that this place is very similar to the world I came from. But it is also different, because the world I came from does not have me at this time. After he said this, the other two were silent and thought deeply. To be honest, it was quite brain-burning. After a long while, Zhang Xiai said, you said you came here with the source of space and time. But the source of space and time may have just found a new target. And this is not the source. The corner of the system's mouth curled up. And Zhang Xiai thought, what the hell? An alien machine actually learned to smile bitterly. If the power of the space-time source force is like a huge tree, its power will certainly continue to grow. But that is the treetop. And I am heading towards the root of the tree. The system patiently explained, in the universe, time is a very confusing concept. In short, to some extent, this world is indeed the past of the world that created me, and is the root of the tree. I cannot predict the extent of the expansion of the space-time source force in this world. I only know the approximate periodic riot changes. Zhang Xiai whispered, so, the space-time source force riot is it coming soon? The system is still the same. This statement, perhaps? I cannot accurately predict when the riot will come. Only when the scales are relatively balanced can the space-time source force calm down. But I don't have any successful experience to bring to you. I am just a control and source-seeking system that is entrusted with the last hope. If you know that the information you reveal will cause the world to develop in another direction, and it is only the non-human system that changes all this, then the biggest possibility is that the world will repeat the same mistakes. However, the system has no ability to start over again. It has been bound to Zhang Xiai, and they will live and die together. Minister Song touched his chin and said, when you first appeared, you kept encouraging Zhang Xiai to become the emperor. Zhang Xiai also remembered, yes. Zhang Xiaobai glanced at the host. This is also because it is obviously absurd for an individual to be king and dominate. How can ordinary humans realize this idea of a feudal emperor? No matter how hard you try, the country still has to take action. The more absurd I say, the faster the host will find the country. Right? Zhang Xiai, you still have too little experience. Don't you see how many people why that they can become modern emperors or businessmen, underworld emperors, and have 3,000 beauties? Zhang Xiaobai smiled and said, so I found you. According to the points analysis, the host is the most likely person to ask the country for help among those who meet the mental strength standards near me at that time. Minister Song also smiled. Xiao Zhang can be regarded as a patriot recognized by the alien system. Zhang Xiai smiled proudly. Of course, I called the police immediately. In short, my designer said. The system said calmly. All miracles are praises of human courage and creativity, rather than following a set program. Machines cannot replace it. If the periodic riot of space-time source power really occurs, I, as a control system, have a way to temporarily suppress it. At that time, according to the original setting, my core data will also be handed over to you. Chapter 124. Zhang Xiai had another brain scan. Unfortunately, even Yun Xiaoxing's scanner could not find anything wrong with Zhang Xi's brain, not to mention the existence of the system. Zhang Xi's brain was scanned inside and out, and there was nothing that shouldn't be there. But Comrade Xiao Zhang's mental state is really good, which is rare and very healthy. The doctor in charge of the examination said. Normally, the members who have joined the base now have more or less mental problems, mainly due to fatigue caused by irregular working hours. Zhang Xiai was undoubtedly one of the most tired people, but her mental state was unexpectedly good. Zhang Xiai smiled. Maybe this is a talent. Otherwise, how could I be bound by the system? Walking out of the examination room, Zhang Xiai stood in the corridor. Xiaobai. Is the power of mental power very strong? Zhang Xiaobai nodded. Very strong. When one day you break through the limit of mental power. He did not continue. Because in this urgent situation, it is useless to say something that cannot be determined on the date. Zhang Xiai patted his shoulder. Okay. Don't think too much. It will go smoothly. Lin Yu was warmly received in the other world. Her massage chair was moved to the nearby police station. Several policemen from Gushi country gave her a brief introduction to the current situation and prepared some snacks and tea for her. Lin Yu was very surprised. So, you have known about the existence of Yunxia Star country for a long time? Xiao Liang, a policeman from the police station, smiled and said, It's not that we knew it a long time ago. We have only known about it for half a year. Another policeman, Xiao Lu, said, Don't worry. There will be members of the action team to take you back soon. Lin Yu did not ask any more questions, but looked at the street outside the window curiously. To be fair, this street in Beijing is already very spacious in the country. It is also a famous commercial street in Beijing. The buildings on both sides of the road are very modern, but they are still very retro in Lin Yu's eyes. Although she was not sure whether this was the past of Yangtze Xingwu, it was obvious that this place was very beautiful. As a travel enthusiast, Lin Yu had been taking photos with her optical computer. The optical computer could not connect to the internet and only had some very basic functions, but it could still take photos and videos. This place is really beautiful, she exclaimed. Several policemen. They had no idea what was so beautiful about this house, with only a service desk and a water dispenser. However, a female police officer remembered that there were still a lot of gifts left from the promotional activities last year. So she took out some giant panda shigua nuts and gave them to her, which made Lin Yu happy. After staying at the police station for more than 20 minutes, the members of the Space-Time Gate operation team had already arrived here. There was no language barrier, so they took the victim Lin Yu to the base smoothly. It was a pity that she didn't have too many opportunities to visit, but she could see the blue sky while sitting in the flying car, which was a unique scenery of the blue planet. In fact, there are still many people like Lin Yu who need to transfer at the Changbai base. Once the space-time source power of the planets connected by the space-time gate is disordered, all victims must first come to the Changbai base for physical examination and residence registration, and will be sent to their original place after confirmation. After you have finished your physical examination, we will send you to Wuyun Star, and your country's staff will take you home. The Shi people in charge of reception said with a smile. Lin Yu nodded, and when she began to accept the examination, a group of people hurriedly walked by the door. The leader was a young woman, wearing a simple shirt and casual pants. No one knew that she was the most important member of the entire Changbai base, and she would go to Yunxia Star country before Lin Yu. Perhaps because Yunxia Star country is the most different from the other planes among the 4 planes. Wuyun Star is the most teleported planet. There is even a small teleportation vortex on the other side of Wuyun Star. This vortex is currently only the size of a palm, but anyone who accidentally steps into it will be randomly teleported to other places. This is not a good omen. Although the only things that this small vortex can transport are some surface mud and ore. Once such a vortex appears in other places, the consequences will be disastrous. Therefore, after learning that the expert group was going to observe, Zhang Xiai and the system took the action team to go there. Although the overall journey is a bit far, it didn't take long to get there because of the convenience of transportation. This vortex is invisible to the naked eye and can only be detected through the space-time source force detector, Professor Tang said. In addition, we can basically control this vortex from expanding with a relatively basic space-time source force controller, but it is impossible to completely solve it. After he finished speaking, he pointed to the small vortex that was fully displayed on the screen. This is it. Zhang Xiai leaned forward to take a look. It really is in the shape of a vortex. There was a space-time source force energy group in the shape of a water vortex on the screen, which was rotating at high speed at this time. Zhang Xiai, do you have any idea about this? Zhang Xiaobai, yes. In fact, everyone here knows that Zhang Xiaobai may have a way to solve this vortex. But some things cannot be solved simply and crudely. They still need to analyze the characteristics of this vortex, and hope to create corresponding machinery in the future. Zhang Xiaobai said, this kind of small vortex can be easily eliminated as long as you upgrade the space-time source force controller. Everyone wanted to ask him, what about the big vortex? But it is conceivable that the big vortex must require a more advanced controller. After a while, after confirming that Professor Tang and his team had collected all the data of this small vortex in Beijing, the small vortex slowly disappeared. Only some space-time source power remained at the scene, and Zhang Xiai looked at Zhang Xiaobai, and found that he was very calm. Are you okay? Zhang Xiaobai, I can still handle this level, it's okay host. Zhang Xiai was silent for a moment. Will there be a bigger space-time vortex in the future? The two walked behind everyone, their faces were very calm, but they were communicating in their consciousness. Zhang Xiai only felt that a big hand touched his head, looking at Zhang Xiaobai. Host, the space-time source power vortex is already a relatively worry-free existence. In fact, the most troublesome thing is the random transmission. Just like the danger of a sudden huge rainstorm is actually higher than that of a large river dam that has been defended for many years, the former is hard to defend, and the latter can be prepared in advance. Zhang Xiai sighed. It feels like the situation is getting worse day by day. Zhang Xiaobai, host, although I am not a human, but at this time we can only hope for this. I have already mentioned the space-time source disasters that can be prevented at present, and the disasters that cannot be prevented, I will only increase panic. The emergency crisis handling capabilities of Shigua are already very strong. If any serious incident occurs, the crowd can be evacuated, and the people can be comforted in the first time. This is the only solution to the current situation. Zhang Xiaobai glanced at the host walking with him, and his eyes showed some emotion. It turned out that the system really didn't hide anything. 2 or 3 months later, Shigua had successfully developed a higher-level space-time source force controller, and tried to control some space-time vortices that suddenly appeared. Without exception, these vortices appeared on Wuyun Star, and there were none on the other 3 planets. The Shigua exploration team also discovered a very strange ore on the Antarctic land of Udai Star. Currently, this ore has been verified to temporarily offset part of the energy of space-time source force. The expert group is trying to amplify this characteristic to make a more powerful controller. That's all the good news. For Zhang Xiai recently, bad news comes one after another. First, the probability of teleportation is getting higher and higher. Even Blue Star has appeared many times. Xiao Zhang, you may have to go to the Secretary of State of the Philippines in person. A persistent time-space vortex appeared in his home. He was teleported to the manor of Queen Ivra, which frightened Queen Ivra's mother. You have to go and comfort him. Minister Song is arranging for Zhang Xiai to go to Rock Empire immediately. Westerners in Blue Star have been restricted from entering the other world. Now they have taken advantage of it, and been teleported there directly. It's a pity that the mother of the King of Rock Empire doesn't buy it at all. She arrested him as a robber and tortured him severely. Now Zhang Xiai, the director-level queen, has to bring him back. If it was just to rescue people, it would be fine. Now there are various external communication tasks, which is very annoying. Zhang Xiai and the system, who were wearing black combat uniforms and looked like mercenaries, got on the flying car and set off. It was already afternoon when they arrived at Queen Ivra's manor. Speaking of which, Zhang Xiai hadn't seen Queen Ivra for a long time. The last time she saw her, she still looked like a girl. But now she looks much more mature. I'm very sorry, Queen Ivera. Although the transmission is beyond the control of all of us, I deeply apologize for this gentleman's rudeness to your mother. I will immediately negotiate with the country where this gentleman is from and ask for compensation. Ivera showed an elegant smile. Looking a bit like her sister, it's okay. It was my mother, who was a little impulsive, and hurt this gentleman. Zhang Xiai didn't even bother to look at the old man. She didn't like Philippine politicians. He was rude first. His country is a rude country. He often does some ridiculous things that hurt others and themselves. Ivera heard that Zhang Xiai seemed to have some opinions about the country where the fat old man was from. She was very smart, and didn't continue talking. The two pretended to negotiate, and Zhang Xiai stuffed the Philippine Secretary of State into the car and took him away. After the Secretary of State found out that he was teleported to another world, he immediately tried to communicate with the people in the other world, hoping to get more information about the other world. Unfortunately, they did not speak the same language. And the clothes this guy wore looked weird to the people of Rock Empire. It was considered very civilized not to tie him up and burn him to death. Now this guy kept expressing his dissatisfaction in the back seat. Although he used a carrion, Zhang Xiai pretended not to understand. Although she was affiliated with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, she was not very good at communicating with politicians, based on the principle of saying more and making more mistakes, and not saying anything was right. Zhang Xiai chose to remain silent, and the others were also silent. Just kidding, with Shigua's current status in Blue Star, even the Philippines is afraid that one day Shigua will claim that a soldier is lost in the capital of the Philippines and take the opportunity to invade, just as Secretary of State. She looked out the window. Outside the stars are shining. The planetary ring of the Jade Belt star is like a dazzling crown. Such a beautiful world, how can it be polluted by hateful politicians? Chapter 125. Since the New Year's Day of 2027, the countries of Blue Star have formed the Blue Star Space Source Crisis Logistics Support Committee, and the member countries of this committee include more than 200 countries around the world. As a big country of Blue Star, the Philippines is of course an important part of it, but this does not mean that the Philippines will receive any preferential treatment. In fact, at this time, the Philippines can no longer be compared with She Country in all aspects. The rapid growth of She Country has made itself the dream place of the entire Blue Star. Every day, many people try to immigrate to She Country. Therefore, when it was learned that the Secretary of State of the Philippines had been teleported, Shigua asked Zhang Xiai to pick him up out of the most basic diplomatic etiquette. But Shigua would not be responsible for any accidents caused during this period. So when Zhang Xiai brought the eloquent Secretary of State Pike back to the Chumbei base, her direct superior, Minister Lin, ignored Pike's clamor and directly sent a car to send him back. Mr. Pike, I will negotiate with your country again about the problem of the overall image of Blue Star being affected by your impoliteness. In addition, at the upcoming Global Crisis Conference, we will also inform all countries of your actions as a negative example. The above, I hope you know. Half a month later, the Blue Star Global Crisis Conference was officially held, and all countries in the world participated in an orderly manner, including some regional organizations, and the host country of this conference was Shigua, which was highly anticipated. But the protagonists are all countries. Now because of the disorder of space-time source force, in fact, the number of victims has greatly increased, especially in some places. Relatively small space-time source force disorder vortexes have appeared. Some vortexes appearing in the wilderness are still good, but those appearing in public places are completely harmful. For example, the representative of Japan spoke very quickly at this time, and excitedly described a small vortex that appeared at the door of their government building. The small vortex was not even half the size of a palm, but anyone who stepped on it disappeared automatically. The extremely creative TV station also named the event as Government Building Serial Disappearance Case. After more than a dozen government workers disappeared early in the morning, Shigua informed them that there was a small whirlpool there. The representative of Japan complained about this incident, and there was a hint of complaint in his voice, but the representative of Shifang was not in a hurry at all. Instead, the representative of Pepsi stood up. The representative of Pepsi was talking about a whirlpool that appeared in the zoo. Many of their zoo staff were sent directly to the primeval forest of Udai Star when they stepped on it. It was so miserable, they have decided to make a movie to satirize this incident. Each country has basically encountered the crisis of biological teleportation and vortex teleportation. But in fact, Shigua suffered the most. After all, Shigua is relatively close to the space-time gate, and is the most affected. After all the emergencies were roughly counted, it was finally Shigua's turn to speak. Director Ren Changjing came to the stage with a serious face. She looked around and said, "Before speaking, I need to respond to some questions and doubts from the representatives. First of all, Shigua has invested countless manpower and material resources in the Space-Time Gate project. Of course, this is due to Shigua's own development. But various commodities and resources from other worlds have also flowed into Blue Star. Shigua can responsibly say that Shigua has made a very effective solution to the energy crisis of Blue Star. Although some countries have encountered economic crises due to the solution of the energy crisis. For all countries and people in the world, the contributions and sacrifices made by Shigua cannot be ignored. In this case, the space-time source crisis suddenly appeared. Because the space-time gate is within the territory of Shigua, Shigua also bravely took on the responsibility. In the response plans for various crises, Shigua has achieved independent research and development, and actively shared various materials. However, the current technology is still limited. Various monitoring and crisis location positioning require a certain amount of time to determine the specific location. The farther away from our research center, the more difficult it is to locate. We have told this many times. Under this premise, we do not think that any country has any position to accuse Shigwa. After she finished speaking, she began to read out the important matters that Shigwa would say at this conference. Dear representatives of all countries, hello everyone. As a serious victim of the space-time source force disaster, Shigwa is well aware of the importance of unity and cooperation. We actively advocate global disaster preparedness and jointly resist unknown threats. Shigwa has independently developed a space-time source force principal detector and controller. These two technologies accurately predict and control disasters, which are the crystallization of our scientific research efforts. But please understand that this is a huge economic and human investment, and it is impossible to provide it for free. We are willing to cooperate with all countries on the basis of equality and mutual benefit, and jointly promote the development of disaster prevention and control technology through technology transfer and other means to build a safer world. Let us work together to deal with this crisis. Shigwa will fully support international cooperation and build a community with a shared future for mankind. Thank you all. Everything happened too suddenly. Blue Star has basically stood on the same position and reached a consensus until now. However, there are too many differences among countries. It is impossible to really work together. Shigwa can only ensure that its own country works together. Under this premise, the survival kits distributed free of charge by Shigwa to the people began to be sold abroad on a large scale. Although no one has been found to be directly teleported into the sea, both swimming rings, oxygen cylinders, and the latest imported protective films have become hot commodities. However, most people do not have a particularly strong sense of participation and déjà vu. After all, compared with so many people in the world, the number of people teleported can be regarded as very small. Although the scope is large, there are few victims. This is the current situation. Only for the current situation. Wuyun Star. Zhang Xiai looked at a giant stone, as big as a millstone, and fell silent. Professor Tang took the instrument to test. His face was heavy. The space-time vortex has strengthened. Qi Jin, a man from the Deling dynasty, who had a modern hairstyle, stood aside in a white shirt. He was recently responsible for collecting information on the space-time source of the Deling dynasty. This big stone is actually a rockery in a family compound in the south of the Deling dynasty. But this time, what is more strange is that this rockery itself has become a space-time source vortex, and this vortex can be seen from any side. Qi Jin came to Wuyun Star through this rockery. It sounds like another form of space-time gate. The place where this space-time gate appears is random, and the places it connects are random. The most terrifying thing is that if you throw a stone on the rockery, in principle, this stone will also become part of the rockery space-time gate. Zhang Xiai inexplicably remembered the random space-time gate that the system had compared to her. Now this situation has really appeared. Although it is only a small range, it is really a bit scary. The system is standing next to her, and its face is as calm as ever. But Zhang Xiai can feel that the system does not seem to be very happy. Although there is no such thing as happiness in the system. Zhang Xiai, Xiaobai. Can you solve this? System, yes. The two stood behind and watched everyone busy. This strange rockery that can be seen in both worlds is bright in color and very dreamy. However, this represents an escalation of the crisis. Chapter 126. Shigwa, Tingyang City. Zhang Xiai and Xiao Bai walked on the street. Both of them were dressed very ordinary, not very eye-catching. Of course, they did not come here to go shopping today, but a futuristic building with a very unique style suddenly appeared in the middle of the street. It was more than 10 meters high, and the whole body was warm white, emitting luster. This building quickly attracted the attention of many people after it appeared. Almost everyone on this street came out to see. A tall building appeared in an ordinary residential area. Some people in strange clothes even walked out of this building. It looked like some urban ghost stories. But everyone knew it wasn't. This situation was obviously the unstable space-time gate that the authorities had just announced. The surrounding police and observation personnel soon appeared. After checking the special surveillance, it was found that fortunately, no innocent people were directly teleported away. But the people who came out of the building explained that this space-time gate led to the interstellar world. Soon, the photos taken spread all over the internet. Although Shigwa has strict control over this aspect now, the more mysterious things are, the more people want to pursue them. Every time there is news about the space-time vortex or mysterious transmission, there are always a large number of people trying to find out the news. Some network anchors even hired people to take photos for them. Not to mention the endless fakes. Many people who want to attract attention will create a fake disaster scene to attract attention, but many of these are dealt with by the police because of their large impact. Most video platforms have specially updated the details of disasters in various places with time and space source power divisions, so that people can pay more attention to avoid them. And now this residential street is full of people, everyone is standing outside the cordon, and the cameras are densely filming the building. Zhang Xiai and his team came at this time. Although the situation has spread, the road is not congested, and it is also controlled in a timely manner. But everyone's expression was extremely serious. The total height of this building is 12 meters, which is equivalent to the height of the space-time gate controlled by the system, and the range of influence is also very large. After everyone arrived here, they immediately used the controller to simply control the surrounding space-time magnetic field to prevent the appearance of space-time source force vortex. But then, they could only rely on the system to stabilize this chaotic space-time gate and prevent the range from expanding. As for the space-time gate itself, even the system has no ability to close it, and can only let it stand here. Is there really no other way? Professor Tang looked worried. The system was wearing a simple sportswear today. At Zhang Xi's suggestion, he pinched his hair. He looked very clear and stupid. But when he looked at the tall buildings of Yunxia Star Country, he was very calm. I can't do anything. If you can find a new direction, you may be able to solve it. Everyone was silent. This kind of thing is not so easy. The strange or found on Udai star before has now entered the research. The characteristic of this or is that it can consume the transmission characteristics of the source of time and space. Unfortunately, this characteristic is too small. Now the scientists of Shi country are trying to expand this energy. It will take a long time to study. Zhang Xiai sighed. She has been feeling a little uncomfortable these 2 days. Since the appearance of this chaotic space-time gate, every time the system uses control power, Zhang Xi's spirit is consumed to a certain extent. Although the impact is not too great, it is always a little mentally exhausted. In short, this building can only be placed here now. After being thoroughly studied, no one can approach it at will. Professor Tang said with a worried look, it's okay to have one. But it will be troublesome if there are more. Zhang Xiai did not answer. She knew the situation would be more serious. The Ling dynasty. Oh no! It should be called Shigwa Ling dynasty, now divided into 20 provinces according to the areas that can be developed. Many places that have become regular residential areas on Blue Star are still barren. Therefore, the land in the Ling dynasty is destined to be much less than in modern times. And the gap between the rich and the poor is also very large. For example, Don province, where Dingring is now, was an important trade route during the De Ling dynasty. And it was also a must-pass route on the Silk Road. Many Western merchants passed by here, bringing various spices, horses, and seeds from the Western regions. Although it is very dangerous to cross the desert, wealth and honor are sought in danger. Some cities are indeed very lively. Zhejiang province began to conduct research and investigation after taking over the economic and livelihood development of Lingqiao Don province, and brought in many talents from Shigwa. Ding Renning was one of them. Ding Renning is a graduate of an unpopular major, studying a small language that is difficult to find a job. But now, due to the emergence of the space-time gate, learning languages has become a new hot topic. After all, no one can understand what people from other worlds say, so they need translation. Even if there are very convenient translation machines now, there are always places where machines cannot reach. For example, the red-bearded businessman who is communicating with Ding Renning now is mumbling something to Ding Renning, because his language seems to have been submerged in the torrent of history. And it is impossible to input a very systematic language program into the translator. Even the most powerful translator cannot translate it. But after 2 months of emergency training, Ding Renning can communicate with the merchants of this country by speaking and gesturing. She is now responsible for the external communication of a small county. After she finished communicating with the red-bearded Western merchant, she returned to her residence. Some caravans would pass through this small county town to rest. At this time, they could take the opportunity to sell some local specialty products. But they also had to pay attention to the methods. After taking a rest in her residence, Ding Renning took out the 5th-generation flight bracelet that had been developed, and flew to a large courtyard beside the county wall with the sunset glow. There were still many people here who had not rested, and were busy packaging the bulk corn cakes that had just been transported from the processing plant. According to the above instructions, each region must have its own specialty products to strengthen economic development. To lead the people to prosperity, we cannot rely solely on modern commodity imports, but we must seek development by ourselves. The land in Linnao County where Ding Renning is located is very suitable for growing improved corn. That is, millet. So now all the cultivated land and greenhouses grow most of the grains. And some are golden millet shipped from the Rock Empire. These rice are sent to the processing plant and processed into corn cakes with a long shelf life using modern technology, which are sold to the passing caravans and also transported back to the country and the Rock Empire for sale. But the Western merchants who came across the desert still focused on various special products from the Central Plains, such as silk and porcelain. They just bought some food to try. At this time, they needed to use their brains. Ding Renning watched everyone vacuum pack corn cakes, turned and walked into the warehouse next to him. There were boxes with very gorgeous decorations, which contained exquisite silver mirrors shipped from other provinces. They were very popular recently. These mirrors were gifts, and they could only be obtained by buying a certain amount of corn cakes and other agricultural and sideline products. This is how Linnao County attracted more merchants. Such flashy things can be made in large quantities with modern assembly lines. Shigwa can solve the problem of a large number of poor people in Daling Dynasty by purchasing some machines. All commodities can be circulated throughout the country, making the entire commercial market active. Ding Renning touched the gorgeous box and smiled. At this time, she just heard a cry from outside and ran out quickly. Soon, her eyes widened. She found that the city wall that originally stood next to the yard suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a very modern building. There were a few big words on the building: Haicheng Commercial Center. Ding Renning flew into the air with her bracelet, and she was horrified to find that half of Linnao County was teleported to Haicheng. Oh my god! Chapter 127. A part of the street in Haicheng, one of the largest cities in Shigwa, suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a quaint and old town. The architectural style is very ancient. Most of the walls of the courtyards are made of yellow mud. The people who came out with surprise were relatively small and wore ancient costumes. The large range of this time and space transmission shocked everyone, and the time of transmission was after 5 p.m., which was the peak time for getting off work. Many people entered the teleported area unexpectedly. After entering, various modern transportation tools inevitably frightened the ancients. After all, this is in Haicheng. Haicheng is an international metropolis. The area with a radius of 10 kilometers was teleported, and the affected area can be said to be the strongest ever. The Haicheng police arrived quickly. Luckily Ding Renning is a modern Shi countryman. She immediately stood up to explain the situation, and helped locate 2 disaster-stricken addresses. In addition, they also quickly cooperated with the Haicheng police to count the number of people teleported and their composition. After all, there are many Western merchants in this area that was teleported, and now many people are needed to appease the panicked residents. But in fact, the troubles encountered by Linnao County after arriving in Haicheng were far less than those of the Haicheng residents who were exchanged with them. After all, compared with the manpower, Haicheng had much more than Lingqiaogan province. At this time, in the original Linnao County of the Little Blue Star, there were bursts of noise coming from the city, and the reason was naturally conceivable. Aunt Li Yuanqi was one of them. She was 66 years old this year. She used to be the workshop director of a textile factory in Haicheng. After retirement, she planted flowers and plants at home, took care of her granddaughter, and lived a very leisurely life. She was very strong. Recently, my husband went to a summer camp for seniors, and the children would come back for dinner every day. Today, she prepared the dishes and put them on the table as usual, waiting for the children to come back for dinner. However, in just a blink of an eye, the place changed, and all the electrical appliances in the house were quickly cut off. The signal of the mobile phone disappeared, and the TV flashed no signal. Aunt Lu was chatting with her neighbors in the alley at the time, and everyone saw that the wires above their heads suddenly hung on the roof, as if they were broken from somewhere, followed by a sudden change in the air and a drop in the perceived temperature. There was no industrial pollution on the small blue planet a few hundred years ago, so the overall temperature was lower than that of the blue planet. Now it is April, and there is even some cold wind that makes people feel goosebumps. since the time and space source disaster has been promoted on TV networks. Everyone quickly realized what happened after it happened. But this does not mean that everyone can remain calm, especially after discovering that a large area has come to a strange place, and there is a lost wall next to it. After all, the ancient people can still live as usual after being transported to the modern world. However, modern people have no electricity and no internet in ancient times, and cannot contact the outside world. Few people can adapt to such a life. Even the elderly, who don't use mobile phones very often, will worry that the refrigerator at home will be out of power and the food inside will go bad soon. Therefore, the area soon became noisy. After figuring out the current situation, some experienced and powerful people nearby formed a temporary security team to explore the remaining half of the county town opposite. As an old woman, Aunt Lou certainly would not participate. She is now looking at what she needs to eat in her refrigerator as soon as possible, especially some meat food in the frozen layer must be eaten quickly. But what bothers her is that she is the only one at home now. How much can she eat? For an old woman like Aunt Lou, it is the most painful thing to throw away good food ingredients instead of eating them. No one was worried about any unexpected dangers. After all, this place was not a strange world, but a territory controlled by Shigua. However, the sudden intersection of the two worlds meant the arrival of a new era of disaster. The people in Haicheng residential area formed various teams to maintain order before the official staff arrived. They also counted all the people coming from Shigua and marked every household clearly to avoid any problems later. The street office gathered together to form a temporary command post, organized residents to report all the supplies at home, and called together all those who could help. Aunt Lou also registered her ability. After all, she had worked in the textile factory for half her life and was very familiar with this aspect. Other neighbors worked in various industries. The older neighbors were basically retired elite backbones of some old factories in Haicheng. Apart from anything else, they were very good at production. After a period of chaos, the neighbors in the Haicheng residential area who crossed over quickly organized themselves and soon communicated with Linyao County. Although the two sides did not speak the same language, communication was difficult and they could only communicate by writing. But everyone quickly let down their guard. Aunt Lou divided a small portion of the sumptuous meal on the table and put the rest in a lunch box to send to the busy action team members. So it was not a waste. And like Aunt Lou, there were many people who sent the extra food from home. And finally there was a situation where the food could not be finished. Xiao Tan is a retired soldier, now a junior in college, and originally came here to work part-time. But who knew that he would travel through time in the blink of an eye? So when the street office here used a loudspeaker to call for retired soldiers and experienced and capable young people, he immediately stood up. After all, if there is a call for war, you must return. Although it is not a war now, the severity is almost the same. Now he is responsible for patrolling the surroundings. Suddenly he saw the captain coming over with a handwritten form in his hand. Xiao Tan, since you are not a resident of this area, we will arrange for you to live in the home of Mr. Chun in Building 1. Unit 101. Green Garden Community. You can go there after the patrol. Thanks to the fact that Shigua has imported some convenient charging vehicles from Yangtze Xingguo. Although Shattered Wushan is far away from here, it took less than 2 hours in total for the first batch of staff to handle this matter to arrive here. In theory, these residents of Haicheng can actually evacuate. But this takes time. The unimpeded flying car has a limited carrying capacity. If the residents evacuate, they will definitely have to pack a lot of things. Some of them are even reluctant to leave the house they have worked hard for all their lives. In short, at present, some patients with serious illnesses who need to go to the hospital frequently are simply evacuated as soon as possible and returned to Haicheng for resettlement. Others will stay here temporarily to see how to arrange it later. Some people who want to go back as soon as possible for work reasons will be arranged to go back in the next few days. People like Xiao Tan have decided to stay. What is more surprising is that some middle-aged and elderly people who are unemployed and in good health have also stayed. On the one hand, some people are reluctant to give up the house where they have lived for most of their lives. After all, it is not easy to own a house in a good location in Haicheng. Some old neighbors may not have such a deep understanding. But young people are different. If you go back casually, it is not certain whether the state will give relevant subsidies. It will definitely be difficult to get the house back. Even from a practical point of view, it is not necessarily bad to stay in the other world to develop. It is just that the conditions are a little more difficult at the beginning. With the ability of Shigua, everything can be developed quickly. This is actually a new era of great navigation. And Lu also stayed in the other world. It was not that she was reluctant to leave her house, but she heard that there was a newly built textile factory not far from this county town. The textile factory is now recruiting technical guidance, and Lu has been considering it since she heard about it. After all, she is now old and her energy is not as good as before. Don't be too tired if you are not careful. But since she retired, she has been raising flowers and plants at home all day long. She feels a little uncomfortable. She always wants to experience the feeling of struggling when she was young. I heard that the various machines in various factories opened here recently are old models bought from various factories at low prices. The output may not be as high as the new ones. But this is exactly what Aunt Lu wants. After all, Aunt Lu used this batch of equipment before retirement, so she is quite familiar with it. She wrote a letter to her children to explain her decision to stay temporarily, and asked the staff who drove the plane to take it. At present, Shigua has not broken through the communication restrictions of various time and space. The two worlds can only communicate remotely through letters. Fortunately, the speed of the flying car is very fast. If you send a letter today, you will receive a reply tomorrow. Well, although it was an unexpected crossing for Chinese, it was also a novel turn. But on the other side, Zhang Xiai was not so relaxed. The system finally told Zhang Xiai that the appearance of such a large-scale spacetime source power transmission meant that the spacetime source power riot had already begun. In fact, according to the normal law of development, it is impossible to appear so quickly. But maybe it is because the source of the spacetime source power is in this spacetime. So everything is developing too fast. Zhang Xiaobai's expression was serious. The two of them were sitting in their own room now, and no one else could hear them. Zhang Xiai said with a worried look on his face, "What will happen next? Isn't the area of Linyao County the largest?" Zhang Xiaobai shook his head. This area is not the largest, but it is not small either. In fact, they are lucky. It is an exchange of two inhabited places. Imagine if it was a large ocean or an active volcano that was exchanged with Haicheng. Haicheng would have become a living hell. Zhang Xiai frowned. What should we do then? Zhang Xiaobai suddenly touched her head. Host, if one day you need to sacrifice your life for your world, are you willing? Zhang Xiai looked at him. Explain it clearly. Zhang Xiaobai lowered his eyes and suddenly hugged her. Host, in fact, such a large-scale transmission is also good for your world. The exchange of different worlds is conducive to communication and enhances balance. For example, if Linyao County is exchanged to the modern era, it will definitely develop rapidly. Zhang Xiai let him hold her, frowning and thinking, but didn't you say that the places that are exchanged are not necessarily all human settlements? Zhang Xiaobai said in a muffled voice, according to you humans, there is actually a threshold. At the beginning, the places that are exchanged must be villages or cities where humans live. After reaching a certain chaotic threshold, the source of time and space will be completely disordered, allowing the ocean and the city to exchange, and the sky and the earth to exchange. He talked about the original world he came from. That is the real end of the world. You don't know where you will be in the next moment, and whether you can survive. Zhang Xiai was silent for a while, pulled his face out of her arms, and held it. What do you mean? Zhang Xiaobai looked at her seriously. If you want, I can monitor the threshold, watch some safe cities and residential areas exchange, and when the dangerous threshold is reached, quickly control it, and there will be no next exchange place. Zhang Xiai was stunned. Are you saying that you can stop the transmission of the source of time and space? Zhang Xiaobai nodded. Zhang Xiai was slightly uneasy. What price will you pay? The system couldn't even control the time-space vortex before. Zhang Xiai guessed that he was conserving his strength, and now he can even stop the exchange of two cities, so it is conceivable that this must not be an easy task. Zhang Xiaobai approached her and said in a tiny voice, you will sleep with me until your world finds a solution to the loss of control. Host, are you willing? Are you willing to use all your mental energy to buy time and place your hope in the hands of your country and the world? Chapter 128. Sleeping? What kind of sleeping is that? If a person cannot wake up after sleeping for a long time, wouldn't he be a vegetable? In the meeting room, Minister Song was stunned. Zhang Xi's face was calm, and there was no longer the disbelief that he had just heard about this. Xiaobai said that he was just mentally exhausted. Sleeping 20 hours a day is not considered as sleeping for a long time. This is also a side effect of having his mental strength drained. In fact, there is still some time for eating and exercising, but the lack of mental strength will definitely affect the health of the body. It is not a good thing to say it is a good thing, but it depends on what can be exchanged. The exchange of Dalinkeo County and Haichung residential areas indicates that the disaster has now entered a new stage. At present, it seems that the development time of a stage is no more than a few months at most. After this stage, the situation will only become more serious. Zhang Xiai said, Minister Song, I think this method will eventually be used, the situation will only get worse. She said seriously, since it is destined to be sacrificed, then we must maximize the benefits of this sacrifice. Zhang Xiaobai sat next to him, and said in silence, this is also the best effort I can do. I can control the large-scale transmission of spacetime source power. During this period, in the current state, the situation will not continue to deteriorate, but it will depend on you afterwards. But before that, I will give you my core code. And I hope you can develop a more powerful control system than mine as soon as possible. In fact, there will certainly be worse situations later. But the suggestion made by the system now is to control it to a temporarily acceptable state before reaching a worse situation. Is there a better way? Actually, there is. For example, before the worst situation comes, Shigua and Yongxiak Xingguo will be the first to develop an instrument that can control the source of space and time. If so, everything will be happy. Minister Song shook his head. This is impossible. Now we have no idea about control systems like yours. Zhang Xiaobai, even if I don't bind to the host, I will bind to others. My own functions are quite powerful. But the driving force is mental power. It is actually the best result to just drain most of the host's mental power. Minister Song thought for a while, turned on the computer, and contacted some other major leaders. She quickly explained the situation. In fact, almost all the leaders of Shigua have been visiting some third world countries in Blue Star recently, hoping to unite all the forces that can be united and face the crisis together. After all, conflicts in some regions cannot be resolved by issuing a statement. They need a lot of mediation. Otherwise, even at the end of the world, they will not stop the war. Now that they know the current situation of the spacetime source crisis, everyone is silent for a long time. Finally, Prime Minister Xia asked, Comrade Zhang Xiai, are you sure you agree? Zhang Xiai was stunned. Yes, I am sure. Prime Minister Xia sighed. You are a warrior. Zhang Xiai smiled. As for the system, we will also remember your contribution. Zhang Xiaobai nodded and looked at Zhang Xiai. Although the basic strategy of temporary restraint has been set, neither Zhang Xiai nor the system can save the world. And what needs to be done must be done. The research team responsible for studying the source of time and space is now extremely large. In addition to the action team, there are thousands of researchers alone, divided into several groups for research. And there are new breakthroughs or progress almost every day. In fact, apart from the existence of the system, there is nothing else to hide from Yunxia Star Country. Although Yunxia Star Country's technology in other aspects is far superior to Blue Star, it is actually Blue Star Shi Country that is one step ahead in the research of spacetime source power. In particular, the research team of Shi Country is always full of energy, almost day and night to study and research, analyzing every word many times, and is particularly hardworking. Therefore, the leading role in this project team is really the Shi Country. And there will be more people to form countless research groups in the future. We must not let the sacrificed people fall into a hopeless situation. Zhang Xiai stood slowly in front of the French window. Zhang Xiaobai stood beside her, and there was something very interesting. Because Zhang Xiaobai had always appeared in the base, he actually registered a household in the base. The name on the household registration book was Zhang Shitong. A creature between a human and a system actually got a household registration book and an ID card. Even Zhang Xiai and he took the driving license together. Host, what are you thinking about? Zhang Xiai did not answer, instead said, you change your clothes quickly and give me a taste. Zhang Xiaobai. After a moment, a handsome guy in black clothes appeared in front of Zhang Xiai. She rushed over with shining eyes and said yo 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 twice. Hold me quickly. Let me feel it. The next second, they hugged each other. Hold tighter. He hugged her obediently and buried his furry head in her neck. Zhang Xiaobai, gradually blushing JPG. Zhang Xiai asked him to change back into his daily clothes. But there were 2 moving dog ears on his head. After touching it for a long time, he squinted his eyes in comfort. After a long time of noise, Zhang Xiai finally calmed down. She sat on the carpet, leaning against Zhang Xiaobai. There is no other way. Either I will suffer a little first, and see if the country can save everyone, or we will all die together. Zhang Xiaobai, yes. Zhang Xiai, although I often shouted that the world would soon be destroyed when I was online. But that was just talk. I still have parents and friends. In fact, there is no need to hesitate about this choice. Zhang Xiaobai looked at her. Host. It's okay. Mental power is not gone when it is drained. The host's mental power is very high. And there will be more in the future. Zhang Xiai nodded. What about you? You have been comforting me. I want to know if you want to control the rioting spacetime source power. What price will you pay? As long as the host is fine. I will be fine. But my intelligence level is not as high as it is now. Now the host can almost communicate with me as a real person, but when I use all the programs and energy to control the source of space and time, the system will restore the most basic settings. Zhang Xiai thought. In other words, will it become an artificial retard? Zhang Xiaobai, host. You are really good at talking. After a pause, he nodded and said, almost. Zhang Xiai said he understood, and then the two of them did not talk about this topic again, and watched variety shows together, until Professor Tang called. Xiao Zhang. Where are you and Xiaobai now? Zhang Xiai replied. It's in the north of the city. Professor Tang said very quickly. The large-scale transmission has appeared again. A small town next to the capital of Rock Empire, and a university in the suburbs of Jinshi have been exchanged. Zhang Xiai was shocked. The university has been transferred to Rock Empire? Professor Tang gave a positive answer. You and Xiaobai need to go there quickly now. Let's not talk about how busy the staff are. At this time, the capital of Rock Empire is a bit chaotic. This university is not small. After arriving in another world, you can see the towering teaching buildings and dormitory buildings from a long distance. Ivra was working in the palace at this time. Suddenly, she heard the guards outside shouting. Oh no! Shigua is attacking. Ivra? Chapter 129. Ever since the last King Herod II organized an army of 200,000 to invade the alien world, but was bombarded back, the king, archbishop, and all the ministers were captured, the Shi Kingdom army has become an unspeakable nightmare for the people of Rock Empire. Even though more than 2 years have passed, the deep fear still accompanies them. Even though they cannot refuse the various convenient and high-end daily necessities of Shi Kingdom, they cannot refuse the white salt and sugar. But in terms of military, they have never been unprepared for a day. However, now, almost in an instant, a building complex that is obviously in the style of Shigua appeared 10 kilometers away from their capital. There were even people coming and going in this building. It was obvious that many people lived there, and they were young and strong. The soldier in charge of watching was directly scared and hurried to report to his superior. When the news reached Ivra, Hope City had already sent people into the campus. The one that was forced to cross over was the new campus of the main campus located in the main urban area of Jinshi. Although it was only one of the campuses, it was also very large, and the various facilities were relatively complete. There were quite a few students. After learning about the situation here, Hope City immediately sent a flying car to make arrangements. After all, the situation of Rock Empire and the Ling Dynasty is different. There are now Shigua staff in all parts of the Ling Dynasty. Assuming that they are exchanged there, it can be regarded as being in their own territory. Although Rock Empire is weak, it is indeed a foreign country in name and in reality. Not only does it have a Dragon Knight army, but it also has many magicians. How can unarmed students easily fight against it? Fortunately, Shigua had cast too much of a shadow on Rock Empire before, and the two countries are now in a peaceful stage. So the army of Rock Empire did not attack rashly, but focused on exploration. Unfortunately, the principal of this campus did not come with him to the other world this time. Only a vice principal came with him. She immediately organized the students. There are now more than 6,000 students on campus, and there are even more faculty and staff. Both the normal order of life and the allocation of materials need to be readjusted. In this busy situation, the vice principal, surnamed Wang, of course, asked for more management staff to help her with the burden. After all, there are nearly 10,000 people in the school, and it is very troublesome to evacuate them all. Ivra learned in her palace that a large school was teleported here, and was shocked for a moment. But in fact, she was quite curious about the world where Shigua was. The last time the Secretary of State of the Philippines came, Although she could not communicate with him, she could see that although they were in a relatively high class, their living habits were completely different, and their living standards were also very different, which was definitely not just a little bit as seen now. In fact, so far, she had only imagined what Shigwa was like through Hope City. She had always been wary of Shigwa, but she had to yearn for it. But now it seems that she is very suspicious that the real life in Shigwa is also very different from that in Hope City. It's really enviable, Elvira murmured. On the other side, the town called Taurus was suddenly in a state of panic after being transported to a different world with poor air quality, but with a road to heaven. The mayor, Cabin, led his men to confront the nearby villagers, but they were unable to defeat the villagers holding shovels and hoes. But the entire Shi country, from top to bottom, adhered to the principle of not firing the first shot against the outside world. The villagers also waited for them to attack first before counterattacking, and they did not dare to hit too hard, for fear of being detained. By the time the nearby police arrived, Kabang and his men had been beaten by the villagers, and were running away. When they saw the police in uniform, they almost cried while hugging their thighs. In contrast to the tough villagers, the police looked as lovely and amiable as angels. Kabang immediately cooperated with the police to conduct population statistics and follow-up work arrangements. Shigwa also sent some food and various food and daily necessities to the town out of humanitarian spirit. Even the villagers who had just beaten them up brought a few boxes of milk and a few bags of rice, after all. Except for a few relatively wealthy nobles. The rest of the people in the town were pale, thin, and ragged. Even the clothes they wore were patched. They didn't have the time or the resources to tidy themselves up, so they didn't look clean at all. Their skin was dark. Their teeth were yellow. And there were lice in their hair. Normal modern people would find it unacceptable. Therefore, without anyone making special arrangements, nearby residents and other student volunteers began to work to help the poor. No one in the neighborhood was particularly short of food and clothing. Even those who were on the minimum living allowance didn't have to worry about starving to death. There was still food. When Shigwa selects staff to enter the other world, they must pass an exam. However, many people can offer suggestions for helping this small town. An extremely poor area suddenly appeared in Jinshur, where nearly half of the residents were starving. Although they were actually foreigners, not Shi people, they had to help them even out of humanitarianism. Vice Principal Wang asked with wide eyes, "What? Aren't we going back?" Principal Wu, who had rushed over from China, nodded and said, "How will these more than 6,000 students be accommodated after we go back? Will it delay their graduation? What about daily courses? Will this campus that our school spent a huge amount of money to build no longer be used?" Vice Principal Wang was stunned. "What does the school leaders mean?" Principal Wu said, "Classes will continue as usual. The logistics department of the material school will coordinate with the government." He said very seriously, "In fact, the school has moved. Students here must of course attend classes normally. After that, a special round-trip bus will be opened. Students can also go back normally if they want to go home, without delaying the regular classes. Normal life." Vice Principal Wang, "The students may not be willing to do so. After all, there is no internet here, only the regional network." Principal Wu smiled and said, "Let's use the regional network and campus network first. The country is about to develop a signal booster that can access the internet across the world, and it will be put into use in a few months." Principal Wu paused and said, "Difficulties can be overcome. And now that we are in the alien world, we can organize more outdoor activities for each major, see the customs of the Rock Empire, and we can also go directly to the new district for teaching and research activities. In short, there are always more solutions than difficulties." Vice Principal Wang, "After all, it took a huge amount of money to build this branch campus. Now the branch campus has not suffered any losses. As long as there are enough supplies, we can live normally. The school even has its own generator set. It's not that students are not allowed to go home. There will be special buses and trains later. It's just that the network is temporarily unavailable." The final decision was that the students could carry out normal learning activities. The Shi Kingdom even found Queen Ivra to explain the situation to her, so that the managers of each district could accept the students to visit and investigate. No matter what she thought in her heart, under the pressure of the power of the Shi Kingdom, Queen Ivra still agreed. Perhaps she was also looking forward to these students bringing some better changes to her country. It's a pity that after the students knew that they had traveled to the feudal society, they were full of thoughts about dragon slaying and hanging street lamps. It's hard to say whether this is a good thing or a bad thing for the Rock Empire. Zhang Xiai and Zhang Xiaobai came to the two teleported places. Let Zhang Xiaobai control the area so that it would not expand or mutate again, and did not care about other things. After waiting for more than half a month, the third large-scale group teleportation occurred. After learning the news, Zhang Xiai was shocked. Isn't the area of teleportation this time too large? It's really scary. Zhang Xiaobai was silent for a while and said, "Indeed, I really didn't expect this area. Normally, it's about 10 kilometers in radius. How could a whole country disappear?" He looked at Zhang Xiai. "Maybe we should be prepared in advance." An agricultural base of Yunxia Star Country covered Japan as a whole. Japan became a large field of interstellar potatoes. And the real Japan arrived at an alien planet, which sounded good, but there were potatoes all over the planet, and there was nothing on it except a garrison of Yunxia Star Country. Chapter 130. Although Japan is an island country, its land area is not particularly small in the entire Blue Star, and its population ranks first. This time, they were suddenly teleported away together, and the whole world was in an uproar. Nearby countries have sent various planes and ships to check the situation, and the fastest action is Shigua. At this time, Zhang Xiai and Zhang Xiaobai were sitting in the plane and circling over the Sea of Japan. Seeing that the place that was originally in Japan has become a large piece of green crops, even Zhang Xiai felt that her eyes were black, mainly because she really had never seen such a large area of fields, and she had never seen such a large amount of land used to grow crops. The corners of her mouth twitched. Is this an interstellar potato? Why does it look so short, at first glance? I thought it was a creeping tiger. Professor Tang smiled. After all, it is a potato. The point is underground, not above ground. Zhang Xiai imagined that such a large piece of potatoes, I guess it can be eaten by the people of Blue Star. Now some of the remaining island residents of Japan have bravely boarded up. But unfortunately, there is nothing here except some irrigation equipment and planting robots that are still running automatically. After the helicopter circled a few times, the system had already made follow-up processing. This piece of space-time source power will only remain the same and will not expand its impact. Zhang Xiai yawned immediately. There was nothing else. But he was just a little sleepy. This actually shows that the operation of the system does not require too much mental power. Otherwise, with Zhang Xi's mental power alone, how could he support such a large consumption? They did not land there, but left directly. In the next 7 days, they will go through the third space-time gate to Yunxia Star Country. Although even the good elders of Japan, Thagua, do not intend to take care of them, Shigua has taken on this responsibility and will go there to control the situation. However, for Japan now, the trouble is not just the problem of space-time source power. For an island country that relies on other countries in many aspects on the Blue Star, it suddenly came to a desolate land planet without any preparation. Although some equipment that relies on the power of ocean tides immediately stopped working. Half an hour later, some cities experienced small-scale power outages, broken water pipes, and gas outages, and many multinational companies were almost paralyzed. What was even more terrifying was that social order was unsustainable, and many people fell into panic. Some lawless elements took the opportunity to cause chaos. As for this suddenly appearing country, the garrison of Yangxiaxing also attached great importance to it, and immediately sent people to communicate with their officials. In fact, in Yangxiaxing, Japanese has long become a niche language that only a few ethnic groups occasionally speak. But even so, the translator can translate it normally. There is another problem. Although Japan has always wanted to communicate directly with Yunxia Star Country and start cooperation between the two countries, Yunxia Star Country has determined that the official representative on Blue Star is Shi Country. Therefore, even if they want to cooperate with Japan, they have to do so when the Shi Country representative is present. So far, Yunxia Star Country has only provided some necessary help to Japan and placed some critically ill patients for them. Everything else will have to wait until the Shi Country people arrive. After all, the Shigua embassy in Japan said that they would not care about these things. It was not their responsibility. The Japanese government reluctantly agreed. They really had no choice now. Even the Philippine troops stationed in their territory were as quiet as chickens, and they kept reporting to the Shigua embassy, hoping to evacuate them as soon as possible. At this time, Zhang Xiai really didn't know the specific situation in Japan. She was standing in the starship looking at the space outside. They were passing through a small interstellar cloud with rich and gorgeous colors. The interstellar cloud? like a gorgeous brocade in the universe, was interwoven with soft blue, purple, and red, dancing slowly in the dark, like a dreamy smoke, both mysterious and charming. It's so beautiful. Zhang Xiai sighed. This kind of scenery is really refreshing. No one doesn't like it. Everyone from Shigua who came out this time was watching in the corridor. This is a scenery that no one has ever seen. Zhang Xiai originally thought that since such a large-scale teleportation had occurred this time, it might be time for the system to use a big move. But he didn't expect that for the system. This was still an exchange between two pieces of land, and it had not reached that critical value. Zhang Xiai couldn't help but start to wonder what the world where the system originally lived had become, so that the system could remain calm in the face of such a large-scale exchange. The system said, "Host, don't worry. Although your world is developing very fast, it will never become like that. Because of the existence of 3 spacetime gates, the spacetime source power has been consumed a lot." Zhang Xiai was thoughtful. On the other side, there were some troubles around the capital of Rock Empire. The source of the trouble was the college students who suddenly appeared here. At first, Queen Ivra was very happy to see so many civilians from Shi country. They were not as slippery as the officials and staff sent by Shi country before. Their eyes were sincere and clear, and they were easy to deceive at first glance. However, these innocent and beautiful college students are not as easy to deceive as they seem, or it is easier to trust others from teachers to students. But every time the officials of Rock Empire tried to recruit them, they would always refuse without hesitation, no matter how much gold and gems they gave. It was useless. They even preferred to contact the peasants more than the officials. They also tried to redeem the slaves of the nobles, and provide various materials to some nearby towns to help them live. If it was just like this, it would be fine. After all, it did not cause any major trouble to Ivra. The biggest trouble is that, after only a few days, these students actually started to open schools in several nearby villages and towns. Anyone can go to the schools to read books and learn the culture and knowledge of Shigua. After having enough food and clothing, the peasants showed great enthusiasm for learning and followed the students to learn every day. What worried Ivra the most was that the students did not seem to teach anything particularly good. In fact, after the incident of Shigua factory workers rebelling against the noble marquis a while ago, a new idea slowly spread in the Rock Empire. These ideas were based on the peasant's standpoint and opposed the king and the big landlords. This kind of thought spreads very quickly among the common people. And the ideas these students are promoting are even more detailed and more inflammatory than those being spread in the country. And they are also fearless and numerous. Although nothing can be seen now, Ivra always feels that there is some danger. Ivra called an official with good eloquence and asked him to invite the principal of the school to meet with her. Just say I want to discuss with him about the support for the school's activities in the future. However, for the Rock Empire, which is still a monarchy, let alone the principal, the students alone are also very serious in their research and analysis. Some of them, who have suitable majors, have already set off to the new area explored by Shigua for practical teaching activities. The rest are basically students from the economics department and the political department. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. Students are not cobblers. Thousands of students gathered together are very powerful. In Ivra's opinion, the messy student activities are actually carefully planned. Each study and training class has a student responsible for guiding their thoughts and cultivating the ideological instructor of this study and training class. In addition, on the surface, it is to teach everyone to read and read books. In fact, during the night shift, men, women, young and old will follow the students to learn more advanced ideas. This kind of thought that has been verified by history has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, enlightening the poor people, letting them know how to struggle to live a better life, and also letting them understand who is a friend and who is an enemy. First spread in the surrounding rural areas, and then to the urban areas. The spread of ideas must also follow the strategy of surrounding the city with the countryside. The school leaders knew what these students did, but did not stop them. After all, Shigua itself knew that if the 4 worlds wanted to be more and more balanced, the Rock Empire was also an important part. If they continued to maintain this backward thought and state, it would definitely not be the other planets that would hold them back in the end. In such a difficult period, Shigua would of course forcibly choose to sacrifice the interests of the exploiters. After some discussion, the school leaders sent a group to meet with Ivra. The school leaders had already obtained very detailed information about the Rock Empire. And the Shigwa government also sent a guidance group to the school to conduct relevant guidance work. They treated Ivra's invitation with caution. Principal Wu brought several school leaders and the leader of the guidance group to Ivra's palace, and was warmly received by Queen Ivra. After some greetings, everyone sat in the magnificent reception room in the palace. A maid carefully served everyone rich black tea and carefully made snacks. Now the Rock Empire has fully accepted sugar and salt imported from Shigwa, and the quality of edible oil has also improved significantly under the input of Shigwa factories. So the snacks taste very good. The talks between the two sides began like this. After several years of training, Yuvela is no longer the innocent girl she used to be. All the blood and setbacks she experienced made her more and more stable. You all came from afar. I wonder what your plans are next. I heard that many students in the school are helping civilians in villages and towns. Yuvela said with a smile. Principal Wu nodded. Yes, I have mentioned it to the Queen before. The students sympathized with the living conditions of the civilians in the Rock Empire, so they volunteered to help them. Yuvela nodded. She affirmed this. After all, no matter what she thought, she knew that for Shigwa, they attached great importance to this. Even if she was thinking, it doesn't matter if the common people die, they are just consumables anyway, when she was still young and was willing to spend some time and energy to win over the common people, but after ascending the throne, Yuvira found that the common people could not help her to sit firmly on the throne, only the nobles could. Most of the resources in this world are in the hands of the nobles. The common people can only kowtow, can only thank, which is of no use at all. Then I want to say thank you. She lowered her eyes and smiled. However, as the king of this country, I have to consider more people. The Rock Empire is now in the stage of development. I wonder if Principal Wu has any suggestions for this. Principal Wu smiled and said, Our school is a large comprehensive school with many majors and many well-known professors. We also plan to discuss it with the Queen. We will provide you with technical assistance in agriculture, industry, medical care, education and other aspects. What do you think of the Queen? Ivra raised her head, obviously very interested. What do you mean? When the school's representative group left the palace, they had signed several agreements with Queen Ivra. This agreement not only allowed the Rock Empire to obtain technical support from a large university, but also entered a period of vigorous development. And it will also provide many jobs for the unemployed poor. Whether the nobles and the church are willing or not, the Rock Empire is being pushed forward. Vice Principal Wang turned his head and took a look at the magnificent palace. The owner of this palace has just given them many privileges, allowing them to guide the construction of factories near the capital of the Rock Empire. It is really generous, even though everyone knows that she is doing it to maintain her own rule. The leader of the guidance group next to her, Wang, patted her on the shoulder. Don't think too much. Productivity must keep up. Otherwise change will not happen. This is the torrent of history. Not to mention the king. Even the gods can't stop it. Although the students are now enthusiastic about repeating the development path of Shigwa. In fact, the current rule of the Rock Empire is still relatively stable. Without the stimulation of external factors such as war, the people would not have such a great awareness to put their heads on their belts and resist. Only when productivity is improved and the quality of life is improved, will the people have the mind to think about this matter. They will realize that the gap between their lives and those of the nobles is too large, which is unfair. Vice President Wang shook his head. I'm not thinking about this. I'm thinking about going back to contact the students of the drama department to rehearse some corresponding dramas for touring. As for whether the rule of the few rulers can continue, what does it have to do with her? Chapter 131. After 7 days of sailing, Zhang Xiai finally arrived at the planet where Japan was currently located. The system had already controlled the space-time source power from a distance, so Zhang Xiai began to feel sleepy again. Host can take a nap, Zhang Xiaobai said. After all, although they had arrived at their destination, Zhang Xiai did not have any work to do here, and it was Minister Song and his team's job to communicate with Japan and Yunxia Star Country. The two did not get off the starship and stayed in the room to rest. Zhang Xiai lay on the bed and acted peacefully. Actually, I've been worried about one thing. Zhang Xiaobai turned back into a dog and lay beside her. What? Zhang Xiai said, I'm worried that after everything is settled, whether you will always be artificially mentally retarded. Zhang Xiaobai thought for a while. I'm really not sure about this, but there is only one thing I can be sure of. Zhang Xiai opened her eyes and stroked the dog's head. What? Zhang Xiaobai nudged Zhang Xiai with his wet nose. My mimic shell probably won't exist anymore. Zhang Xiai was stunned for a moment. Is that so? She thought for a while. If you can maintain the current. With the current intelligence, it is not that difficult to accept without a mimic shell. Zhang Xiaobai suddenly changed into a human shell, and his tall figure occupied half of the bed. Will the host be reluctant to part with me? Zhang Xiai smiled. Of course. Zhang Xiaobai, host. Don't worry. As long as your mental power is enough, my intelligence will probably come back. The existence of the system is indeed deeply bound to Zhang Xiai. If the system can restore the current intelligence and even have a mimic shell, it means that Zhang Xi's mental power is still very strong. But on the other hand, if Zhang Xiai can't hold on, it will be useless even if the system restores its intelligence. Everything depends on the specific situation. Zhang Xiai hopes that the final result will not be too bad. I'm really sorry, there are only agricultural planets around here, and from the perspective of transportation, it is not very suitable for supporting your country in science and technology. The person in charge of Yunxia Star Country said with a hint of apology. The man with long beautiful hair said gently in Japanese, I am also a Japanese. Now our entire tribe is actually conducting agricultural research nearby. If you are willing, we will help you with agricultural technology. The middle-aged man with thin hair sitting opposite him repeated in shock, Japanese? The long-haired man smiled gently, yes. We Japanese are a minority in Yunxia Star Country. We all have some bloodline from the ancient Blue Star Japanese country. Although this bloodline is relatively weak after a long period of change, the writing and language of the country have been passed down. The Japanese official had a complicated expression. A good country suddenly became a subordinate nation of Shi country. In his opinion, this was the destruction of the country. However, looking at the proud and integrated expression of the long-haired man, he still said nothing after all, but seriously considered his suggestion. To be fair, Japan is definitely not a country that focuses on agriculture. It can even be said to be relatively weak. After all, the land area is there. Even if they are actively developing various high-tech smart agriculture. Without land, it is impossible to develop on a large scale, and it is difficult to promote. In recent years, there has even been a famine. Most agricultural products have to be imported, and they are deeply dependent on other countries on Blue Star. Now that they have finally obtained the temporary status of a land country, are they going to develop agriculture? Looking at the tangled expressions of Japanese officials, Minister Song and others sat aside and did not speak. They came here to provide a channel and platform for communication between the two sides. After all, Yunxia Star Country now only trusts Shi Country in communication with Blue Star countries. The long-haired man said gently, we now have considerable experience in interstellar potato planting research. If you join us, I believe it will quickly improve your domestic economic environment. After all, many star systems will import our potatoes. The Japanese official asked hesitantly, what about other assistance, such as medical care or daily technology? The long-haired man, your country can continue to communicate with Shigua in this regard. After all, your country is a Blue Star country. We only accept Shigua's commission for assistance in this regard, and will not directly conduct private transactions with you. Japanese official. Minister Song looked at him calmly and smiled. Mr. Yamamoto should not deny that you are still a member of Blue Star. Right? Yamamoto. In fact, this is a very simple truth. Now all contacts between Japan and Yunxia Star Country must be conducted through Shigua. And Shigua does not prevent them from conducting agricultural technology exchanges with the Japanese people in Yunxia Star Country, and does not prevent them from planting potatoes. Regardless of what Shigua is planning now, it has become a top priority to let Japan, which is on the verge of collapse, have something to do. Even if it is a clear plan, they have to step in. There is no other choice. They can't even break up with Shigua, because now they still have to rely on Shigua to coordinate other aspects. So now Japan has decided to stay here and grow potatoes? Zhang Xiai was extremely shocked, and felt that everything was running at 8 times the speed. Minister Song said, after all, when a country arrives in an unfamiliar environment, the first thing to do is to stabilize the country. Don't think that growing potatoes is not a good thing. For any creature, food is the most important thing, let alone growing potatoes in the interstellar. Even if they raise pigs and chickens, there is a way out. Zhang Xiai nodded, although he always felt that there was something strange. But he didn't ask much, and the group set off on their return journey. Now some staff members stayed here to communicate between Japan and Yunxia Star Country. The materials that Japan lacked had to be coordinated through Shi country and Yunxia Star country. We couldn't let the people of an entire country starve to death here. Zhang Xiai and others spent a few more days returning to the Chungbei base in Pingyang City. In the past 10 days, several not-so-big teleportation events and small space-time source force vortexes appeared. Because the system was no longer able to effectively control it, these unexpected places were only temporarily protected and isolated. And the space-time source force controller newly developed by Shi country was used for the most basic control. After all, although the ore found on Udai Star has a restraining effect on space-time source power, it is too weak. Now only some large space-time source power controllers have been built. But the effect is minimal. This time, the system did not set out to these places at the first time. All the mimic shells that the system had molded were taken back, and only the original little black dog was left. Zhang Xiai changed into comfortable pajamas, with a calm expression. Next to her were two people who were specially responsible for taking care of her, carefully arranged by Minister Song, and a nutritionist. The little black dog opened his dark eyes and said, after the host falls asleep, "My core data will be sent to your computer. I hope you can develop a qualified control system as soon as possible." Minister Song nodded seriously. "I understand. Thank you, Xiao Bai." She looked at Zhang Xiai, "Xiao Zhang. We will remember your efforts." Zhang Xiai smiled and waved her hand. At the same time, in the consciousness that only the two of them could hear, Zhang Xiai sighed softly. "Xiao Bai, you must come back to find me." His mental power was quickly drained away, and Zhang Xiai heard Xiao Bai's answer before falling asleep. "Host, I will." Zhang Xiai, who was always full of energy, sank uncontrollably into the warm bed, frowning slightly, and the black puppy disappeared as if it had been retracted. Minister Song closed her eyes and opened them again, and said to the two staff members, "Take good care of her." The two professional staff members quickly connected some instruments to Zhang Xiai to monitor her physical condition. She fell asleep unconsciously, as if she had encountered this countless times before. It's better to say that she was in a coma than to say that she was asleep. For a long time afterwards, she would only be awake for a short time. Minister Song walked out of the room and received reports from various groups. After the space-time source force control system released energy, several space-time source force vortices that had not been precisely controlled before disappeared, and the small-scale space-time source force was also controlled and did not spread. The core data on Minister Song's computer was also transmitted to the research team as soon as possible. They will develop a more powerful space-time source force control system based on Zhang Xiaobai to prevent the Blue Star plane from becoming a terrifying doomsday world. And this takes time. Minister Song looked at the boundless sky. Her eyes were not lost. She firmly believed that all sacrifices would get the best results. 1 month later, Vice Principal Wang led a drama club performance team and related publicity, coordination, and logistics personnel from the school. This time they will go to Link City, the base camp of the nearby open church, for a tour. Compared with the very cautious conservatives, the open faction has been actively contacting them since they were transferred to their school, and has provided them with many platforms for teaching and research activities. This is the best performance opportunity they can get recently. Link City has a population of more than 100,000. The students attach great importance to this event. They raise funds with the open church in advance. They not only bought a batch of bulk rock sugar, which is very popular recently, from China, but also bought a lot of practical small gifts, such as small fruit knives, nail clippers, etc. The people who come to watch their performance can receive them with tickets. The drama they performed this time is an adapted version of White-Haired Girl. The whole drama is adapted in the form of drama, and it is integrated with localization. Of course, the people headed by Shigua finally saved White-Haired Girl, in order not to attract the attention of the great nobles of Rock Empire. The Queen, nobles and the Pope were also added. This play is very popular in the West. The miserable experience of the white-haired girl can easily gain sympathy from anyone, and it is the same in the Rock Empire. The landlord in this play was cleverly replaced by an unnamed little nobleman. His face was too familiar to ordinary people. Which commoner has not met a few such nobles? In their eyes, commoners are just livestock, just objects. The students are all experts in passing the review. Although the final villain of this play is a nobleman, there are also nobles among the saviors, who save the white-haired girl in the end. They spent some time to familiarize themselves with the pronunciation and singing of the Rock Empire language. and finally performed a wonderful drama. Anyway, the envoys of the open faction of the Pope of Light did not overreact, even though they themselves were nobles who had once abducted commoners. With a generous promotion of students giving out rock sugar, eggs and other gifts, the plot and singing style of the play spread in the city at an unexpected speed. By the time Ivra knew about this, the name of the white-haired girl had become very famous. She looked down at the parchment letter in her hand, and she always felt something was wrong. Although the one who was defeated in this story was a small noble, he was still a noble after all. Many commoners cursed the nobles for robbing common women after watching this play. Once they lost their awe of the nobles, the problem would be serious. She thought about it, and wrote a letter to the principal of the school in person, hoping that they could control the plot of the performance. Ivra muttered to herself, what on earth are they going to do? And in the Udixing new district of Shigua, 2,000 kilometers away from Ivra, the Udixing No. 1 satellite, which had been prepared for a long time, was finally launched successfully. This satellite will orbit along Udixing, and use a special collector to collect meteorites from the planetary rings surrounding Udixing. Chapter 132. Zhang Xiai opened her eyes, and looked at the ceiling in confusion. She was actually in a state of half-sleep and half-wakefulness, and even with her eyes open, she felt like she was in a dream. Xiao Bai, she called out in her mind as usual. Almost instantly, there was a response. Host. Hello, I am Longoutian Domination System. Is there anything you can help me with? Zhang Xiai. How are you now? The voice in her mind was the most ordinary mechanical sound, not human at all. This system is operating normally. Zhang Xiai. She was silent. After eating, Zhang Xiai was helped out of bed by the nurse, and walked for a while. Her brain was so tired that she could hardly think. It was as if she was covered by a layer of fog when others spoke. It took a long time for her to react to what they said. Because of mental fatigue, her limbs had coordination problems. She had to hold on to something when she walked, and her movements were very slow. After exercising for a while, and solving some personal problems, Zhang Xiai was so tired that she couldn't open her eyes. She lay back on the bed silently, and fell asleep again soon. She has been living like this for a month. During this month, her longest awake time every day is 3 hours, including the time for sleeping, getting up and going to the toilet. She and the intelligent system Xiaobai, who has completely fallen asleep, are waiting for the day when the space-time source power can be completely controlled. However, life is not playing games, and it is not that you can complete it just by following the game strategy. Although Xiaobai has handed over its core data to Shigua, it is not easy to complete such a system that can effectively control the space-time source power. It requires a lot of materials and virtual technology, and each one is a great breakthrough. Especially after Shigua communicated with Yangtze Xingguo, it was found that there was a lack of very effective materials for the core control of space-time source power, and even replacement could not be completed. Therefore, the most important thing now is to find a substitute for the relevant materials to be able to produce an unlimited control system. Even if this system is likely to bind the mental power of one person or even a group of people. At present, the Space-Time Source Power Research Group in the Chongbei base of Tingyang City has gathered experts from the two planes of Blue Star and Yangtze Xingguo. After the system and Zhang Xiai entered the special state, the Space-Time Source Power Research Group did not have to be as anxious as before to deal with emergencies, because the energy released by the system will automatically detect and control the spread of space-time source power. And the space-time source power team does not have to worry about this matter. In many cases, because the two locations being teleported are both uninhabited areas, there is no need to worry too much. The Space-Time Source Power Research Group can focus more on research and development. In the eyes of the members of the Miracle Gate Project Group other than the Scientific Research Group, now is indeed the busiest time. The cooperation between Shigua and Yangtze Xingguo is becoming more and more in-depth. Yangtze Xingguo has launched some spacecraft for exploration. It has been completely confirmed that the solar system, where the blue star is located, will not be swallowed by the sudden nebula. This result is not particularly surprising to Shigua, but it is indeed a bit regrettable for Yangtze Xingguo. Originally they thought they could make up for the regrets of history and return to the ancient blue planet to save their ancestors. However, now they find that this is indeed a parallel universe, and what they want to pursue has been lost in the vast universe. But from another perspective, this is understandable. The time that has passed cannot be repeated, and the people who have sacrificed cannot be resurrected. However, they encountered another ongoing Shi kingdom, and they can glimpse the good glimpses of the past from the development of this Shi kingdom. Therefore, Yunxia Star Country decided to deepen its cooperation with Shi Country and Blue Star, especially after learning that Shi Country now has some research data on mental power. Yunxia Star Country, which is working hard to study how to make mental power an energy source that everyone can use, will naturally not miss this opportunity. As time goes by, Shi Country also revealed the existence of the system. After all, the system is really without a physical body now. The host Zhang Xi bound to the system has also fallen into a deep sleep. Moreover, the severity of the disaster is no longer necessary to say. Yunxia Star Country can be said to be the plane with the greatest possibility of disaster among several worlds. They did not ask more about the source of the news, but focused on solving the current dilemma. The technological level of this intelligent system has already surpassed all of our planes. It is impossible for our Shi Country, Blue Star, or Yunxia Country to produce it with the current technological level. However, all technologies can be studied. We must find materials that can be matched or even replaced as soon as possible. We will be responsible for searching for materials on Udai Star and Little Blue Star on Blue Star. The rest will be handed over to Yunxia Country. It was another plenary meeting, chaired by Minister Song with a serious expression, and Minister An of Yunxia Country, who was in charge of this matter. Minister An is a Yunxia citizen with pure black eyes, black hair and yellow skin, and a short crew cut. She is 86 years old this year, although she is not considered old in Yunxia. She looks like she is only in her 40s or 50s. But in the eyes of the Shi people, she must be taken care of. Minister An nodded. Our Mineral Exploration Institute will send all known mineral samples as soon as possible. In addition, it is about the collection of meteorites in the ring of the Jade Belt Star. Minister Song continued to look at the information in his hand. The ore that the Shigua exploration team found in the south pole of Udai Star was eventually named Jieyuan Stone, which represents the scientific researchers' wish to solve the problem of the energy source of spacetime source force Riot. Now we have reason to suspect that Jieyuan Stone is the remnant of the meteorite in the planetary ring of Udai Star after it fell in a certain historical period. So we must get the sample of the meteorite in the planetary ring of Udai Star. Professor Tang of the Spacetime Source Force Research Group immediately sent a research report to all participants. This report shows that Jieyuan Stone can more comprehensively play the role of offsetting the energy source of spacetime source force in a relatively vacuum environment. Professor Tang said seriously, if we can get a lot of Jieyuan Stone, then we can try to place a spacetime source force controller or a spacetime source force control system in space. In principle, there is no completely vacuum environment, at least it is not achievable now, but it is already very good to achieve a relatively vacuum environment. Assuming the Jieyuan Stone is really part of the planetary ring of the Jade Belt Star, then its original environment is in space, and it may exert unexpected power in space. Minister An nodded, okay. We will arrange technical support as soon as possible. The other thing is the development of the two backward planets. Ivra was talking to Director Sheng. After a long time, she finally came to Hope City again. She hoped to meet Zhang Xi. Although it has been so long. After communicating with various Shi people, she actually knew that she didn't have an empress. The Shi empress was probably just used to fool their rock empire. But now she didn't admit it. So she could only pretend not to know. She still had to mention Her Majesty the Queen every time she communicated. Of course, she did not meet the Queen of Shi Country. Director Sheng, the current person in charge of Hope City, received her. Ivra smiled slightly. Her expression was as gentle and harmless as ever, regarding the university that was teleported from your country. I would like to communicate with your country. The ideas they spread to the people of Rock Empire Seems what? Director Sheng's expression was flawless. Ivra lowered her eyes and said softly, it seems that there is a lot of malice towards the king or the nobles. Director Sheng's mouth curled up. As if he was not surprised by her question, Queen Ivra may have known what the nature of our Shi Country is? Ivra looked at her and the other staff sitting behind her. In Ivra's opinion, they all belong to the category of delicate skin and tender flesh, with very white teeth and ruddy complexion. In Rock Empire, you can tell at a glance that they are nobles. It has been more than 3 years since the first time-space gate appeared. During this long period of time, due to the ideological gap between the two sides, Shigua has actually been focusing on developing the trade economy between the two sides, which has invisibly promoted the economic development of the Rock Empire and improved the quality of life of the people. But in addition to this, the Shigua official did not fully communicate with the Rock Empire about the nature of its own country. allowing the Rock Empire to misunderstand that they are a monarchy. On the one hand, it is because Shigwa adheres to the principle of seeking common ground while reserving differences, and does not want to have a major conflict with the Rock Empire at the beginning. On the other hand, it is also because Shigwa has rich experience in this regard and knows that it is useless to talk about ideas without considering the current situation. The Rock Empire was too backward and poor, and the class distribution was too obvious. If the status quo was not changed, it would be impossible to spread advanced ideas. Now it is completely different from 3 years ago. Even though there are various contradictions within the Rock Empire, with the support of Ivra, a relatively obvious oligarchic economy has been formed within the empire. However, due to the interference of the Shi Kingdom, the oligarchic economy has not actually affected the civilians. The ones who suffered were the small nobles, and some of the great nobles, who were swallowed up by the alliance. If the church intervened, the various landlords and noble classes in the Rock Empire have been fighting each other. Some people's forces have been swallowed up, and some have risen rapidly. Of course, Ivra has always been invincible with her excellent political sense, superb means, and her legitimate status as king. And now Ivra still noticed the changes in Shigwa's policies at the first time, and she also came to test Shigwa at the first time. Director Sheng, who was slightly gentler than Minister Song and more serious than Minister Lin, had excellent expression management. She spoke in a steady voice. The nature of Shigwa is the people's democratic dictatorship, which means that the power of the country belongs to the people. Ivra's eyes widened slightly, and a subtle expression appeared on her face. People? Director Sheng nodded. Workers, farmers, and working people. Ivra asked softly, then, what about the king and nobles? Director Sheng said, no. She added, the emperor and the noble class have no legal status in Shigwa, and they are feudal classes that need to be overthrown. The two looked at each other, and Ivra knew she was not joking, because the faces of several other people sitting behind Director Sheng showed an expression similar to refreshing and relaxed. It seems that hiding this matter all this time has really made them feel a little aggrieved. Yvila thought she probably understood why those students wanted to help the peasants. It turns out that they themselves are peasants, or the descendants of peasants. She let out a sigh of relief, and actually felt that everything was settled. Yvila raised her eyes. So Director Sheng told me this now, because Shigwa wants to change Rock Empire? Director Sheng smiled. Of course not. Shigwa does not interfere in the internal affairs of other countries, and Rock Empire's own development should be decided by Rock Empire itself. Yvila, then the assistants to Rock Empire as agreed before. Of course it will continue. Director Sheng said. Everything is normal. The leaders of Shigwa are as polite as ever, their etiquette seems to be engraved in their bones, and they have the spirit of a great country, and at the same time, they are also attacking the Rock Empire, whose etiquette is not so good. They said that the nature of their country was feudal and exploitative, but they did treat her, a feudal ruler, with moderation. Ivra walked out of Hope City and sat on her flying dragon. Since she became queen, she had not ridden a flying dragon in the sky for a long time. She knew that everything could not be stopped now, whether it was the common people, the nobles, the Pope, or herself. In just 3 years, Shigwa had infiltrated every aspect of the Rock Empire, and their ideas would spread faster, gradually engulfing the current Rock Empire. Even if she is the king, it cannot be changed. The queen with amazing skill sat on the back of the flying dragon and felt the deterrent power of Shigwa's conspiracy for the first time. Although the Rock Empire is gradually getting better, Ivra knows that the Rock Empire has entered its twilight to some extent. It is not the twilight of the common people, but the twilight of her, the king, the nobles who are fighting for their interests, and the conservative Pope who refuses to accept new things. Watching the flying dragon of Her Majesty the Queen of the Rock Empire flying away with other female dragon knights, Director Sheng retracted his gaze. She said to herself, it has finally reached this stage. Chapter 133. Time passed quickly, and soon it was already the summer of the new year. Mrs. Wei walked in the vegetable garden with a sprayer on her back, spraying the homemade natural pesticide in the sprayer on a row of cabbage. The weather has been unusual recently, and there are many insects on the cabbage leaves she planted. So, she quickly made some homemade farm pesticides according to the instructions of the village technicians and sprayed them. Hedong County, where Mrs. Wei and her family lived, was supported point to point by Hunan Province, the native province of Shigwa. For some reason, there were so many staff members from Hunan Province supporting them, and even their village was assigned a technician and 3 primary school teachers. However, A little accident happened 2 days ago. The warehouse in their village that was responsible for teaching the children was teleported away. Instead, a test field and several students and teachers who were observing crops in the test field were teleported in. In just a moment, the 3 teachers in the village were teleported away, and 6 or 7 agricultural technicians were replaced. Of course, the children were eventually sent back, and another place was arranged for them to have classes. However, the agricultural students who were teleported with the test field did not leave. After all, this was their graduation thesis. In short, now if there is any problem with the vegetables or crops grown by the people in their village, they don't need to report it to the higher authorities. They can directly find the technicians in the village to solve it. Although in principle, Aunt Wei and others can now apply for pesticides to prevent and control pests and diseases. Various local pesticides are emerging in an endless stream. So far, they have not used real chemical pesticides. After spraying the cabbage with pesticide, Aunt Wei put away the sprayer, picked some eggplants and loofahs, hung them on the handlebars of her bicycle, and headed to the village committee. The village chief Wang, who used to be the village chief, has now fallen into a poorer area. The village chief here is another young man named Wang, who looks younger than the village chief. She is a girl with red lips and white teeth. It is said that her family sells pork. With a good foundation laid by the village chief Wang, their Fongjin village is now a well-known wealthy village. The village chief Wang led them to clean up the fish pond behind the village and started to raise fish. Every household contributed labor to invest, and they made a lot of money in 1 year. Now the new village chief Xiao Wang has built a small pig farm in the village. Technicians from the town often come to give guidance and use scientific methods to raise pigs. By this winter, the whole village will have pork to share. If we add the workers working in the nearby factories, there are too many places to get income. The villagers are very grateful. So the technicians living in the village usually have no shortage of vegetables to eat. Young people like Aunt Wei who work in the village literacy class and farm the land will pick some vegetables every day and send them to them. Aunt Wei's father, Old Man Wei, broke a leg in the war in his early years. Now the town has issued a disability certificate, and he has gone to see the fish pond. In fact, there are many old people like Old Man Wei. Compared with the Shi people, they are usually not very old. They are already hunched over in their 40s or 50s. Now the whole Daling district is promoting mechanized planting. Those who do not have the conditions for large-scale mechanized planting will also use small machines. This has really liberated a lot of labor. People like Old Man Wei, who are not physically fit, don't have to go to the fields. They either tend to the vegetable garden at home or do some easy work in other places in the village. All regions of the Ling dynasty were supported by the provinces of Shigua. Each region has its own characteristics. Each province tried its best to help them with planning. From this, we can see their respective levels. Some internal worms were even caught. It was a pleasant surprise. Therefore, it is absolutely correct to say that the Ling dynasty region is developing steadily. With the full support of Shigua, major transportation hubs have begun to take shape. Major tourist attractions have been built, and the planning of the old and new urban areas has tried to maintain the characteristics of the Ling dynasty, without destroying precious ancient buildings or excessive architectural cultural invasion. It can be said that Ling dynasty stands on the shoulders of Shi state. Both the human ecology and the technological environment are better than those of Shi state in the past. The more troublesome thing is that various teleportations are continuous now. Sometimes, the foundation laid today collapses tomorrow. Fortunately, the casualties are small. If there is no random teleportation, their construction speed will only be faster. In addition to the residents near Suiwu Mountain, who were the first to come into contact with Shi state, such as Aunt Wei, the influence of the new Daling division is also radiating to some surrounding countries and tribes. The grassland peoples and southwestern ethnic minorities that have always been called barbarians by the Daling dynasty. These areas that once submitted to the Daling dynasty and later rebelled naturally need to be taken back. The grassland is very large. From the Arctic region in the north, including Siberia, which is still a nomadic area of the Tatars and Turks, are all included in the territory of the Ling dynasty. Maybe it will become a mine in the future, or it may continue to be an agricultural area. A modern country in this era will naturally strike down the dimensionality. The vast territory requires a lot of talents. Therefore, the unemployment rate of both Shigua and the Ling dynasty is surprisingly low. All provinces have sent young people who can work to the other world to open up wasteland. The elderly who want to shine are not left behind. And the main point is to do what you can. At this time, Shigwa also announced that from now on, the Daling district would no longer have an emperor position. And Her Majesty the Empress had abdicated. From now on, there would be no emperor, no nobles, and no royal relatives on this land, regardless of what those old-fashioned diehards, who were still in labor reform, thought. Ordinary people like Aunt Wei were also very surprised. No emperor. Who would manage the country? Who would manage them? Who would pay taxes? This would be a long process of popularization. But it was also a necessary path. Even for the people in the Daling district, it was still necessary for them to realize this matter as soon as possible. At this time, Queen Zhang Xi, who had been announced to abdicate, was being injected with a mental power repair agent newly developed by Yunxia Star Country. She looked healthy on the surface, but she was not very energetic. When people are extremely tired, they will be very lazy to think, and appear very slow and sleepy. In fact, replenishing mental power through drugs has little effect. The most effective way is self-repair. But unfortunately, Zhang Xi's current condition is similar to that of a critically ill patient with 963 radiation sickness in Yunxia Star Country. Self-repair also requires sobriety. And she was awake for too short a time. And the efficiency of the repair was also very limited. At least for now. Zhang Xi has not found an effective way to repair her mental power. Minister Song also came today. And Zhang Xi forced herself to discuss Zhang Xiaobai's current condition with her. The system is basically unable to communicate with me intelligently now, Zhang Xi said. I think his current situation is similar to the artificial intelligence AI we currently have. It can collect some information, but it has no thinking of its own. However, the system had already handed over its core data to Minister Song before it went into hibernation. In principle, even if Zhang Xiaobai woke up now, he could no longer provide them with more help in this regard. As for the intelligence of the system after it was bound to Zhang Xi, it was basically the same as that of a real person. That was also because of its self-update. Now the Spacetime Source Power Research Group has achieved certain results and has copied a Spacetime Source Power Intelligent Control System. But it is not as good as Zhang Xiaobai. Minister Song patted her shoulder gently. You have a good rest. We will definitely find a way to solve these problems. Zhang Xi nodded. She lay on the bed, closed her eyes uncontrollably, and tried to communicate with the system in her mind as always. Unfortunately, she once again saw what artificial mental retardation is. Zhang Xi rarely summons some emotions. I should have asked you to wear that outfit earlier. System, I don't understand what the host means. Please describe it in detail. Zhang Xi. Zhang Xi, kneel down and say hello. System, host. Good night. Yamamoto Ichiro, a senior official of Japan, has been in a bad mood these 2 days. Or rather, he has never been in a good mood since their entire country was teleported to another world. At first, they were forced to leave the blue planet where they had lived for so many years, and then there were riots in the country. The Japanese people, angry at the government's slow response speed, committed killings comparable to those in a detective comic. And some extreme people directly assassinated the royal family. Just last month, through a nationwide democratic choice, the Japanese royal family no longer exists. Originally a symbolic royal family, now it has completely lost all its special treatment, and no one is willing to support them anymore. Once a country's long-standing system has cracks, the blow is almost fatal, especially for those who travel with them. In addition to their own people, there are tens of thousands of international students, tourists, and people on business trips. Without sufficient police force, they cannot solve the various problems of so many people, and can only turn to Shigwa for help, hoping that Shigwa can communicate with Yangtze Xingwu to provide some necessary help. Shigwa is very straightforward in this regard. As long as there is a legal and reasonable reception place in other places on Blue Star, Shigwa will entrust Yangtze Xingwu to send foreigners still in Japan back to Blue Star. In short, after a series of tossing and turning, the only people left in Japan are their native people. These people have no other place to go on Blue Star, so they can only stay here. Of course, this is not a bad thing. After all, for Japan, their own national tone is still relatively united. When they encounter such difficult situations, they are often able to grit their teeth and fight. What worries Yamamoto Ichiro is the Japanese people in Yunxia Star Country, who have recently supported them a lot. For hundreds of years, the Japanese have been part of the Yunxia Star Country. They have placed themselves in the position of a nation. And this position is inevitably known to the Japanese in daily communication. If the Japanese were just foreigners, it would be fine. But if we look at it in terms of time, they are still the future of Japan. Or a possibility of the future of Japan. Now seeing that they are living so well after joining Untitled Star country, some flexible-minded young Japanese people have some ideas. You have to know that even in Blue Star, the immigration rate of Japan is very high. The small land and the current situation of the island country make many people choose to leave their homeland to develop elsewhere. Now that they have arrived in another world, the choice of immigration is even better. The strength of Untitled country is obvious to all, not to mention Japan itself and the Philippines. Even the most powerful country in Blue Star, she country, cannot compare with it. What's more frustrating is that the Japanese have also said that if Japanese people want to join the Japanese, they only need to receive education and pass the exam of Untitled country to change their nationality. And dual nationality is not accepted. Now in Japan, various immigration training classes have begun to rise. The most annoying thing is that this kind of training class is actually opened by she people on the streets of Blue Star. Chapter 134. Planet number 65 of Untitled Star country is a cyber planet that looks very advanced. The natural conditions of this planet are similar to U City of She country. Although the altitude is very uneven and there are few plains, the air quality is amazingly good. Therefore, Untitled Star country also made full use of its characteristics during construction and built it into a planet where you can't find the bottom. At present, several transparent arc routes have been built here to provide travel tracks for various flying cars. The shapes of flying car tracks are different. Some are like winding dragons shuttling between high-rise buildings, and some are like elegant arcs across the sky. At key nodes, the track forms a spectacular overpass or spiral structure, and an intelligent lighting system is arranged along the track. The intelligently driven flying car itself is also colorful and looks like it is flashing. The exterior of the building incorporates a lot of metal textures and exposed pipe structures. Neon lights flicker in dark corners, which contrasts sharply with the quaint interstellar wooden elements, showing a retro and avant-garde beauty. The huge holographic billboard rotates in the air, projecting bizarre images, attracting the attention of passers-by. And on such a planet with a very cyberpunk style, at this time, preparations are being made to build a large-scale infinity-shaped machine outside the planet. This machine is a trial product, which is loaded with many special metals forged from the ore of the planetary ring of the Jade Belt star in another universe. After the day and night research of the Spacetime Source Force Research Group, it was finally discovered that this ore can be better used after being forged into a metal form. If the red flame stone excavated from the Red Sea of the Jade Belt star is added to amplify its function, theoretically, through technological innovation, it is even possible to reverse the consequences caused by the Spacetime Source Force. Of course, this is only theoretical, and it will take time to realize it. Now the research team's goal is to restrain the riot of the Spacetime Source Force. So after achieving preliminary control of the Spacetime Source Force in the laboratory, they immediately began to build a Spacetime Source Force control satellite. Planet number 65 is located in the middle of all the planets, where the residents of Untitled Star country live. The first satellite is placed here, which can radiate to more than 10 planets around. If all goes well, it should protect these dozen planets from being affected by the Spacetime Source Force. If everything goes well, many such satellites will be built one after another, until they cover all areas affected by the Spacetime Source Force. After all, from the current point of view, they don't have much time left. When Zhang Xiaobai was sleeping, he said that he would ensure that it would be maintained at the current stage. That is to say, large-scale teleportation is inevitable, and is still going on. However, there will be no such thing as teleporting a residential area to the middle of the ocean or throwing a person to an uninhabitable planet. But now, if we want to make the spacetime source completely stable, we can only make these planes gradually balanced. Continuous transmission will only destroy everything. In short, it is such a contradiction. For example, the collective travel of the third prison of Untitled Star country appeared 2 days ago. The entire prison was teleported to the equator of the little blue star. The prison guards walked out of the gate carefully and ran into the black natives, who were chasing wild boars. The well-informed people of Untitled Star country certainly would not make a fuss just because the other party was very black. What was devastating was that the black natives were cannibals. In short, after a long period of twists and turns, The two sides barely reached a state of peaceful coexistence. After all, the cannibal brothers and sisters did not have a unified language. This language had long been submerged in history, and it just sounded like a roar. There are more than one group of people crossing over like this. Although there is no whole country crossing over like Japan, the troubles caused are countless. Planet 65 is the first planet to be tested, and we hope to get a smooth start on Wuyun Star, which is several light years away from here. A high-tech production park has been built with the help of Yunxia Star Country's fully automatic machinery. A production base specifically for the space-time source crisis was quickly established on this small planet. Under this general trend of comprehensive efforts, another delegation from Yunxia Star Country came to Blue Star through the space-time gate. This time, they will try to visit all the major countries on Blue Star and have cultural exchanges with them. For this purpose, Yunxia Star Country has made sufficient preparations and brought along almost all the ethnic minorities developed from the ancient Blue Star countries. The leader of this delegation is a Yunxia Star countryman named Alia with blonde hair, black eyes and deep features. She is a mixed race of the Fuya and Han people. However, her household registration certificate says that she is a Fuya, and she looks closer to Fuya. Of course, from the appearance, there is actually not much difference between the Fuya and the Korea people. However, the appearance of Alia caused quite a stir in the Philippines. After all, the people from Yunxia Star that they had met before all looked like Oriental people. They did not expect that there were their descendants among the senior cadres of Yunxia Star, regardless of whether they were their descendants or not. They looked very similar. Inevitably, Alia received invitations to various cocktail parties and banquets. Many capitalists and politicians in the Philippines tried to get closer to her. Of course, this was not something that Alia could not refuse. Although Alia always felt very emotional when looking at these ancient Blue Star Fuya people. She was a citizen of Yunxia Star, and had a strong sense of belonging to Yunxia Star. In Yunxia Star, whether it was Fuya or Icarian was just a difference of ethnicity. Everyone was part of the country. She now looks at the Filipinos who have their own ideas against She country. And her mood is still quite complicated. This is just like the She country people looking at the grassland people during the Daling dynasty, always thinking that they are rebellious sons, and even want to help She country unify Blue Star. However, the Filipinos cannot understand his idea, but just hope to contact the Yunxia Star Country officials and get some benefits from Yunxia Star Country that surpass She country. After all, since the appearance of the Spacetime Gate, the development speed of She country has far exceeded all the countries on Blue Star. The Filipinos could originally check and balance She country through energy technology and other aspects. But now it is really useless. This gap has lasted for a while. Shigwa has completely become the master of Blue Star. No matter how arrogant a country was before, it is now proud to cooperate with Shigwa. There is no way not to cooperate, especially after the teleportation disaster. Shigwa now has an extremely low unemployment rate, and its people's happiness ranks first in the world. There is no rival in either technology or military, no population pressure, and of course no resource pressure. It has completely become a superpower. The adjective superpower originally belonged to the Philippines. Alia only saw this as a piece of history, without any particular sense of involvement, but now she has a deep understanding of it. Sorry, I have work tonight, so I am afraid I cannot attend your banquet. I am very sorry. After declining another invitation, she contacted Minister Lin of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Olia, Minister Lin, are you really not going to take back the world? Minister Lin? The Philippines and some other Western countries have always believed that in the exchanges between She country and Yunxia Star country, She country must be the weaker one, and must beg Yunxia Star country for support. But in fact, whether it is She country or Yunxia Star country, everyone is communicating with an attitude of peaceful exchange. Although it has been confirmed that they are parallel universes, to some extent, everyone is still of the same origin. There has been no conflict, and there are even few conflicts of interest, so the relationship is getting better and better. It is completely impossible for the Philippines to conduct private transactions with Yunxia Star country through the Fuya tribe in Yunxia Star country. Even if the Philippines is not so weak and has its own advantages, Yunxia Star country will never choose to do so. Of course, this matter may only be taken seriously by some capitalists and politicians in the Philippines. Some scientists with vision in the Philippines have already joined the team to deal with the crisis of spacetime source power, and are working hard at this time. Ordinary people in the Philippines are also taking advantage of this global development and the exciting new wave to seek a better way of survival. Yunxia Star Country's assistance to Blue Star is not a little bit, but covers many aspects. Of course, the Philippines has also gained a lot of benefits from it. But they are not satisfied and are still thinking about contacting Yunxia Star Country alone to get special treatment. This may be a typical example of intrigue even at the end of the world. However, the fact that there is a desire to intrigue shows that the current situation is not that tense. Except for some unlucky people, most people can stay at home safely. However, this stability finally changed in the autumn of this year. Today is September 14th, 2028, and it is also the day when Aaliyah and her group left the Philippines. After their delegation passed through the time and space gate, they were divided into several teams to visit various countries for cultural visits. Aaliyah and her group were responsible for visiting the United States and the neighboring country of Pakistan. However, today, as soon as Aaliyah went out, she felt something was wrong. She looked up at the gloomy sky and squinted her eyes silently. Generally speaking, if it is cloudy or overcast, even if it is covered with heavy clouds, you can still see the shape of the clouds. Now the shape of the sky is very strange. The color is still dim, but there is no edge. There is a vague sense of the whole. You can't see any shape of the clouds. It's as if the whole sky is falling down. To describe it more accurately, it seems that the sky above is not the high sky, but the ocean that is falling down. Yes, the ocean. The whole thing was vaguely pressing on the top of the head, and it was only held up by an unknown force that prevented it from breaking and falling. If this was a normal world, everyone might have already started joking. After all, the sky was the atmosphere, which was all gas, and it was almost impossible to fall down. But now everyone was looking at the top of the head with a serious expression. Who didn't know that the source of time and space existed and could randomly transmit anything? What if there was really an ocean above the head? Aaliyah raised her head and looked at the dark mass above her head, and immediately took out the communicator to contact their staff at the Chungbei base in Tingyang City to inquire about the situation. Soon I got a positive answer. Yes, the seawater that inexplicably appeared over the Philippines and the neighboring Pakistan is indeed a large amount of seawater from a water planet in Yunxia Star Country. The volume of the seawater is very large. It has not fallen down yet, because Zhang Xiaobai's energy is resisting it. There is a thin membrane between the two. And just because it can't fall down now, it doesn't mean it won't fall down in a while. Once it falls down, this place will immediately become a vast ocean. Chapter 135. Aaliyah and many other Filipinos looked at the crumbling dark sky above their heads, and the most simple fear of nature that belongs to humans arose spontaneously. And the area of this disaster is also very large. It has covered more than half of the area of the Philippines and the entire territory of Pakistan, not to mention the several islands between the two countries, and the country of Mozambique with a lower altitude. It is no exaggeration to say that, if this incident really happens, it will not only affect these countries, but the entire blue planet will fall into a huge crisis. Normally, the Philippines is actually the central location of the exchange. If Zhang Xiaobai had not blocked it at this time, the Philippines would have been submerged by the sea. The rapidly rising coastline would quickly form a powerful tsunami, and the nearby land would not be spared. Moreover, such a big disaster would definitely affect Xi country. At this time, the entire planet is one, and it is impossible to be immune. How high would the sea level of the entire blue planet rise if the seawater that submerged the entire Philippines to Pakistan was so large? How can people in coastal areas call home? Therefore, after learning about this, although they knew that there was still a layer of protection from Zhang Xiaobai, the Miracle Gate project team quickly launched an emergency response. First, all Xigua diplomats, workers, tourists, international students, and overseas Chinese in the disaster-stricken areas who can be evacuated will take the interstellar transportation arranged by Xigua. Those who don't have enough time will follow the instructions of the embassy and stay in places with higher altitudes nearby. After all, this is a flood, and places with high altitudes are always safer than low-lying places. This is just an emergency notice issued by the diplomatic team. Xigua is currently unable to manufacture flying cars by itself. So all the flying cars and extremely fast aircraft mobilized are imported products produced by Yangtze Xingguo for the Space-Time Source Force Scientific Research Group. The most important thing at present is how to stop the seawater from falling. As long as the seawater does not fall, such a terrible disaster will not happen. Although the Space-Time Source Force Control Satellite has been successfully produced, It is only in the laboratory evaluation stage. Professor Tang said helplessly at the meeting. It's not that there is no way to use it directly. We have been debugging this satellite in the laboratory. In an emergency, it can be used directly. The biggest problem now is that Blue Star does not have a launch pad that meets the conditions for launching this satellite. Everything is still in the preparation stage. Although TOS, a Blue Star physicist who joined the Spacetime Source Force research group a long time ago, is a Filipino nationality. He sighed, not to mention whether it can be launched. Even if it is launched, it may not work immediately. Now we just try our best. In fact, the Philippines is still safe now. Although the seawater looks shaky. Zhang Xiaobai, the Spacetime Source Force control system from other parallel universes, is still supporting this powerful force. It's just that I don't know how long it can last. If Blue Star cannot actively save itself, once this highly mobile water source gets out of control, the situation may be worse than imagined. Therefore, Xi country has explained the situation to the Philippines as soon as possible, hoping that they will make adequate preparations for disaster relief and evacuation. Otherwise it will definitely be a disaster. Professor Bai, the representative of Yunxia Star country, also proposed the help they can provide if the Philippines decides to evacuate. We can also provide some humanitarian assistance. We can mobilize transportation as soon as possible. And we can also donate some artificial portable islands. The so-called convenient islands are actually artificial land that can float on the sea. It's okay to survive there for a short time, but it will definitely affect the quality of life for a long time. In short, if the spacetime source force that is causing chaos now cannot be offset, then there is a high probability that the Philippines will become the Atlantis of the new era. Minister Song was silent for a long time. Coordinate with the Jioshan launch base as soon as possible to transform the launch pad. We must do what we should do anyway. Otherwise, when Zhang Xiaobai can't hold on, who will support us? Shigua can get to where he is today. And it is definitely not based on the idea that if the sky falls, there is someone taller to hold it up. Things are in the hands of people. If you give up without doing anything, you are a real loser. Minister Lin lowered his eyes and looked at the information in his hand. Yes, if this goes on, Xiao Zhan will not be able to hold on. The current Spacetime Source Force group is no longer a group. It has more than 200,000 formal members, and there are hundreds of core members who know all the truth. Everyone who can participate in this meeting today knows that the operation of the Spacetime Source Force control system is inseparable from Zhang Xi's mental power. How long can she hold on? Prime Minister Xian nodded. Prepare for the launch of the satellite as soon as possible. In addition, our citizens should evacuate these countries as soon as possible. If they don't want to evacuate, let them go. Just sign the exemption agreement. The emergency meeting was adjourned. Many cargo vehicles loaded with important equipment rushed from the Chongbei base to the Jioshan launch base. As for the huge spacetime source control satellite, it needs to be transported by spacecraft. For a while, the people in many cities of Shigua witnessed many futuristic aircraft passing by their heads. The speed was so fast that it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Of course, the crisis encountered by the Philippines has spread all over the world. After all, the real dark clouds and the sea water above the Philippines are very different in appearance. And the real pressure is terrifying even from the video. But these sea waters are untouchable now. These waters are still in another time and space. They just look like they are about to fall. The visual perception of being as thin as a cicada's wing and precarious instantly makes everyone who sees it feel extremely oppressive. Some people want to get closer to take pictures with overweight drones, but accidentally fly higher, looking down from the air. This prosperous city, that is already like a mountain pressing down on the top of the head, seems to be just covered by a layer of dark light. This visible but intangible. But real crisis makes the people in the shrouded area feel very panic. Oh my god. Is this the end of the world? I thought I was filming a movie. Damn. We have to leave here. Honey. Pack up. The Philippine politicians and capitalists, who were trying to get Aaliyah to stay for a few more days, had completely forgotten about it. They contacted their relatives and friends and prepared to go to the mansions they bought in other countries. Most of them had private jets, so it was very easy to escape. Of course, Olivia and her group had better means of transportation. But the Filipinos didn't expect it at all. Who wouldn't know that Yangtze Xingwo and Shigua had a better relationship? But what they didn't know was that Olivia went to the Shigua embassy in the Philippines and wanted to leave with some staff first, but was rejected. The embassy, from the ambassador to the staff, had to stay and try to evacuate the Shigwa people who were still in danger. They must be the last to evacuate. In the interval between talking to Olivia, the ambassador also took the time to record a video and posted it on the official website, expressing the hope that everyone would not panic and evacuate in an orderly manner. This gave Olya, a young man who was both a person from the future and an alien, a lot of experience. Afterwards, Olya contacted some other diplomats who were staying in the capital of the Philippines, but they all refused without exception. Although the situation outside now seems precarious, as diplomats, they have a lot of things to deal with at this time, especially tens of millions of Shigwa citizens who need more manpower to contact and arrange. They will not evacuate at this time. Finally, Olya's car was carrying several chemistry graduate students who were traveling and studying in the Philippines. At this time, some streets in the capital of the Philippines were completely in chaos. This country, which once regarded itself as the beacon of the blue planet, fully demonstrated what freedom is at this time. All kinds of shops and supermarkets on the streets were looted, and there were many drug addicts wandering around the streets, like zombies in some literary works. To be honest, before the disaster is about to come, it is difficult for any country to ensure its own order and safety, but the Philippines is definitely the wildest among them, and the streets are full of people robbing with guns. Rich people flew out on private planes. Poor people ran to higher places, and every hilltop was filled with people. Some people seemed to want to go crazy before the end of the world. Rich and poor, men and women, old and young. These people performed a very absurd scene on the streets, at home, and in all places that made them feel comfortable. At this time, only more than an hour had passed since the riot of the space-time source force. The dark sea water above showed no signs of falling immediately, nor did it dissipate. No one knew how long this film could last. Zhang Xiai had been in a deep sleep, but she was getting sleepier and sleepier. But today, she heard the familiar voice of Zhang Xiaobai while she was sleeping. "Host, wake up!" Of course, Zhang Xiai couldn't wake up. She was very sleepy, and could only respond casually in her mind, "Xiaobai." The familiar and lively voice immediately said, "Don't sleep." Zhang Xiai frowned, and tried hard to cheer up, but could only respond in her mind, "Why are you not mentally retarded?" Zhang Xiaobai. Zhang Xiaobai really wanted to smile wryly, and say, "I can't do anything about you." But he held back. Zhang Xiaobai, "Host, listen to me, you must find a way to wake up now." Zhang Xiai replied in a daze, "What?" Zhang Xiaobai's voice seemed to become a little mechanical. "Host, wake up. Tell the people outside, we can only hold on for another 24 hours. Zhang Xiai didn't know what happened outside. She was puzzled. What does this mean? Zhang Xiaobai seemed to pause. It means, after 24 hours, my energy will be exhausted, and it is also the limit of your mental strength. I know, they have developed a more effective space-time source controller now. You must tell them to start the machine as soon as possible. Zhang Xiai was very tired. It took her a while to understand such a long sentence. She has been in this state of exhaustion for almost a year and a half. She was in a daze. After a while, she said, "Okay, I will try." Zhang Xiaobai, "Host, Zhang Xiai tried to cheer up and wake up. Xiaobai, what's wrong?" Zhang Xiaobai sighed slightly. "No, I just want to tell you to cheer up." Although she was just in a coma, it was very difficult to get out of that state of exhaustion. She didn't know how long she had tried before she finally opened her eyes a crack, and saw the light blue wallpaper in the room. Xiao Wang, the nurse who was in charge of taking care of her, came over immediately. "Xiao Zhang, what's wrong?" Zhang Xiai opened her mouth, but she forgot how to organize her words. In the end, she just said, "Tell Minister Song that Xiaobai can only stay for 24 hours. After saying this, she wanted to explain, but she didn't have the energy at all. The fatigue and exhaustion like a tsunami made her fall asleep again immediately. She didn't know that the country she had scolded countless times was now being maintained by her little bit of mental power. But she and Zhang Xiaobai could only do this much at most. Where is the real savior in the world? What will happen to the Philippines? Blue Star, and She country next depends on those people. 2 minutes later, Minister Song learned this sentence. This means that whether it is launching a satellite or evacuating the people, there is less than a day left. Chapter 136. Olya stepped off the flying car, and casually threw a nutrient solution package that she had just finished drinking into the trash can. Not to mention, the nutrient solution produced by the Shigwa OEM factory has a variety of flavors, and it is not particularly sweet. It is said that many popular formulas are added. Unlike many literary works, the Yangtze, which has entered the interstellar era, is not a food desert. With the development of technology, the taste of various seasonings can actually be simulated, and even many seasonings with complex flavors have appeared. However, it is precisely this kind of high-tech, absolutely healthy seasonings that lack the original taste of food. Although the relatively backward She country also uses certain processes in the processing of various seasonings and ingredients, the process can be said to be simple compared to the interstellar process. In short, the fact that Olea still has the mind to drink a bottle of nutrient solution at this time shows that her mentality is still very good. At this time, the Chumbe base is in a busy but not chaotic state. Some satellite parts are continuously transported from Wiyun Star and directly transported to the satellite launch base for assembly. There are also many intelligent assembly robots from Yunxia Star country that set off together. Olea and others have been watching many flying cars and large aircraft set off quickly since they got off the car. Although this place is very far from the real disaster area, it is no less busy than the disaster area. Machines and cars of workers are constantly heading to Jioshan. 24 hours sounds like a whole day, but it takes a certain amount of time for the energy to diffuse after the satellite is launched. Olea looked back at her flying car and said nothing in the end. "Hey, Belle, what are you waiting for?" A very fat Filipino man was sitting in the car, almost filling the back seat of the mountain bike. Behind the car, an equally fat woman was filling the car with barrels of gasoline. At this time, at the border of the Philippines, on the mountain road of Mount Sinmai, the highest mountain in the Philippines, many nearby residents were driving various rented mountain bikes to climb up. As long as they crossed this mountain range, they could reach a safer place. That bastard Kamal rented a car and didn't refuel. The woman cursed angrily. Now, ordinary people like them, who are not so well off and have no acquaintances at the airport, can only choose to sneak out of the country and go to a safer area. The seawater above their heads may fall at any time. They are all people who live honestly, and they can't just stay at home and wait to die. This mountain road is the fastest route for illegal immigration, so the mountain road that is usually deserted is now crowded with cars. Belle filled up the car with gas while cursing, sat in the driver's seat, and followed the traffic forward, and above their heads, the heavy sea water seemed to almost reach the top of the mountain. After moving slowly for a while, several brightly colored, luxuriantly decorated private planes flew over their heads, and at a glance, you could tell that they were definitely planes of capitalists or wealthy politicians. Belle steered carefully, cursing. "I've always said those disgusting politicians only talk." The fat man in the back seat said, "What else? Do you expect them to stay like those She country diplomats to help the people evacuate?" He sneered. "This is even more outrageous than my billionaire dream last night." Since the real rise of She country, the Philippines rarely mentions the She country threat theory from top to bottom. After all, this threat is now in the open, and it is not fabricated by them, so there is no need to emphasize it too much. More importantly, if it is emphasized all the time, it may anger Shigua. Everyone knows that Shigua must not be offended at this stage. However, who could have thought that the Philippines would encounter such a serious disaster so soon? Those politicians could not have thought of it, and ordinary people like them could not imagine it. If they had known this earlier, they would have been teleported away before. At least, they would not have to face the crisis of being flooded by the seawater if they were teleported to other different worlds. However, what the Bells did not know was that the wealthy people who fled in their luxuriously decorated private planes were also in a very heavy mood at this time. Although they wanted to fly out of the Philippines quickly, due to the influence of the source of time and space, the signals on their planes had failed. Although they were in midair, their perspective was actually not as good as that of mountain bikes on the ground. The plane dared not fly too fast, but the naked crisis above was even more frightening, especially since they were already at the border of the Philippines. If they were a little further away from here, they might be able to escape the disaster. And thousands of miles away from here, the Jioshan satellite launch base of She country was working hard to improve the current satellite launch platform. The engineering team of several thousand people plus thousands of intelligent robots responsible for assembling satellites. The scene was in full swing. This super-large space-time source control satellite currently only has one finished product on the 65th star of Yunxia Star country that is about to be launched. Of course, that finished product was not transported here in time. What they are assembling now is temporarily disassembled from the laboratory of Wiyun Star. Several key leaders of the Spacetime Gate project team also came here. The biggest crisis now is the Philippines. However, whether this satellite can be successfully tested is still unknown. If it fails now, the entire blue planet will be affected, including She country. Once the natural conditions of the blue planet change too much, the entire She country will also have to adjust its future evacuation plan. After all, if the sea level of the blue planet rises on a large scale, the lives of the people of She country will definitely become very difficult. Under this circumstance, the official idea of Shigwa is to start a relocation plan, and let some citizens of Shigwa relocate to Udai Star, or Little Blue Star. Of course, the current priority is to try to keep Blue Star. If it fails, Shigwa still has a way to retreat. Minister Song looked up at the launch platform that had been completed by 80% and the space-time source control satellite that had a rough shape, and couldn't help but think of Zhang Xiai, who was still sleeping in Tingyang City. The girl usually looked a little careless, had no temper, was very polite to everyone, but was surprisingly resilient. It has been nearly a year since she fell asleep. To be honest, Zhang Xi's condition has been getting worse and worse. At first, Zhang Xiai could be relatively awake for 3 or 4 hours a day, but later it became less than 3 hours. Until now, she has basically been relying on nutrient solution to survive. Sometimes she almost suspects that Zhang Xiai has entered a vegetative state. Unfortunately, even the highest level of medical treatment cannot treat this extreme lack of mental power. Doctors can only try to maintain Zhang Xi's vital signs, and cannot improve them. With the sacrifice of such a young man who has already given everything in advance, they are naturally very anxious. Especially although they have obtained Zhang Xiaobai's core data. They have only used part of it at present. How to quickly locate and restrain the spread of the source of space and time, and try to consume the energy of the source of space and time. And about the binding of mental power, they are still a little helpless. Minister Song looks much more mature than she did when she just received the mission of the Spacetime Gate 4 years ago. 4 years does not seem to be a long time, but too many things have happened, and her temples are also stained with frost. She just stared at the construction site silently. The secretary behind her reminded her that there were still 16 hours left before the 24-hour countdown Zhang Xiai mentioned. On the other side, after a long period of traffic jam on the mountain road, the bells finally reached the highest point of the mountain. The next step was to go down. What surprised them was that the planes of the rich people who had just flown over the mountain range had circled back for some reason, and were circling in the sky like headless flies. After circling for a while, it flew in a certain direction. Then, the accident happened. Belle was driving at the time, and did not look out the window. Instead, her husband turned around, and saw the horrifying scene. The sky leaked. The extremely oppressive sea water had appeared in the sky for more than 10 hours. But it had never really fallen down. Now it seemed that it could not hold on in one corner of the edge, and a large hole of about 20 meters appeared. The heavy sea water poured down from the hole, and the edge scraped the fuselage of the 2 private planes. The huge force made the 2 planes have no strength to struggle at all. Instantly, they were washed to the ground by the sea water like garbage. They fell directly from such a high altitude, and the people inside must not survive. After the 2 planes crashed, there was a huge noise in the mountain stream. Of course, the vehicles on the mountain could not tell whether it was the sound of the planes crashing or the sound of the seawater pouring down. In short, a rear-end collision occurred on the mountain road because of this incident. The Belle's car also stopped. Everyone on the mountain got out of the car and ran to the edge of the fence to watch this shocking scene. There was a hole in the sky, and the seawater poured down like a large waterfall. The original ravine of Jimai Mountain was instantly filled with several small lakes. Those who were on the mountain were fine, but some mountain bikes at the foot of the mountain were also flooded and disappeared. No one cared about the car that rear-ended them on the road. They hurried back to the car, opened the trunk, took the suitcases, and walked to the top of the mountain. Although if the sky of the entire Philippines leaked, they would not be able to escape even if they hid on the top of the mountain. At least now, the top of the mountain is still safer. This hole, about 20 meters long, looks very natural, and it doesn't look very fantasy, but this is originally a very fantasy scene. Everyone watched in shock, not knowing where they would go in the future. However, the large teleportation vortex that spread over millions of square kilometers now had a 20-meter hole. In fact, there was nothing worth talking about. It was just leaking at the edge, which could be called a flood at most. Time passed by, And in addition to Jima Mountain, seawater also poured down in several places in Pakistan, causing a big disaster. But everyone knew that the current situation was good. Only local areas were affected. As long as they evacuated quickly, there would be almost no major casualties on the desolate border. It was nothing more than property loss. Just looking at the endless sea water, flowing down continuously, both the reporters who came to film the news and the rescue workers who were doing the rescue work could not help but feel terrified. This was really terrible. It was really like a hole in the sky. Some low-lying areas have now become small rivers and lakes, and there are also many flooded farmlands. The bells hugged their fat bodies tightly, looking at the big hole not far away that was pouring out seawater, not knowing where they could hide if the seawater continued to climb up. Everything seemed so helpless, and everyone seemed to be waiting for death, and no one would come to save them. They waited until the evening. The large amount of seawater caused the temperature in this place to drop sharply. It was a hot summer day, but everyone had already taken out their cotton-padded jackets and put them on. Those who didn't have cotton-padded jackets also wrapped themselves in coats. The seawater had already submerged about 1/3 of Jima Mountain. At this rate, they would be drowned here before dawn. Belle looked at the still gloomy sky above her head, and her heart was filled with despair. She closed her eyes for a while, half asleep, and then opened them again. She looked up again and suddenly felt confused. Why do I feel like the seawater in the sky has become more blurry? The sleepy husband beside her also looked up. The sky above has indeed changed a lot. The seawater that was dark and almost about to fall down now seems to be separated by a thick barrier. Although it is still there, it is inexplicably farther away. The people who are still awake have expressed their surprise at this phenomenon. Some people even think that they can see the stars above their heads through this barrier. Belle's eyes are shining with excitement. She didn't know that. In the distant Xi country, a space-time source force control satellite had been launched 2 hours ago. This satellite started to work immediately after it was launched into space. It was not until now that it finally accumulated enough energy. After a while, the leaky sky seemed to be repaired, and the seawater stopped pouring down and returned to its previous state. After a long while, the people of the Philippines were surprised to find that the dark sea water disappeared like a mirage, and they could see the stars again. The satellite that was temporarily launched into space was rotating diligently. It was not smart, nor fast, but solid and powerful, slowly repairing the wounds of this planet. The space-time source force riot was controlled by such a gentle force. Minister Song looked at the cheering crowd and couldn't help but smile. She tidied her clothes and got on the flying car and rushed back to Tingyang City. Zhang Xia was sleeping very soundly, but she felt inexplicably tired, as if someone was calling her persistently. She seemed to be moving forward in a thick fog, step by step. After a long time, she didn't know how long it was, but it was a long time. She finally heard the voice clearly. The voice was a little mechanical and slow, but inexplicably contained some emotions. Zhang Xia moved towards the voice with firm steps, because the partner who coexists with her, works with her, and tries his best for her planet, world, and country, or family, lover. He is calling her. Host, it's time to get up. Zhang Xia nodded.